Chapter 75. I tell you Akatsuchi, this time next week that pesky Yuzukage brat will be dealt with and Yuzushio will once again be a footnote to history. As it should be. Anoki was grinning as he lowered himself down into his specially made chair. His desk was clear for the moment, only recently returned from the ambush that nearly caught those Uzumaki girls. Well, at least one of them would most likely meet her end if that spray of blood was any indicator. Any word from the advanced scouts? Standing behind his Tsuchikage's shoulder, Akatsuchi shook his head. No sir, not yet. They should be infiltrating Yuzushio any day now. Good, gives Han time to set up his part of the plan with the barrier unit, he should be about halfway there by now. Here he paused to sniff in disdain as he considered the boy who called himself a Kage. That pretentious little snot, calling himself the Shadow Kage. He's lucky I don't get to face him myself. Anoki believed that he would have no problems annihilating the son of the Yellow Flash. Explosion users were nothing new to Anoki after all. Well, let's settle in and wait for word. What should we do once we destroy that village again? Definitely have to make sure we slaughter every last citizen this time. Especially the Uzumaki. Can't have them coming back like the roaches that they are. Today was going to be a great day, his spirits were soaring. He hadn't thrown his back out even once. Leaning to the side a bit to catch Anoki's eye, Akatsuchi raised a hand. Should we be concerned for Kuratsuchi? We haven't heard from her in a while. Anoki easily waved away his concern. My granddaughter is strong, she'll be fine. She's either off on some scheme of hers to take my chair or maybe she's even headed to wave herself. That would be a fortunate outcome. She could make a name for herself assisting with the operation. Internally he had to hand it to his granddaughter, she was highly motivated. If a little headstrong. Time would certainly help temper that little quirk though, as it did for everyone. Both men twitched as his office door burst open, one of his jonin rushing in with a panicked look on his face. My lord. There's a demon. A golden demon is dash. Abruptly his sentence is cut off as he freezes in place and begins to float off of the floor. Anoki is already standing as he and Akatsuchi watch the man fold in on himself, body squishing and squelching down into a flesh ball roughly the size of a child's toy before dropping to the floor to seep fluids and blood into the stone. Equal parts horrified and furious, Anoki's eyes turned to the glowing golden Naruto who casually strolled into his office. On his back was a tied-up bundle that looked like a young woman, but Anoki couldn't see who it was just yet. Naruto held up a hand, saluting the Tsuchikage with a grin. Yo. How's it hanging, Anoki? You. Anoki's face was beginning to turn red as he began to well up his chakra. How dare this brat show up here? Killing his men right in front of him at that? Did he have that much of a death wish? Yeah, see, you might want to calm down a bit. Naruto was still all grins as he pulled the bound and gagged Kuratsuchi around and placed her on her knees in front of him as he paused in the middle of the office. Unless, of course, you want something bad to happen to her. Naruto wasn't one to punish those who weren't a part of the problem. But after the girl admitted that she was back in Yuzushio for a rematch, and now that IWA was marching on Yuzu, well, he was beginning to lose patience with the entirety of this village. Let's have a chat. Keeping on hand on the back of her neck, he locked eyes with the furious Anoki. Still standing on his chair but keeping his chakra still, Anoki took in the determined look in Kuratsuchi's eyes. Good, at least she was still ready to fight. You won't be leaving here alive, boy. This was the largest mistake you could have made. Guess he'd get to fight the boy after all. Shrugging and not worried in the least, Naruto noted Akatsuchi making space by edging around Anoki slowly. Yeah, this isn't how I wanted things to go really. At the summit I was being serious. I wanted peace among the various villages and nations. I wanted us to be able to understand one another with words, not violence. But then I got a report that your Jinchuriki is marching on Yuzu right now. And well, peace just doesn't seem possible at the moment. Here Naruto reached forward to tilt Kuratsuchi's head up slightly, making sure her eyes were locked on her grandfather's. So here's the rub. It's not just Kuratsuchi's life on the line here. But every other citizen of Iwagakure is now fully dependent on your actions from here on. Naruto didn't mind the twitches from the two men across from him, instead watching Akatsuchi turn to look out the window to gaze out on the village. Sir. Akatsuchi could see thousands of identical glowing gold blondes all over the village. On rooftops, on the streets. There wasn't a single fight going on at the moment. Most assuredly the boy had made it clear what he planned to do then and had forced their ninja to stand down. Anoki tried and failed to see some way out of this at the moment. Blasted brat, he never gave any hint that he was willing to stoop so low as to take an entire village hostage. What do you want? Sitting down and taking a deep breath to control his heart rate, he'd play the boy's game for now. Feeling the girl tremble under his hand, Naruto steeled his heart from it all. IWA started this, not him. They were the ones to spit on his offer of friendship. Really simple actually. You call back your forces, immediately. When they return you're to issue an announcement to your ninja and your civilians. IWA is going to be Uzushio's vassal state from here on. You will follow my orders, cease all hostilities against other nations, and demilitarize yourselves. Seeing a frown begin to build on Inoki's face, Naruto just knew the old man would put up resistance. Have a little patience, Naruto. Trying, but I can't get the sight of Hinata in that tube out of my head. Oh no, I'm all for eviscerating the midget, but remember. Don't take out your anger on innocents. Any innocent. Naruto knew Kurama was including Kuratsuchi in that, and he would have to remind himself of it repeatedly. And what if I refuse such an obviously asinine demand? Inoki couldn't believe this. He'd be ceding the village to this brat without a fight. No contest at all. It was laughable. The boy might be strong, but the rest of his forces must be weak if he was willing to go this far. Naruto's grip around Kuratsuchi's neck tightened and a whimper escaped her throat. I guess I can name the crater that I'll make of this village after you or something. No skin off my nose in the end. It is here that Inoki feels some confidence enter his chest. The boy would never kill innocents, he wasn't the type. You won't do that. There are countless civilians here in the village. You won't stain your hands with their blood. You aren't the type. It was a fatal weakness that he and A had recognized right away. Too much Konoha in him. Naruto did have to nod at that, because it was the truth. Normally, you would be absolutely correct. But. Here his eyes turned cold, Rinnegan eyes glowing as his grip around Kuratsuchi's neck tightened a bit more. Except you hurt someone I love dearly. Nearly killed her at that. One of my most precious people. He had to ignore Kuratsuchi's tears as they trailed down her cheeks and onto his hand. You're also endangering my country, full of people I vowed to lay down my life to protect. That's a grave sin as far as I'm concerned. One that deserves a suitable punishment, don't you think? And is that not what you're doing now? Inoki was standing again, unable to tear his eyes away from his now fearful granddaughter. Don't shift blame, old man. You started this. Then let me finish it. Inoki thrust a hand forward, a white cube formed of his dust release finishing its construction and propelled towards Naruto, who already had a hand pointed towards him in return. Predictable. The overpowered Shinra Tensei obliterated the section of office Inoki had been standing in, desk, paperwork, and the two opposing men were rocketed away and out into the village. He watched as Inoki crashed through a building, toppling it over before smashing into the street below. Releasing his hold on Kuratsuchi, where she coughed and hacked to catch her breath, he tossed her onto his shoulder and gathered wind around his form to float towards the downed Inoki. You're a monster. Kuratsuchi's voice was raspy, rough from her treatment at his hands. Why do this? Why threaten to kill so many people? Don't make me repeat myself. Naruto sighed as he floated over the building's rubble and came to a stop just before the struggling Inoki. You can try and hide behind your ignorance all you like. But you know as well as I do just what your grandfather gets up to. He isn't as terrible as the likes of A, but he's living in the past. A past I want to move the world away from. Naruto pulled her down and placed her gently at his side, though again on her knees. You need to see the truth. You aren't one of the kami. Who gave you the right to make that decision? I did. And that's more than enough. Naruto had to lean back as Akatsuchi whizzed by him, fist trailing chakra. Inoki was as well already on his feet and hands molding chakra for most likely another deadly dust technique. Naruto grabbed Akatsuchi by the ankle, halting his movement before spinning and using his body as a bludgeon to smash Inoki away again, incidentally towards the village square. Casually tossing Akatsuchi away again and ignoring the explosion of dust and rock, Naruto grabbed Kuratsuchi by the back of her shirt and dragged her along. You've been blinding yourself willfully. Ignoring what your village has done in the name of pride and honor. Time for you to see what that leads to. Inoki struggled to stand, bleeding from a wound on his forehead and struggling to catching his breath. Such strength. Was this the power of the Kyuubi unleashed? He needed to warn everyone. More of that unseen force drove him down into the ground. Immobilized, two clones raced in to slap seals on his back to lock away his chakra. Vision and senses dimming, Inoki was left helpless as he took in his people watching him from around the square. Each was accompanied by a glowing clone, but none of them were making a move towards or away from him. Gritting his teeth, he turned his eyes to the demon-given human form. You won't win. Sighing as he once more came to a stop before the old man, Naruto put Kuratsuchi down next to him once more. Kami, don't you get it? It's not about winning or losing. This isn't some game. People's lives depend on our decisions, good or bad. We can't so casually decide that we can toss those lives away. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Naruto shakes his head and gives up trying to get through to Inoki. It just wasn't going to happen. Instead he mentally links with his clones, so they can spread his message to everyone in IWA, whether they wanted to hear it or not. I have been working, all this time towards peace. I traveled the nations, rooted out evil, saved people regardless of nationality. I did not care if you were from Konoha, IWA, or Kumo. If people needed saving, I saved them. And yet here. You Inoki, you are ready to start a war against me. Against my people. For what? Pride? Hatred of my father? Well, now you have a choice. Naruto held a hand towards Kuratsuchi's head. You choose. Kuratsuchi, IWA, or your Jinchuriki. One has to die. Inoki could feel himself nearly vibrate in place as he tried and failed to force his chakra to respond to him. How could he be forced to choose? Kuro-chan over the village? This couldn't be the same lackadaisical boy that he had met at the Kage summit. Just couldn't be. Kuratsuchi trembled, watching her grandfather wrestle with the decision. An impossible one in the end. Please, Naruto, Uzumaki-sama. Please don't do this. Kuratsuchi turned to look up at the frog-eyed young man. This is something evil men do. Orochimaru would do this. That pain guy would do this. Inoki nodded as well, seeing the angle the girl was taking. Your village's own Danzo wasn't even this heartless. See some reason, boy. You can't go through with this. Naruto had to admit, Inoki wasn't wrong. If Inoki did finally call his bluff, Naruto would eventually fold. He wouldn't kill IWA citizens. The opinions of a dead man mean nothing to me. Besides, I'm not doing anything. This is all your choice. You chose to provoke me. To harm my family, to attack my home. This is just a proportional response to that. Now choose. IWA. Your Jinchuriki. Or your granddaughter. Naruto let go of Kuratsuchi, only to instead encase her in a bubble barrier that had a slightly purplish glow. One of his strongest outside of those made for Biju. Nothing would be getting in or out, not even air. Watching Kuratsuchi scream and pound against the barrier where no sound was escaping, Inoki struggled to his knees. You'll never know peace after this, boy. The barrier began to shrink, and Inoki's sweat began to fall faster. Every waking hour will be haunted by our ghosts. The guilt from this will weigh you down till you die screaming to the next upstart who lusts for power. Naruto rolled his eyes and emotion from his hand sees the barrier shrink further, Kuratsuchi beginning to scrunch into a ball. You're the one dragging this out now, Inoki. What am I to do? Let you kill my people? Kill me? Do you truly believe only IWA matters in this world? Arrogant. Eye flashing once, Naruto waggled a finger at the older man. Tick-tock, Inoki, choose or lose everything. Around them every Naruto clone unseals a completely black scroll, and while the civilians don't understand what is at stake, Inoki certainly does. Coming to the conclusion that there was no getting out of this, Inoki feels rage settle in his heart. This was how it was to end for him, was it? He supposed he could admit now that he made a blunder to underestimate the boy. No. Naruto. No. Okay. Take me. I am this village's leader, I gave the orders. Lay my sins at my feet, not theirs. Can you at least honor that? Naruto's eyebrows rose in surprise, so the old bastard could be reasonable. Go figure. I suppose I can't ignore a leader taking ownership of his failures. Honestly, I like that sort of thing. Around them all of the Narutos seal away their scrolls while Naruto himself drops the barrier around Kuratsuchi. She's dumped on the dirt, coughing and hacking from the lack of air inside the barrier. Instead now a new barrier forms around Inoki, while Kuratsuchi watches on after catching her breath. No, no. This isn't fair. Kuratsuchi again struggled to her knees, a Naruto clone coming up to restrain her. We did nothing wrong. Every other village would have done the same if given the chance. Even yours. Naruto started to walk up to the barrier holding Inoki, noting the resigned look on the older man's face. Then why haven't they? Turning to face her calmly, he took in her tear-streaked face. Why haven't I? I never marched on Kumo even though they tortured and killed my family members. I never marched on Konoha for stealing from me or using me. I haven't marched on Kiri for assisting in the destruction of the original Uzushio. No, Kuratsuchi, granddaughter to the Tsuchikage. The world has changed, you've just refused to see it. Just like you refuse to admit that your leader chose wrong. Turning back to walk up to the barrier, Naruto held up a hand to it to allow Inoki to be heard. Who shall take over the village in your place? Kuro-chan will. She has what it takes, she'll do just fine. Inoki decided that it was too bad really. He had wanted to retire in style. Maybe to a beach with a lot of cute little ladies. Heh. Guess he should have given up the chair a long time ago. This could have been someone else's problem. Kuratsuchi shook her head slowly as the barrier around Inoki began to glow. Please Naruto. Don't do this. We'll pull back like you said. Demilitarize like you ordered. Anything. Just please, please don't make me watch my grandfather die. She wanted to scream, rage, fight. Anything more than be stuck sealed and helpless against this fate. None of it seemed too important now. Hunting Naruto down for her rematch. The egotistical plotting and scheming. Faced with the consequences, she'd take it all back if she could. Naruto turned once more back to her, keeping his hand to the glowing barrier. And would you offer me mercy? If the roles were reversed? Would IWA have spared my people once they breached our borders? We both know the answers to those questions, don't we? But, we. Kuratsuchi watched her grandfather shake his head slowly. Hold your head up with pride, Kuro-chan. IWA is the heart of stone. We persevere, endure. So too can you do the same. Inoki turned dead eyes to Naruto. Don't drag this out any longer, boy. If you're going to end me. End me. As you wish, Inoki of both scales. With a thought, Naruto commanded the barrier to shrink. No. Grandfather. Kuratsuchi didn't finish her sentence, watching as the barrier shrank rapidly down to the size of a chickpea. From there the now bright white ball floated before Naruto before disintegrating away with a whisper. Watching the motes of light dance on the wind, Kuratsuchi couldn't stop her tears from falling. Nor did she react as the real Naruto walked over to squat down in front of her to look her in the eye. Look. I'm going to say this once and make myself real clear here. Naruto made sure her eyes slowly latched onto him, accepting that there was nothing but hate for him in her heart with ease. With this, I'm letting IWA live. By extension, I'm letting you live. But I no longer have the patience for how your village has been doing things, so here's the deal. You so much as breath wrong. One person so much as gets a broken bone due to an IWA ninja's actions, and I will wipe your village off the face of the earth. This is the only warning you are going to get. I will make IWA a footnote in history everyone will forget. Never. Blinking slowly, digesting the fact that her grandfather really was gone. That she had witnessed him die in such a horrible manner. Kuratsuchi felt a heat and fire in her chest like no other before. She thought she hated the Uzukage before? No. This was magnitudes greater than anything she had ever felt. I'll never let anyone forget just what you've done. Tears staining her face, dirt smudged on her cheek, Kuratsuchi cared only that Naruto understood that he made an enemy that would be waiting for a single chance for the rest of his days. Sighing and understanding what she was feeling, Naruto stood and put his hands in his pockets. Just remember, I never would have been here had you lot had just left me alone. Idly he leans to the side as an injured Akatsuchi barrels past him, fist outstretched to strike him once more. With little effort he reaches out, snagging the man's collar to slam him down into the dirt. With a sigh, he unseals his sword and holds it to the large man's neck. Welp, first order as Tsuchikage I suppose. Make him stand down, or I'll kill him. It's not right. You're the one that preached that we can talk to one another, didn't you? This is monstrous. You're a monster. A demon. Kuratsuchi shook as the large sword dug into the ground next to the groaning Akatsuchi's neck. There was blood beginning to pool on the ground. Akatsuchi, stand down. But, I don't care. Stand down. Watching the man go limp, Kuratsuchi turned pleading eyes towards Naruto. There, see, we won't fight. Not anymore. Why would they try? It was like fighting against the very kami. Nodding and picking up his sword, he laid it to rest on his shoulder. The clones will stay for a few days but they'll be out of the way and out of sight. Have your ninja turn in their weapons here to the village square. You aren't allowed to have anything more than a defensive force from now on. 200 ninja, max. The rest are to retire and find something else to do. You're ending us. You may not be destroying the village, but one way or another, we're done if we agree. Kuratsuchi's voice was quiet, eyes locked onto the space where Inoki used to be. Probably, but that's not my problem. Naruto heaved a sigh as this was not something he would normally do. But IWA and Kumo had pushed him. Too far it seemed. I'm going to kill your Jinchuriki. Then we're going to eliminate your forces marching towards us. After that I'll return, and you and I will discuss what happens next. Kuratsuchi scrubbed her face, feeling the seals holding her chakra burn away from her. Know that I hate you, Naruto Uzumaki. You'll burn in hell for this one day, and I hope to be the one to see you off on your journey there. Naruto turns tired eyes to the distraught woman, nodding along with her thoughts. Oh, I know I'm destined for the fire, have been for a while. But at least I can live with the things I've done or are going to do. Can you and yours say the same? Watching her blink in confusion, he flashed away with a whisper. Watching Naruto's clones meander off, some poofing away and some simply vanishing from sight, Kuratsuchi turned to the panting and struggling Akatsuchi. I have to make this right. One day I dash. The clone holding her let her go, its voice a bare whisper on the wind. Learn from your predecessor's mistakes and focus on your village for now. Unless you're looking to sharing his fate early. And then it was gone. Akatsuchi shook his head slowly. We'll have our chance. One day. Kuratsuchi nodded, struggling to her feet as the village around her rose into an outroar of noise. Yeah, one day. A sentiment she didn't fully feel, but one that she would hold deep in her heart for as long as she would live. You know, we could have a lot more fun settling this over a jug of sake instead. Jiraiya quipped as he avoided several slashes from B's erratic sword technique. Who in their right mind juggled swords? Why would you consider that a good idea? He was even holding one in his blasted mouth. Somehow against all logic Jiraiya blamed Naruto. This was his level of idiocy. B was grinning as he and the sage flitted about the trees, dancing about with his swords as he twirled and kept up a constant attack pattern to keep the elder ninja on his toes. He knew better than to give Jiraiya even a breath of time to plan. I have my duty to fulfill, my man, I'm sure you can understand. Jiraiya grumbled as he tried to anchor himself to a branch with his feet in order to swing down and hopefully get behind the biju container. No luck there as B was quick to follow along with his tactic, now both of them battling upside down. Oh sure, I understand completely that your village wants to wipe out my godson's nation. Completely reasonable. Jiraiya ducked under a rather close shave from a katana, a few locks of hair floating away on the wind. As a fellow hermit, don't you think we have a better option? Crossing his arms over his chest to block a kick from B, Jiraiya released his chakra and let himself be knocked away to the forest floor. He needed the breather room. There are no options for us though, unless you're willing to fight against my bro yo. B followed after the elder ninja, launching several swords his way and watching as each pierced the ground as Jiraiya easily danced away. I'm gonna have to get serious, it seems. I don't like the sound of that. Jiraiya huffed as Shima knocked him in the head with a webbed hand. Stop playing around, boy, he's going to kill you if you don't get serious. You think I'm not? Digging his back foot into the ground and augmenting his legs further with chakra, Jiraiya launched himself forward while a Rasengan blossomed into his hand. Best to end this quickly, before the Kumo Jinchuriki decided to go full Biju mode on him. Thrusting the swirling ball of death forward, B blocked him with 3 swords crossed over his chest. The swords shattering and peppered B's skin with metal shards while propelling him backwards a few paces. Jiraiya tried to follow up with another hastily made Rasengan, but B jumped away, grinning and chakra beginning to tinge red and leak from his pores. Well shit. You knew it wasn't going to be so easy peasy, right? B grinned further as he kept a step ahead of Jiraiya, both men dashing between the trees in an effort to kill one another. B needed a few moments to charge up and transform, however, so was happy to draw things out. I'll end you with my biju, and we'll make our way through. Is this really how it has to be? Uzushio wants peace. I know you can see it. They've done nothing to threaten you. Hell, Naruto could have nuked you for what you did with his clan, and yet he hasn't. Why go through with this and guarantee that he'll be forced to up his response? A paper seal appeared between Jiraiya's fingers, stiffened with chakra before he threw it with all his might. It latched onto B's chest with ease, the other fighter not worried about such a simple-looking tag. His mistake, as his demonic chakra began to leak away. This serves no one at all. Not even Kumo. B hastily removed the tag, grin turning down into a frown as his chakra went haywire. He should have figured that the old man would have a counter with Biju chakra. He had watched over the Kyuubi after all. Your bleeding is useless, now come on and get your beating. 3 swords destroyed, 4 swords a dozen meters away and stuck in the ground. He needed to buy some time. Jiraiya shook his head and he and B continued to dash back and forth between the trees, finally deciding that B wasn't wrong. Talking at this point was useless. Let's go, Pa. I need some wind and some oil. Shima sighed but nodded as she began to mold chakra of her own. On it. B was quick to perform a short-range shunshin as the tree he had been in and several surrounding it were nearly vaporized in a conflagration of combined fire, wind and frog oil. Well, he really didn't want to get caught by one of those. You alright, partner? Ready to go again? I flushed our chakra, so we're good to go. Don't get hit by that seal again. Of course. Jiraiya was closing in, a new and larger Rasengan blossoming to life in his hand with his sage chakra added in. This is it, Killer B. He could see his own reflection in B's glasses, along with the wide smirk that grew on the darker man's face. The area exploded in an outpouring of crimson chakra. Jiraiya, just barely catching himself from flying through the air, launched away from the hostile Jinchuriki. Eyeing the charred and cleared space between the trees, a few 100-meter diameter space was now host to a chuckling and wide-eyed combination bull/octopus chakra entity that had Jiraiya sighing and cracking the joints in his neck. Within the Biju, B felt a new confidence well in his chest. Well-toed hermit? What now? A large hand came crashing down into the space the white-haired sage used to be, upturning earth and debris while Jiraiya was already away and making hand seals. Doton, Yomi Numa. Hands down on the ground, Jiraiya watched the earth under the Biju quickly change into a swampy quagmire that its large mass began to sink into. Struggle all you want, you aren't getting out. Don't need to. Tentacles shot out, uprooting trees and tossing them Jiraiya's way, forcing him to run and dodge and evade. Think we can set up a frog song? Behind Jiraiya another tree crashed down and splintered like a wooden bomb, peppering him with bark and leaves. Think you can sit still long enough for us to get started? Fukasaku sighed as he and Shima looked to each other and nodded. Without the suppression seal made for the Biju, you're going to have to best him in straight combat. Oh joy, just what I wanted to do today. Fight a Biju one-on-one. Sighing and shaking his head, Jiraiya kept on the move as he worked his way out of the swamp. I think a few Rasengan and some toad fire will shake him up. Enough to put another suppression seal on him. Shima agreed, get ready for my melodious voice then boyo. B chuckled as he began to gather dense chakra in his mouth. I don't have time to play with you, it's been real toad sage. Feeling the massive buildup of chakra, Jiraiya prepared to desummon himself back to the toad realm. Better that after all than to be taken out here. He was not prepared for the tsunami of sand that rose up and washed over the eight tails, burying it and cutting off its technique. Sighing with relief, Jiraiya turns to the Kazekage who dropped to the charred ground next to you. I could kiss you. Please don't, Matsuri would be most upset. Allowing a small grin to show on his face, Gaara joined Jiraiya in facing off against the other Jinchuriki. We received word that IWA and Kumo were making a move against Yuzu, so we came to help. Jiraiya nods as the elders on his shoulder prepare for their Jinjutsu. Good. I only need one shot and I'll put him down. Watching as a burst of chakra scattered the sand and revealed the eight tails, the sage prepared to re-engage his target. Seeing himself outnumbered and knowing better, B punched the ground to create a massive smoke screen. Better luck next time, Toad Sage. Running for all he was worth, dropping his Biju form in his haste, he had to hope that Team Samui would be alright. Feeling the Jinchuriki's chakra quickly leave the area, Jiraiya had to hand it to him. He really could run when he wanted. Woo, glad that's over. This is a young man's game, I'm getting too old for this. Gaara nods and turns to face the elder ninja. Perhaps you should slow it down then. Maybe actually consider retirement. Chuckling, Jiraiya nods along as both ninja begin to walk away from the battlefield, probably right there. Would give me more time to try and woo Tsuchan. Easily the sage let Shima and Fukasaku remove themselves from his shoulders, waving them off as they poofed away back home. He was sure he would be getting an earful from them later. So why are you here, Gaara? Naruto send you? Shaking his head, Gaara walked along while the sand he had used reformed into his customary gourd. I spoke the truth. Suna received word that IWA was up to something and Kumo might be involved. I came to hunt down the largest chakra signature I could find and found you. That's troubling. Jiraiya had a hand to his chin as he thought about that. Wasn't Iwa's Jinchuriki supposed to be involved as well? Han is MIA. I've sent Kankuro and Temari with a platoon of ninja towards Uzushio to assist. If anyone can find the missing IWA ninja, it's them. Shaking his head, Jiraiya stretched and leapt to the trees. Something doesn't feel right with all this. Let's hurry and get back to Yuzu. Right behind you. Gaara had to agree, something was deeply wrong. A feeling was in the air that had his heart antsy. Fingers drummed along the top of a wood surface in a staccato as Tayuya sat on the edge of Naruto's desk and kept watch out of his window. She was doing her best to ignore the empty chair, but she wasn't ready to take his place just yet. This was an emergency, and they all had their roles to play right now. Behind her, Ino and Karen sat in chairs opposite the desk, both keeping silent but watching the fiery redhead with some worry. Both were nearly ready to jump out of their skin, worry in their hearts after Naruto gave them a smile and a wave to left with the terrified Kuratsuchi in hand. What was he going to do? Would he fare all right against the Tsuchikage on his home turf? So many questions, but the only one who could answer them was long gone. This left Ino biting her nails while Karen checked and rechecked her supplies. Behind the group and sitting off to the side, Sasuke and Sakura lounged about without much concern. Sasuke was resting with bandages over his eyes, though no one questioned why it was easy enough for him to get around unassisted. Sakura however held up a hand. You all know that he's going to be okay. He'll be back before you know it. Grunting but stopping her finger tapping, Tayuya turned an eye back to her husband's teammates. I'm not worried about him coming back. He promised that he would. Silence stretches on as Sakura gives her a knowing look and Tayuya blushes but turns away. The asshole just owes me a whole lot of cuddles. And he promised I didn't have to take the chair this time. Rolling her eyes, Ino stood and walked over to her co-wife, hugging her gently and smiling as the redhead relaxed into her a bit. So what are you worried about? Maybe, what sort of Naruto will be coming back then? Ino couldn't shake the thought that something had been changing in Naruto recently. She couldn't put her finger on it 100%, but it was beginning to worry her. Watching Tayuya sigh but not respond, Sakura pipes up as they watch several ninja jump over the rooftops below on a patrol route. What do you mean by that? Naruto is Naruto. Sure, he's a little explosion obsessed, but he's our usual knucklehead as always. Ino shook her head. You didn't see Naruto when he left with Kuratsuchi. Ino paused as her eyes looked off into the distance, mind lost in the memory. Something in his eyes was different. He was different. She didn't want to label it as murderous. Resolute maybe? Like he had accepted something that he really didn't want to. Karen relaxed back into her chair, a smile on her face. I don't know. For his faults in this, Naruto is showing a lot of restraint in this. Seeing everyone turn her way, the shorter redhead shrugged. Think about it. Hinata was injured. IWA and Kumo are making way for us with scouts and some light forces. And all of this is right after we just attended the Kage summit. That he didn't execute her right away and fly off to bomb their village says a lot. Ino looks up to the ceiling in thought before nodding slowly. Well, you aren't wrong. But even so, something has changed in him. Sighing and adjusting himself, the only male of the group groaned. It's really simple if you stop overthinking it all. Feeling all of the girls turn to face him, Sasuke rolled a hand in the air. What has Naruto been fanatical about above everything else? All of the girls stopped to think about it, before Karen snapped her fingers. Explosions? Shaking his head, Sasuke was smirking. Of course not. That's just a hobby. To him, it's family. You girls specifically. He is willing to go to hell and back for each and every one of you. The thought of one of you being in danger because of him just isn't something he can sit with. Ever. Feeling the energy of the room change, Sasuke assumed they were beginning to see the issue here. Seeing Hinata hurt, I'm sure if Naruto decided IWA had to be bombed back to the Stone Age and Kumo needs to be stomped into submission. Well, he's going to do it with a clear conscience because it'll mean you all will be safe. But, we don't want him to give up on peace, just for us. Tayuya's voice was quiet while Sasuke nodded with understanding. That's the thing, he isn't changing. It's always been there, there's just never been a reason to go this far. Sasuke pointed downward towards the floor. More specially, towards where they all knew Hinata was resting and healing, but now he has a reason to do something a bit more drastic. Ino shook her head while her grip on Tayuya tightened a bit. I hope not. I don't want him to go overboard for this. IWA has to answer for this, but he wouldn't, or shouldn't destroy an entire village over this. There are a lot of innocent people there. Tayuya shrugged in her arms. How innocent are they though? Naruto is a known threat to them. The son of their greatest enemy. You know how our citizens can get. Imagine them? Karen sighed, a worried look focused on the floor between her legs. I'd rather not. It makes peace seem so far out of reach. Sakura relaxed and gave Sasuke a pointed look. It might be right now. IWA and Kumo are just spoiling for a fight. And we're ready to give it to them. We. Tayuya was grinning as she eyed the pinkette, really have shrugged off that Konoha loyalty, haven't you? Sakura waved her off. I'm loyal to what's important. This is my family. I go where they go. You can say that again, forehead. Ino was grinning as Sakura gave her the finger. Some things never changed. Silence did not stretch for long, as with a muted flash Naruto was back in the office, injury-free and pointedly alone. Shoulders sagging as he walked around his desk, with a groan he dropped into his chair and held a hand out to Tayuya. Eyes wide she walked towards him and allowed herself to be dragged into his arms. How bad? Tayuya was already assuming that he had wiped the village off the map. He looked so drained. I had to kill that Tsuchikage. Anoki. Kuratsuchi is the new Tsuchikage now and IWA is going to be a vassal of ours from here on. Naruto relayed all of the details of just what happened while he was gone in IWA. He was thankful that everyone sat and listened quietly to the end, and wasn't surprised that it was Sakura that held her hand up first. What's up, sis? Are you okay? Naruto didn't have to think about that. No. Everyone gave him time, eyes on him as he collected his thoughts and gently held Tayuya in his lap. I've been really honest about my hope for peace between the villages. But I needed to learn from the mistakes of the past. Uzushio once trusted the other nations to honor treaties and alliances. That saw us destroyed and scattered. These days I know that unless we want to meet the same fate we have to defend ourselves. And sometimes that means striking out at those who would end us if they could. Naruto thought back. The look of rage and loss on Kuratsuchi's face. Knowing without a doubt that there would never be any love there. Hell, even just acceptance was out of reach for them now. But compliance? Yeah, they would have that. I'm going to have to hit Kumo next. Not personally at least, but they'll have to learn as well that we aren't the same village they ganged up on in the past. Sasuke nodded and stood, grinning with his covered eyes. So, what's the plan and when do we head out? Sakura rolled her eyes and pulled her man back down into his seat. Slow your roll there, you're still healing. I feel great. It's the painkillers. Naruto smiled gently and relaxed a bit more. No plan. We let Uzushio forces do their thing. I can't be everywhere at once, and I have to be ready to intercept Iwa's Jinchuriki at a moment's notice. I can feel be running back to Kumo, so I expect Jiraiya to be here soon. Another chakra signature was with him. Gaara is coming too. Ino rolled her eyes. That means the fangirl is coming. Karen giggled. You like Temari? She's fun. Naruto grunted. Hey. Seeing everyone turn back his way, Naruto suddenly felt very naked. Let's talk later. I have some stuff to get off my chest. Tayuya was the one to lean into him, gently kissing his cheek before shimmying her way free and standing. You know we'll be here. We'll talk tonight so hopefully Hinata can join us. Naruto finally smiled. Alright. Good. For now let's get to work, and hope our forces hold strong. Tayuya was grinning as she walked back towards Karen. Did I forget to mention I sent out Deidara with the border patrol group? Seeing Naruto's surprised look, she realized she must have. Whoops. Kami save whoever runs into him. B. Deidara was grinning from ear to ear while behind him a frowning En and a tired-looking Gosu waited in turn. Before them in a wooded area they had stumbled upon a forward scout group from IWA, a group that Deidara was previously had been very familiar with. One that knew him both on sight and by reputation, if the trembling they were doing was any indication. We're envoys from IWA. If you'll just let us dash. Nah. Deidara threw up a hand, teeth gleaming in the sun. Oh woe for those who would lie through their teeth before the land of our savior. Think we would not know your plots, your plans? Your scheme, plot plans. Deidara pointed at the group of a dozen with wide eyes. You've injured a member of the royal family. Your lives are forfeit. En sighed and turned to Gosu. Should we rein him in? Gosu shook his head and cracked his neck, eyes shifting into their own Ketsuryugen. Nah, I've got a bone to pick with them myself anyway. Rolling his eyes as he threw up his hands, En turned to jump into the trees. At least don't go overboard. Deidara had already surrounded himself with dozens of flying birds and scuttling spiders, all made of clay. In the words of our leader, there's no such thing. And the world erupted into explosions. Oh make. This is heavenly. Uzushio hot springs are certainly worth the trip. Shizune could admit that while it had taken some convincing to get herself and Kakashi here in Uzushio, if there was one thing she regretted it might be that she didn't make the move sooner. A warm sun, fun beaches and a carefree attitude made for a wonderful living situation. Plus, there were plenty of familiar faces here with her and the hospital here had hired her nearly on the spot. You said it. Only thing that'd help might be Iruka being here. Or Naruto if I can ever get him and Iruka badly drunk enough. Anko cackled at the looks being sent her way. Yes, Iruka was the love of her life, but she owed Naruto more than she could ever repay in a single lifetime. So what was a night or two of intense fun? She'd wager that he wouldn't complain, same with Iruka once she convinced him some. You are horrible. Giggling in spite of herself, hadn't expected to join the ninja pair in the Yuki baths. But Shizune had spotted her and then Anko had dragged her along after she had closed up shop. That of course led to their last occupant. Everything okay, Lady Tsunami? I haven't had a chance to check on you since that Itachi incident. Tsunami was all smiles as she enjoyed a cup of sake poured by Anko, the heat of the spring water starting to get to her. Oh, I'm just wonderful. Naruto made sure I was fine and taken care of. Anko was leering as she wiggled her eyebrows. Sigh, what is going on between you and Naruto anyway? Everyone can tell that there's something there. Far be it from her to judge for an older woman preying on such a young man. They all had to find happiness somewhere. So long as they were too young. Shaking her head while a massive blush built on her face, Tsunami giggled. Oh no, I couldn't. I made a promise. Shizune held out a hand to Anko. Let's not talk about this. You know they're just really close. He saved her family after all. Anko nodded and crossed her arms. Oh, of course. Even still, that doesn't mean that something can't have happened. Rolled her eyes and passed the sake to the ponytailed woman. You'd think if anyone would know what's going on it'd be me. If I haven't heard something then there's nothing there. Did turn a grin towards the smiling Tsunami however, though I have heard a little birdie talk about some visits to the Zosencho clan pretty often. Tsunami nodded, thoroughly out of it. Celia is a lot of fun when she isn't working. And she has such good tips. Tsunami somewhat admired the dark-skinned beauty, and she was a good listener. Anko laid back into the water and sank to her shoulders. Oh no fun. I was hoping for some juicy gossip. Looking around and taking in the time, Shizun sighed and began to stand. We should probably head out. Tsunami isn't going to last much longer. Anko took in her fellow ninja and then the two, maybe, civilians and nodded. Tsunami did look a few head bobs away from passing out, and Ayam had just been working all day long. Alright, but you owe me a good party soon. Shizun nodded as she helped the older woman from the bath. I'll have Kakashi invite Irika one of these days. All four women took their time getting out, changing back into their clothes with light banter and easy smiles. Grateful that they could enjoy these easy and peaceful days. Much like the land of hot waters, they hoped that Yuzu could earn such a reputation one day. So many beaches and vacation spots deserve to be shared. Anko was grinning as she took the lead and opened the door to the changing room. That reminds me, how did you convince that Cyclops to finally settle down anyway? You broke a lot of girls' hearts when you and he went speech trailing off. All of the women minus a sagging over her shoulder Tsunami paused as they took in the sight before them. The sight before them was just, somehow, out of place. Tsunade sighed, mind whirling and praying that she could salvage this. The taller man next to her freezing in place with his arm over her shoulders but thankfully not saying a word. Ladies. Anko and the others all bowed to her, Lady Tsunade. Blinking several times in quick succession, her mind tried and failed to make sense of it, before finally deciding it wasn't worth it. Tsunade sighed and couldn't fight off the blush from her cheeks as the man next to her began to chuckle. A fist to the ribs did little to shut him up either. I hope we can keep this between us. Yes. Shizun nodded quickly, of course Lady Tsunade. Nodding and turning away, she continued on her way, then you ladies have a good night. Soon she was gone, her and her companion disappearing towards the shared couple's baths. Ayam looked towards Anko and Shizun, wanting to squeal but also knowing she might be signing her death warrant. That was. Shizun shushed her quickly, no. We saw nothing. Nothing at all. We didn't recognize them. Anko was leering as she straightened out Tsunami on her shoulder and started to walk again. I'm so not drunk enough for this. Tsunami giggled, eyes unfocused. Lord Jiraiya looks good in a robe. Not as good as Naruto though. Those abs. Can we call him? Inari deserves a younger sibling or three. Ayam, Anko and Shizun all exchanged a look before sighing and decided to leave. Ayam crossed her arms under her bust. I'm so dragging that out of Naruto later on. Anko nodded, call me, I'll join in on the ribbing. Karui anything? Samui kept her voice down as they jumped through the thick forest trees. While they hadn't seen or sensed anyone since leaving B, it never hurt to be careful. They had a mission to complete after all. Dodging a low branch as she extended her senses, Karui shook her head as she and Omoi ran side by side, no chakra signatures nearby. We're still alone. Thankfully no Konoha Nin were backing up the super-powerful sage. That would have really put an end to their mission early. They continued to journey in silence, Karui and Omoi watching their squad leaders back while unknown to them she tried to formulate some plan to salvage this situation. Leaving B behind was an almost catastrophic setback. He was supposed to cause a disturbance while they hit their targets. Without him, their own goals became nearly impossible. Samui frowned and nibbled on her thumbnail, unless... Motioning for the others to stop, she pauses on a thick branch and turns back to Karui and Omoi who stop within arm's reach of her. I have the beginnings of a plan, but it isn't a good one. Omoi shrugged, so long as we can complete our mission, it's good enough. Karui would have been happy to call it quits and leave that village alone. Voicing such was treason however, and not something she wanted to dabble in. What's up then leader? Shifting her weight as she thought about things, Samui crossed her arms around her middle. We're still going to wave and thus, Yuzushio. But without B and no sign of our scouts means we're going in blind. No info and no backup? Honestly sounded like suicide at this rate unless she could adjust their circumstances somehow. Trying to see where this was going as his leader paused, Omoi linked his hands behind his head, so we need info. Thinking of capturing a border patrol team and interrogating them? Would be the fastest way to retrieve information. Shaking her head, Samui eyed Omoi specifically, we're going to surrender. Karui could feel her blood boil almost instantly, you have got to be kidding. Seeing Samui refuse to budge she turned to Omoi, who as well seemed to be thinking it over. This is insane. Why? Surrender willingly and end up in an Uzumaki jail instead? That was lunacy. Omoi could see the merit of it. Everyone knows Yuzu takes in refugees and deserters. With the reputation Kumo has, it wouldn't be too far-fetched as far as Yuzu is concerned for a team to run off. Plus, there's you. Omoi pointed at her deep crimson hair, whether you like it or not, you have Uzumaki blood. On that alone they'll probably let us in. After that however? Well, that was anyone's guess. Samui turned to face Karui now. Truth is, with B locked in battle and not encountering our scouts like we planned, I have a feeling Yuzushio knows we're coming. Or at least knows that something is up. So, we play it like we're coming to warn them and we're bringing a lost Uzumaki to them and maybe they'll let us in easily enough. Or at least give them a chance to gain some info, without a heavy fight right off the bat. Shifting her weight and fighting the urge to ball her hands into fists, Karui frowned and spit off to the side, and if not? Then we run. Hightail it back to Kumo and record the mission a failure. Samui did her best to look nonchalant at the admission. In her mind this mission was most likely already a failure, but she had one goal she absolutely wanted to achieve that had nothing to do with the Uzumaki. Think you can hold it together long enough to pull this off? Seeing her leader's piercing eyes locked on her, Karui huffed and finally nodded along. I'll play nice, so long as I don't have to spend any real time around them. She didn't need a report hitting the Raikage's desk that she was less than cooperative. Samui mentally breathed a huge sigh of relief. Good, then let's get a move on. We shouldn't be that far by now. Turning and restarting their journey, Samui led the way while Omoi grinned at the sulking Karui. You're gonna have to play nice with the Yuzu ninja. Think you can handle that? It wasn't like she had a choice anymore in the matter now, did she? Karui gave him the finger as the tree cover started to thin out. So long as no one gets touchy I'll be just fine. You just don't get lost on one of your tangents. Chuckling, Omoi shook his head, no promises. Eyes turning up to watch their squad leader, his eyes hardened just a bit. Leader? Yes? Samui answered his questioning tone without looking back, eyes and senses alert for any sign of enemy ninja. This is still about the mission, right? It took a lot of self-control not to falter in that moment, but Samui managed. What do you mean, Omoi? Tone sharp, she didn't want to worry over Omoi possibly sniffing out her real reasoning for wanting to continue on with this disaster of a mission. Well, at this point like you said, the mission is really risky and probably doomed to failure. So why continue when we can return to just let the Raikage Nobi ended up in a battle? Omoi watched and waited, only partially mollified when he saw no odd movements from Samui. You've never been one to care so much. Samui sighed as she launched herself from the next branch. If war is on the horizon, and it sure seems like it is. The last thing we want is any mission failures. For all we know this is vital to Kumo's war efforts. It's not our place to question, only to carry out our mission to the best of our abilities. Here she turned a watchful eye back towards the only male of the team. Unless you think we're incapable of completing any portion of this mission. Omoi shook his head and waved placating hands in front of himself. I am not saying that. I just wanted to be sure was all. Honest. There was the self-assured, cool and collected leader that he knew. Her usual demeanor set him at ease. Turning back and spotting a road ahead, Samui allowed herself to drop to the ground. Well, I hope I've assuaged your concerns. Keep your chakra low and try to be as non-threatening as possible. Karui, any chakra nearby? The forest gave way to carefully paved roadway, a sure sign that they were close to wave. Karui hummed thoughtfully as she followed along with her team and idly looked up into the clouds. Something? No. A few signatures, yeah, but they're hazy, it's hard to get a bead on dash. Karui didn't get a chance to finish as her body locked in place. Struggling and failing to free herself, she could only watch as Omoi was half a second slow to respond, a lightly clothed woman in a blue bodysuit appearing behind him to hold chakra-covered fingers to his temple. Best not move, sword boy. Coward. Says the Kumo-nin. Long way from home, yeah? Enough. A burly man standing a head taller than everyone else dropped down from the trees, a smaller woman with glowing red eyes following behind him while keeping her gaze on Karui. The border is closed to you, Kumo-nin. Unless you're looking to die, you'd best turn around and slink on back home. Edging her hands up in a surrendering manner, Samui turned to face the incoming ninja and nodded. We're deserters, with hopefully something the Uzukage would have some interest in. Pausing next to Karui, the much taller Keitaro smirked and wondered at his luck. He had promised En and Gosu that he'd do the Chino Ike proud while on a patrol team. The kami seemed to be smiling on him to drop an Uzumaki right in his lap. You do, huh? And what would that be? Keeping her hands up, Samui nodded to Karui. My teammate is an Uzumaki, and she wants to return to her clan. She did her best not to irritate the muscle-bound man with short hair. This was the dangerous part. Getting this team to believe them. Keitaro turned his head to look at the frozen Karui. And? That the truth of it? With a motion from him, the woman behind him released her technique, allowing Karui to stumble and catch herself. Shaking herself and wondering at just what technique that was, Karui stood at her full height and turned to the man. Yeah, that's right, my team decided to stick with me when I left Kumo. I'm here to reunite with my clan. Fighting down the instant feeling of bile that rose in her throat, she reminded herself that this was for the mission. Only for the mission. It's been hell in Kumo, I just want to be with my family again. Chi, what did you feel in her blood? The smaller woman's eyes were sharp as she watched Karui for a moment. Lady Karen had given all of the Chino Ike members a chance to feel Uzumaki blood samples for just such a occurrence. This girl's blood wasn't as pure, but it had the same feel to it. High chance she's telling the truth. At least when it comes to her blood. Enough that we should take them in. Her voice was quiet, barely above a whisper, but her squad leader heard her nonetheless. He was used to her manner by now. Ha! Keitaro was all grins as he clapped his hands together. That's good enough for me, Sam, let him go. The woman wrapped around Omoi's side and nodded, releasing him and bouncing away to Kitaro's side. Welp, there goes my fun. Odd way to have fun. Omoi rubbed at his shoulder where he hadn't noticed she had struck him once. She had to be a Hyuga, or had knowledge of their techniques. Sam winked at him, tossing her long brown hair over a shoulder. Oh, don't worry, stick around long enough and I'll show you all kinds of fun. Eyeing the sword poking over his shoulder, she wondered if he had any real skill with it or not. If they were deserters, she might get a chance to spar with him one day. Rolling his eyes, Keitaro removed a scroll and unsealed 3 paper tags. We don't have to seal you completely, but you'll need to wear these, precautions and all. Being genuinely wary, Samui frowned lightly. Can you swear we'll come to no harm? Keitaro nodded easily. We're not sound. We treat our prisoners with the utmost respect. And if your story checks out, you'll be free to do as you please back in Yuzu. Turning to the short woman, Keitaro handed her the seals. Place M, would you, Chi? Keeping quiet as she accepting the task from Keitaro, Chi dutifully walking forward to place a seal on Karui's right shoulder first before moving to Omoi next. Omoi watched her with something of an itch in his heart. What do these do? Chi didn't respond, only placing a seal on his shoulder before moving on to the unmolested Samui. Some bedside manner. Sam bounced on her toes. That's just Chi, she doesn't talk much to people she doesn't know. Turning to ask her leader a question, she paused as he had a finger to his ear and was nodding along to someone on the other end of his radio. New orders maybe? Keitaro sighed and turned back to the ground. Yup, time to head back, someone is going to meet us at the station to take them the rest of the way. Surveillance must have been listening in with one of their freaky fake birds or something. Sam shrugged and led the way, weaving between the others to take the lead. Anyone we know? Keitaro shook his head. Most likely not, someone closer to the higher-ups. It certainly wasn't information that he was privy to. Ah, you poor bastards. Sam had heard rumors that something truly big was going down, and chatter over the radio had reports that some lucky SOB ran into an advanced squad of IWA scouts. Now that they had found a Kumo group, it was beginning to paint a real interesting picture. Sure hope your story checks out. Though she wasn't one for blood, she'd drop these Kumo intruders in an instant if given the order. Samui sighed as she followed along behind the mute Chi, her own chakra still accessible but muted, slow and hard to move. It will, because it's the truth. At least now they had an in with Uzushio. Now the next stage was coming up, getting close to the Uzumaki clan. Keitaro was grinning as he sidled up next to Karui. Man, I don't get to hang with the higher-ups much like En and Gosu do, but you Uzumaki really do stand out, don't ya? No one could mistake that bright red hair. Yeah, funny that. Karui edged away from him a bit, eyes ahead and focused on the relaxed Samui. Maybe if she believed it hard enough she could be as cool and collected as her squad leader. Just can't help that Uzumaki blood. Ain't that the truth? Really sucks what the world does with ya, but Uzumaki-sama has done right by bringing as many of you back together. You'll see, we're doing right by the Uzumaki clan and Uzushio, just you wait. Keitaro wondered if he could wheedle some praise for his clan out of Uzumaki-sama for this. Or at least an honorable mention. Can't wait. Trying and just barely succeeding to keep the contempt from her voice, Karui sighed and mentally prepared for what came next. She didn't want to put up with men and women like this, doting on her because of her cursed blood. This would never be her home. B. The wagon cart squeaked and groaned as Fu and Naruto sat together in the driver's seat and kept pace behind the more luxurious coach holding the daimyo and Cheyenne the priestess. While Koyuki had asked them repeatedly if they wanted to come back as they didn't need to keep watch 100% of the time, Fu spoke for them and admitted that this suited them just fine. The clear sky was above them, the warm air was nice on their skin, and they had some real freedom here. More than either of them expected at this point in their lives. Fu most of all. Said girl was relaxed into Naruko's side, having taken a short break after she returned from flying above them and scouting ahead for obstacles. Having found none, she returned to her girlfriend. You know, after this mission, what should we do? Naruto shrugged, mind more at peace now that whatever link she and Naruto had seemed to have calmed down, doesn't matter to me, so long as I get to stick with you. Flatterer. Giggling and nuzzling further into the blonde, Fu sighed and gained a thoughtful look. You know. Isn't it kinda exciting? You're going to be an aunt soon. Yup, and the world weeps at the chaos that's coming. Naruto didn't know a thing about babies or families. But she knew that she wanted to spoil all of the little soon-to-be-born brats. She was going to be the bestest auntie ever. Believe it. What about you? What's got you thinking? Well, Fu sat up straight and kicked her legs as they continued on, nothing yet really. It's just something exciting, something new. I never thought I'd have the chance to interact with babies, or children at all. Much like other Jinchuriki, Fu had been considered just slightly better than a living weapon. To have such a carefree life now? It was still all so much of a dream. A dream that she actually got to live for once. Naruto could understand. It wasn't like she, or Naruto, had much time with infants or even other children. Now she and Fu were all about experiencing everything they could. Which meant Naruto's kids being born would be a new opportunity for them to experience life. Well, don't you worry, we'll have lots of new adventures. As many as you want. And if they got far enough along, who knew? Maybe one of them could give being a parent a shot. Behind them there was a groan and Fu reached back to whack one of the two tied and bound men in the head. Shouldn't we just seal them away and be done with it? Naruto shook her head. Nah, I want that brother of theirs to see him and get real pissed off. I want a good fight this time. Not everything revolves around fighting, Nachan. Says you, fighting is a wonderful stress reliever. Oh, better than Dash. I said wonderful, not the best, let's not go crazy. Naruto chuckled as Fu slapped her playfully on the shoulder. Today wasn't looking to be so bad after all. Ahead of them Koyuki finally relaxed and leaned against the side of the coach. We should be at the capital by tomorrow. Are you worried at all? Her eyes turned to the newest addition to their group, the in-hiding and true daimyo to the land of vegetables. Haruna sighed but shook her head. Had you asked me that yesterday I would have said of course. But now, especially after seeing the way Naruto handled the two younger brothers of Renga, I can actually hope for once. Here she gave Koyuki and Cheyenne a soft smile. This is going to work out. Cheyenne nodded resolutely and crossed her arms. Of course it is Naruto-sama's will after all. Koyuki rolled her eyes. Don't mind her, but yes. Yuzushio really wants stability to return to the region. With that, it means we are willing to do whatever is necessary to help you. And after I agree to an alliance with you? What then? Haruna didn't think they were the type to double-cross those that they called friends. But she would be remiss to not at least ask. She had seen betrayal more than once in her life by now. Koyuki turned to Cheyenne. The land of birds is next, isn't it? Something is going on over there. It took a moment for Cheyenne to get her mind off of her Naruto-sama, but eventually she did and adjusted herself accordingly. Yes. Apparently there's some trouble involving a cursed warrior that is causing some unease. Something we could look into. Well, hopefully it'll keep Naruto busy, or we might have to send her back home. Koyuki didn't want to get rid of the young woman, but her tendency to go straight into battle mode was a little hard to explain away for negotiations. Behind them and enjoying the warm breeze, Fu perked up with a giggle. Chakra signature, male, headed our way. Tilting her head just a bit as she tried to glean any information she could, the mint-haired woman shrugged. Chakra feels a bit like the two behind us. Naruto handed over the reins to Fu and stood, stretching out her back by twisting this way and that. I do believe that's my cue to get up to trouble. Always happy for a chance to watch her girlfriend show off, Fu did have to at least pretend to be the voice of reason. Not too much, again, we should keep him alive for now. Giving her girlfriend a wink, Naruto turned to a single man bursting free from the tree line between the two wagons. I'll try to hold back. At the least, she wouldn't eat him. Samui didn't know what she expected as the Yuzushio ninja team escorted them across the Great Naruto Bridge. Having never visited Wave or Yuzu before, they could only speculate and go off of rumors. Was it a strict military dictatorship the likes of Kumo and IWA were used to? Or more civilian-oriented like Konoha? Time was coming up to show her one way or another. Karui grunted as they joined the flow of people traffic over the bridge and first entered Wave proper. If there was anything she was used to, it was the stares of curious or somewhat hateful people. When younger she had gotten many praises for her crimson hair, both from those who hoped she was a new breed for Kumo's future and some who were jealous for what she represented. Even so the stares and mutterings she heard now weren't much different. She was a showpiece, being paraded as some special creature for the masses against what she truly wanted. So long as she kept her mind on her mission she could stop her itching fingers from reaching for her kunai. Only just though. Keitaro walked along with a smug look on his face as Chi led the way down the main street and away from the port and market area. Next to him the well-endowed blonde, Samui if he remembered correctly, looked up to him. Where exactly are we going? Sniffing and pointedly looking far away from the blonde with the impressive chest, Keitaro shrugged. Like we said, meeting up with someone to take you the rest of the way to Yuzu. But Wave isn't connected by land to anyone else? Samui knew that for a fact. The bridge was the only land connection they had, all other movement and trade was conducted by shipping. Keitaro chuckled, "You'll see in a bit." Raising a hand to another team that dashed over the rooftops, the Chinoite clan member put any worry about the Kumo team out of his mind. They weren't going to be his problem for very long. Now how to properly write this report to make his team look the best? Maybe a bit of embellishment about how long they had stalked the Kumo team? Something to think on. Samui settled in as they continued on a well-paved road, following along with excitable citizens who all seemed to be going in the same direction. A pigtailed boy with black hair caught her eye for a moment, before he was pulled along by what looked like three younger sisters. Huffing and shaking herself, she ignored the newer buildings and clean streets as they came upon the large glass and concrete construction that was a train station. Well, at least that question was answered. Omoi was already mumbling as Chi paused and turned back to them, motioning to the group off to the side to keep out of the way of normal traffic. An underground train network? A good idea in terms of troop and supplies movement. Certainly hard to sabotage when you don't know where it is. Samui sighed, "It's also an easy way to keep your nation's restoration a secret. No wonder we always thought Yuzushio was still a minor threat. This had to take some time." The team came together as the Yuzu patrol team stood off to the side with Keitaro in the lead with his arms crossed. "Welp, this is where we part ways. Keep your noses clean, lest something bad happens to ya." Keitaro was all grin still as Sam leaned around him and pointed at Omoi. "Step out a line, I'll be there to paralyze you nice and tender like." Omoi shivered, "I believe it." From behind them another woman's voice called out, "You should, we've given the go-ahead for shoot first ask questions later policies when it comes to IWA and Kumo right now." Everyone turned to take in the bright red-headed Karen as she walked along with the silver-haired Kabuto and another slightly taller blonde that the Kumo team recognized right away. "Yujito!" Samui's yell was instant and nearly betrayed her real thoughts, but Omoi and Karui seemed so surprised as well that she was hopeful that they didn't catch her slip. Yujito stopped with Karen, bowing lightly to the team while Karen dismissed the Yuzu patrol team. "Hey there Samui, see you've gotten yourself into some trouble." Hands on his hips and frown on his face, Omoi's mind was doing overtime trying to come to terms with what this meant. "You're alive. We thought you dead after not getting any word from you in so long." Omoi looked her up and down, seeing that she didn't seem to be harmed in any way. Maybe she took her mission along a different route? She seemed close to the Uzumaki at the least. Samui shot Omoi a frown which cowed him quickly before turning back to Yujito herself. "You were captured then?" Sighing but nodding, Yujito turned to Karen. "The Yuzukage beat me soundly and offered me a choice. So here I am. But I hear you've run away from Kumo? Do tell." Her eyes hardened and the three Kumo nin had a moment of worry. Was she still loyal to Kumo? They needed time to talk to her in private, straighten things out. Clapping her hands to get everyone's attention, Karen motioned back towards a steaming train. "Let's get a move on back to the city for now. I'm sure you have lots of catching up to do." Honestly, she didn't fully believe it for 1 minute that they were deserters, but Yujito had asked them to give them a chance. Plus, Karui was an Uzumaki by blood. Naruto would be rather cross if they didn't at least try with her. This way. Turning and walking back through massive steel and glass doors with Kabuto just behind her shoulder, she let Yujito attend to the group. Samui stayed next to Yujito, face carefully blank as she tried to gauge the older Jinchuriki's mindset. "You're really here, alive. We truly thought you were dead." At the minimum Samui could admit that there was a relief that washed over her at seeing the other blonde in the flesh. The thought of Yujito's death had been the largest reason behind accepting this mission against Yuzushio. Smiling softly and listening both to Samui and to her tenant, Yujito placed a hand softly on Samui's shoulder as they boarded the train back to the city. "You've been worried. But I promise that even though I was defeated and a prisoner, I was treated with respect and dignity. As if these barbarians know anything about that." Karui's real emotion slipped out once they were away from the press of normal people. She regretted her words near instantly as Karen's eyes locked onto her. Waving her hands to dispel the thought, Karui chuckled nervously. "Sorry, just a little worn out is all." Karen shook her head. "I get it, you know. Kumo is all you know and propaganda is a powerful thing." Continuing to walk down the center aisle as she waggled a finger over her shoulder, "But Yuzushio really is meant to be a peaceful city. A nation that talks and negotiates first before anything else." Here she paused and turned, motioning to a set of bench seats. "Come sit, and we'll talk." Samui, Karui, and Omoi all sat together on one side of a bench table, while Yujito and Karen sat together across from them. Omoi raised an eyebrow as Kabuto left, continuing to where the engineer must be, most likely to start their journey. Karen folded her hands on the tabletop, eyes sharp as she watched them. But it was Yujido who addressed them first, so you're deserting Kumo? Why? Karui took a breath to open her mouth, but Karen held up a hand to pause her. Another hand made a motion from her forehead to her chin and a blank ornament mask formed over her face. After that she motioned for Karui to continue, who felt a bit on edge but decided to stick to their story. I wanted to leave. What Kumo has planned for Yuzu is wrong and I wanted to rejoin my clan. I'm tired of being some tool for the Raikage. Samui and Omoi supported me. Everyone braced themselves as the train began to move. The screeching of metal rubbing on metal filled the cabin for a bit before tapering off as they sped up. Yujido frowned but nodded. It wasn't impossible if she thought about it. Karui knew what happened to Uzumaki women eventually in the village in the clouds. Maybe she saw the writing on the wall and didn't want to end up as a new generation of breeder? Or was there more going on here because they were dealing with an attempted invasion at the moment? While I'm glad to see you've opened your eyes a bit, what do you think the Raikage is going to do? He won't just let you go. I know that. Karui believed that part completely. If she ever truly did want to run away, the Raikage would have hunter parties after her for probably the rest of her life. But between ending up broken and well, worse, I'd rather take my chances for some freedom. Turning to Samui, Yujido raised a delicate eyebrow, and you're okay with this? You always struck me as a level-headed by-the-book squad leader, Samui. Holding the other woman's gaze, Samui nodded. Some things are worth the risk. Seeing Yujido's eyes turn his way, Omoi shrugged and tried his best to look indifferent, being a realist about it. What Kumo is doing is wrong. So I stick by my team. Karen hummed as the train car rocked a bit. So you say, tell me, what if I said the Raikage is a aging blowhard who doesn't know he's already lost? Would that anger you? Omoi shook his head. Not at all. It's the truth. He'd have to make sure to remember to put this in his report properly later. Watching Karen hum again but say nothing else, Yujido continued, well, since you are an Uzumaki by blood you'll be treated a bit different than normal. They'll dash. Clearing her throat and shaking her head, Karen turned to Yujido. We should leave the decision of where she wants to go right away up to her. This is a new land and a new people she's going to be around. It's a big culture shock and maybe she'll want to stick with her team until she is more used to us. My apologies, I should have considered that. Yujido nodded and steered the conversation to lighter topics while next to her Karen watched on with an unseen frown. Because Karui was lying through her teeth and Omoi was holding back the truth as well. The only half-honest one here was Samui, which begged the question of what exactly was she actually here for. Time was running out for them, because if Naruto got a hold of them, Karui having Uzumaki blood probably wouldn't save her like she was potentially hoping. Karen wasn't interested in seeing family kill family, but she had heard some stories from the Uzumaki rescues from Kumo and none of them were good. There was a chance Karui was too far gone. Or at the least really didn't want anything to do with them. Samui asked the one question she wanted to know more than anything else at the moment. How did you survive all this time? The Raikage said that you should have self-destructed if you had failed your mission. Yujido leaned back in her seat, looking up as she tried to dredge up just why she hadn't done that. After Uzumaki-sama beat me soundly, he set about removing those seals from me. After that, he gave me a chance and I accepted it. Omoi nodded. So you didn't follow through with it because you couldn't. Reasonable. Rolling her eyes as this cloak and dagger song and dance wasn't to her liking anymore. Karen more than likely was using that mask to gather information anyway and they were under seal. No point to hide it. No. If I had it still, I wouldn't use it. Yuzu has given me a chance at redemption, and I took it. Yujido grinned internally at the wide-eyed look she received from the others. They were surprised. Good. I wanted a fresh start, a new life. Free from combat and destruction. A life that's mine to choose the path, not just another soulless tool. Blinking and trying to figure out if the older Nin was being honest or not, Karui couldn't fathom it. Why come out and say something like that now? But that's, to go against everything Kumo stands for. Yujido pointed a deceptively delicate finger at her. Is that not what you're doing? Karui cut herself off as she realized that this cover story was exactly that. Great. Well yeah, but hearing it from you is just surprising is all. Samui nodded with some relief. Yes. You were one of the most loyal of us. To hear you talk of betraying the village is surprising. Yujido winked at her. Oh just wait, I'm just full of surprises. Now, how to get Samui away from these two? She had a feeling the other blonde was keeping something from them. Maybe she could cook something up on the way back the tower. Hoshigaki Kisame was a lot of things that he was happy to admit. A battle maniac, a sadistic killer with a penchant for extreme violence and an appreciator of healthy mature women everywhere. However, walking along and bouncing his samahata on his shoulder, he considered his options for the near future. Uzushio was a hotbed for activity right now, and battle was almost guaranteed so long as he kept going. But that also proved one big problem. Kisame didn't just want to slaughter any and everyone on his way. He wanted a real fight, something to get his heart pumping. So that meant only one person was on his mind. That Uzumaki brat, the Uzukage. Naruto. Sure, the last time they had met the kid could barely hold out against him, but at the same time the kid had gotten a good hit in. That was years ago, surely the kid had improved a great deal. He was a legendary Kage now. He had to have learned some neat skills over all this time. So that meant getting his attention. Should Kisame kill a few patrols to get his attention? Maybe send 1 or 2 members back with a message? Just walk on in and demand they fight? Thinking too hard wasn't his thing. Itachi was normally the brains of the operation. Blasted Uchiha, asshole cared about his little brother more than helping him fight. Boring. On his shoulder Samehada rustled and rattled its scales together, grabbing Kisame's attention. Yeah, I know you're getting impatient too. I promise, this kid is worth the wait. Kisame's grin turned feral as the sentient blade settled down, a feeling of anticipation rolling over him. He considered that it was another day's travel to the coast, and then a few days' swim to Yuzu. He would go there directly and figure it out as he went. He was a man of action. Of war and blood. All this thinking was starting to give him a headache. Just you wait, brat, I'm coming to knock your teeth in. B. Shivering and not knowing why, Naruto read over a report while his office was still full of people. Was the day over with yet? No? Balls. I'd like to mention that any one of you can make yourselves useful somewhere else, you don't have to crowd my office. Naruto's eyes landed pointedly on Sakura and Sasuke, who were still lounging about where his clones would normally be doing paperwork. They had been joined by Ino, who was gossiping with Sakura, while Tayuya was sitting on the edge of his desk, helping a bit with reading over reports after Karen had left to retrieve that Kumo team. Sasuke waved over his shoulder as he lounged about on the couch. You could just order us to go away. Naruto considered that for a brief moment before frowning. Would you listen? No. But you could do it anyway if it'll make you feel better. I'm teaching your kids how explosion seals work as soon as they can hold a brush. Sasuke gave him the finger. I'm teaching your kids how to properly throw shuriken. Lord knows you can't. Naruto gasped in horror. How dare he? I can throw shuriken just fine. You could be standing next to a barn and still miss. Asshole. Idiot. Boys. It was Tayuya's voice that froze both young men. Naruto had been looking forward to a good scrap. He kinda missed Naruto now. Can you act your age, for like half a day? Naruto sulked. He started it. What are you, 6? Let it go. Tayuya leaned forward and punched him in the shoulder. Or should I give you a real reason to cry? No ma'am. Sasuke chuckled and went back to resting, whipped. Sakura leaned over and casually pinched him hard in the upper arm, eliciting a yelp from him. Don't start. Yes ma'am. Naruto fought back his own chuckle as his desk intercom chimed to life. Reaching forward to press the call button, he cleared his throat. What's up, Kion? There was a click before the radio responded in return. Word from Lady Karen. Kumo team claims to want to defect, however 2 members need interrogation while 1 member may actually be honest in their intentions. There was a pause before the other woman's voice continued. There is an Uzumaki with them. She is one of the ones that needs to be interrogated further. Naruto nodded even though she couldn't see him. Roger that. Separate them and bring the Uzumaki to me directly. Let Karen take care of the other interrogation and Yujito can deal with the actual defector. Naruto released the intercom and leaned back in his chair, eyes turned to the ceiling in thought. A Kumo Uzumaki? Was it that dark-skinned girl he saw at the summit? What was her name again? Karui, right? Be careful, if Karen is saying she isn't being completely honest then she could be a threat. Kurama didn't want to come out and directly say that a member of his clan could be an enemy, but these things could happen. Just look at the Hyuga. Yeah. Naruto knew logically that, but it was still hard to consider that one of his clansmen would be happy with what Kumo had been doing. At the minimum hadn't cared enough about the rest of the Uzumaki's plight to do anything about it. Everyone had different circumstances, he supposed. Looking down into Tayuya's confident smile, Naruto nodded and set aside his work. You want to stay for this? Standing and taking a small pile of reports on patrol movements with her, Tayuya nodded. Yeah, I'll hang out with the others. Other actual Uzumaki opinions may be needed besides yours. With a wink Tayuya left to join the others, forcing Sasuke to sit up so she could claim a spot on the couch to continue working. Naruto watched it all with a smile on his face before picking up some new form that required his attention. The Hataru were requesting construction of a firing range closer to their property? Now why was that, he wondered. Reading on he could see that the Hataru and the Zosensho were working together with the engineering group from Spring on some newer long-range weaponry that needed to be tested more frequently. Easy enough to approve since it looked like the Zosensho were happy to finance it all. Setting his stamp at the end of the collection of forms, he set it aside before picking up the next set. A petition from the Yuki clan to allow for public business operations. Again, another easy approval and one he was happy to give his seal. At least they were working on being self-sufficient now, though he wished they weren't so set on paying back their debts. He had promised them that he built their home with no plans to bill them for it. But trying to get Hannah to back down from anything was proving to be a useless endeavor. After some time and some light ribbing back and forth between him and his team, there was finally a chime from the intercom on his desk. A button press and Naruto focused a bit. Yes, Kion? I have an escorting Karui of Kumo here for you. Well, this was it. Moment of truth on whether Karui was being truthful or not. Naruto grunted and pressed the call button once more. Send her on in. Naruto waited and watched as the pair walked into his office, En opening the door and leading the way. Naruto gave the older man a grin and waved him off as Karui and he stood in front of his desk. You're dismissed, En, go back to your normal duties. Yes, Yuzukage-sama. With a salute and turned sharply and was gone, flashy glasses sparking in the late afternoon sun. Left alone before the devil himself, Karui did her best to glare down Naruto. She hadn't liked him when she finally got a look at him at the summit, and she really didn't like him now. If her chakra hadn't been sealed, she wondered if she could risk getting a few good hits in on him or not. Mentally rolling his eyes at the irritated woman before him, Naruto subtly activated a seal under his desktop, a short-range truth seal. So, Karui was it? Report says you left Kumo to defect and return to the Uzumaki clan. That true? Moment of truth. Karui went to nod right away, best to get this over with and really sell it, but found that she couldn't. No. That wasn't what she wanted to say. Why couldn't she move? Seeing the confusion beginning to crawl all over her face, Naruto sighed and sat up straight. He had a feeling that it was too good to be true. Idly he noted that Tayuya and the others were paying rapt attention to her now. Yeah, I didn't think so. So what were you originally here for? To capture any Uzumaki breeders that we could, destroy targets of opportunity, and return to Kumo with Killer Bee covering our retreat. Karui could feel dread filling her heart. Just what was this? The seal they put on her shoulder earlier? No, she had been able to lie about their mission easily before now. Something the Uzumaki head did? But what? Well, there went any hope that Kumo was being sensible. Naruto laced his fingers together and tented his hands in front of his face. So, you aren't here to rejoin the Uzumaki then? What do you really think about us? You're vermin. Trash that doesn't deserve to remain. If it wasn't for you I wouldn't have this cursed and useless blood. Karui had known it for years. Kumo higher-ups had always hoped that she would gain something from the Uzumaki blood in her veins. That none of the better traits had ever presented themselves had just shown her to be a disappointment, but they eventually banked that one day she would give birth to future Uzumaki after they had gotten a few male children from the program. A program destroyed by the man in front of her. Well, she's probably a lost cause, Naruto. Kurama's voice was quiet, gentle, and Naruto appreciated that. Yeah, I know. Naruto watched her quietly for a short minute before groaning and leaning back in his chair, hands flat on his desk. Well, what the hell am I going to do with you now? Yeah, you have Uzumaki blood, but you sure as well aren't an Uzumaki. Do I keep you here and try to rehabilitate you, or send you back to Kumo? I'd rather die than stay here. Karui had no problem saying the truth there now that it was apparent to her that he had done something to make sure she couldn't lie. Whether she was going to die or not was up in the air, but she had a reasonable idea that he wouldn't just kill her outright. Whatever you did to Yujito to make her change her mind, I want no part of that. Trust me, I didn't have to do much there. Naruto would happily leave the clingy kitty alone if he could. Do so at your own peril. God, you're just as horny as the Matatabi. Naruto tried his best to ignore the Biju's cackling. So you want to go back to Kumo then? Seeing Karui nod, Naruto decided he wasn't going to fight it. She obviously hated him and the Uzumaki clan a great deal. That was a lifetime of teaching that would probably take even longer to unprogram, something she didn't seem to even want herself. I'm just letting you know, you could have a life here. Hell, you don't even have to rejoin the clan. Live on your own, see that we aren't the evil people that Kumo has led you to believe. Why even Yujito is dash. I want to go back home. To Kumo. Karui interrupted him easily, not caring about sassing off to this wannabe Kage. She had no respect for him in the end. Even though I'm most likely going to wipe that village off the map? Naruto's voice turned cold. Here he was trying to give her a chance and she seemed to want nothing more than to spit in his face. Great. I mean it, I'm going to destroy Kumo. If you return you're going to die with them. Then I will die with my people. Karui's eyes did not leave his, wishing to her core that she could draw her blade in this moment. Naruto could tell the truth of that without any seals and shrugged, releasing the seal and watching her stumble a bit. Fine. Know this. I really did want to make things work between us and Kumo. But some things can't be forgiven. Here he made a clone, which walked around his desk to latch onto Karui's shoulder. Said young woman nearly shrugged him off, but the clone's grip was like iron, like I give a damn. The Raikage has decided you deserve to be crushed, so that is what we'll do. Naruto waved her off, hope you make peace with that. And then they were gone, his clone delivering her to the Raikage's office while his office was peacefully quiet for a short while. Well, that was something. Standing and walking over to him slowly, Ino placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. So you decided Kumo wasn't worth the effort? Yeah. But I'm giving that honor to someone else who is already on the way. One last mission for a very tired Uzumaki ninja. Naruto didn't continue on the subject, instead wondering about what was going on closer to home. I'll have to assume that the other ninja from her team will want to be sent home as well. Let me make a clone to go and find him. Naruto did just that, making a clone that ran off to hunt down where it could feel Karin's chakra. But that does leave the third team member that was being honest about why they were here. Ino shrugged as she shimmied her way into his lap, playfully pecking him on the cheek. Don't stress over it so much. It'll all get dealt with and then we can relax tonight at home. She luxuriated at the feeling of his strong arms around her middle. Deciding that she wasn't wrong, Naruto wondered at the state of things. His forces could deal with IWA and Kumo, short of their heaviest of hitters. With B retreating, how long before that problem would resurface? Would the Raikage himself come along next time? Best not to give him a chance then. I sure wish this day was over and done with. Ino could agree, it's been a busy one to be sure. Just think, at this rate things will all be worked out before the week is over. Naruto couldn't find fault in that logic. One way or another things really would be dealt with. IWA was going to be their vassal, Kumo was going to be eliminated and all that was left was Akatsuki. Yeah, like that was something easy to deal with. Here's hoping. And then maybe he could finally get some quality sleep. Evening had descended and with it time to finally call it a day and return home. Heaving a deep and blissful sigh, Naruto lowered himself fully into the warm waters of his family baths as he gazed up into the star-filled sky. Saying it had been a busy few days was putting it lightly, the stress of which had built up in ways he hadn't even noticed. Here and now he was happy to let that stress melt away as he smiled and enjoyed time with his loved ones. Tayuya, Kotoheim and Karin seemed to share the same thoughts, Karin taking one side of him while Kotoheim smiled blissfully on his other. Tayuya was in front of them, waist deep in the water while reading Hinata and the others the riot act. Off in a corner on the bath Yugo, Sasami, and Kin all relaxed together quietly and watched on. Of all the brain-dead things you lot could have done. Jumping head first into a trap laid by IWA of all places. Tayuya seemed to be the most incensed over the situation. Mostly because she still couldn't get the image of a half-dead Hinata floating in a tube out of her mind. They had nearly lost one of their own. One of her sisters. All from an easily avoidable mistake. By the thousand if I could I'd beat some real sense into you. She wouldn't of course, but the thought was there. Ino sighed and nodded along, resigned to her fate with the others. Look, I'm not going to make excuses here, we fucked up. Bad. It's not something we're looking to repeat, right? She turned to Hinata and Anoka, who both nodded quickly. Besides, with relations between us, IWA, and Kumo right now, no one is leaving Uzushio without good reason anyway. Least of all us. Grunting but nodding along, Tayuya relaxed back a bit. You're damned right you aren't. I still say you should be on house arrest, for a week at least. Rolling his eyes, Naruto finally reached up to poke Tayuya and caused her to stumble in the warm waters. Alright, you've had your chance to rant, let's cool it a bit. Ignoring her grumbling as she turned around and settled herself on the other side of Karin, he turned cool eyes to three of the women who he loved deeply but was currently upset with. As for you, there should be something done about this. Hinata nodded her head slowly as she acknowledged that this was much like what they had done to him after the Orochimaru incident. They couldn't balk at the consequences now. Of course, darling. We will abide by your will. This was the first time in a long time she could remember Naruto actually being upset with them. It was not a good feeling. Sky blue eyes floating over all three of them, Naruto kept a cool gaze finally on Hinata herself. It isn't just that you three know better. You took a risk that wasn't necessary. Seeing Ino wanted to argue, he held up a hand to silence her for the moment and continued on. Life is nothing without risk, I get that, but stupid risks are different. Especially jumping face first into an obvious trap. So, 1 week, no missions. You're stuck either at home or the tower. No discussion on that. Sighing and lowering into the water a bit, Anoka nodded along with his words. A week to rest doesn't sound so bad. She could catch up on her book series finally. Maybe check in with the border crew and see what they've gotten up to while she was away. Ino was much of the same thoughts, figuring that she could rest up and get pampered by her love while she found stuff around the city to keep her busy. All in all, not such a bad way to spend a week. Hinata was waiting for the other shoe to drop as she saw the look in Naruto's eyes for what it was. Mischief. And no nookie. Ah, there were the indignant looks he fully expected. Hey! That's torture. Cruel. Inhumane. Throwing his head back and laughing while Kotoheim and Karen giggle at his sides, Naruto shakes his head. Aha, that's why it's a punishment. Maybe next time you'll consider your actions and decide if it's worth it in the future. Ino turned watery eyes towards him, going on the offensive and pressing her bust against a surprised Hinata, but whiskers. How can you give us up for a week? Don't you love us anymore? Full on puppy eyes now, she even tried to work in some fake tears. Naruto wasn't having it however. I really would prefer my wives to remain alive and healthy. And if I have to do this to make sure they get the message then so be it. Besides, that's not the real punishment yet. Pausing for dramatic effect, Naruto pointed a lazy finger at each of them. The academy has asked if members of the Uzumaki clan would provide some lectures from time to time. Guess who volunteered? Ino, Hinata and Anoka all exchanged looks before turning back to Naruto and pointing at themselves, Hinata taking the lead. I suppose that would be us, beloved? Got it in one, Hinata. Anoka shook her head and released a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. Honestly, after everything, it's an acceptable punishment. Ino turned to her quickly. Oh come on Anoka, don't be a pushover. We gotta at least fight back and get our nookie time. A week without pampering? No, absolutely not. She'd die. Hinata pulled away from the excitable blonde with a smile and poked her in the ribs. Considering we could have died and never had our Naruto-kun ever again, I think this is fair, Ino. Idly she rubbed her belly under the murky waters. She had news of her own to share if she could find the right moment. Ino looked between the relieved-looking Anoka and the tired-looking Hinata and gave it up. They really were lucky to even be alive, and if she was honest with herself, Naruto was being rather lenient with them. With a huff she dropped back down into the waters, relaxing into Hinata's side. This week is gonna suck. Tayuya rolled her eyes and floated over to her friend, slinging an arm over Ino's shoulders. Oh give it up, the week will be over before you know it and you can go back to being the regular nuisance you love to be. Relaxing in the redhead's embrace and accepting her love for what it was, Ino smiled softly. Sorry we worried you. You better be. Part of Tayuya could finally relax completely, here and having one of her best friends in her arms safe and sound. Naruto couldn't help but agree. I am just happy that you're all home and alive. Don't scare us like that again, okay? Maybe they need a real punishment. I've still got my green goo to dish out. Karen's smirk sent a shiver up Hinata's spine, which intensified when she saw Naruto give a nod of approval. Guess she was on a strict diet for a while as well. She did almost die. A thought coming to her, Ino poked Tayuya in the ribs to get her to release her. I should pick up a few things to do around the city. Sooner or later I'm going to want to join the club with Tayuya and the others, but I know I'm not going to want to sit around doing nothing. Maybe tool around with the city patrol? Ninja reception could always use a hand as well now that she thought about it. Hinata joined that thought, really starting to think about it. I've been enjoying the work the clans have been giving me. Keeping up relations between all of our various clans is fulfilling work. Receiving a poke from Anoka, Hinata turns and allows the older woman to rebraid her hair. Ino points at the dark-haired woman. You gonna let the Hataru make you their clan head eventually? They really are adamant about making you their rep. Hinata waves a hand to ward off the thought. I can't. I'm an Uzumaki woman and I'm happy to keep it that way. Besides, Niji would make a better clan head than me. Leaning back with an arm around the content Karen while the other cradled the dozing Kotoheim, Naruto is relaxed as he watches his girls chat and banter back and forth. This was why he fought so hard. To keep this precious family of his together and whole. To give the whole world the chance to have moments just like this. Peace was worth the headaches and the occasional spilled blood. Anoka was focused on Hinata's hair, weaving it into a tight but intricate braid that would eventually fall to her mid-back. Her thoughts however turned to the present. What became of that Kumo team that was captured? Seeing Naruto was starting to doze, Karen took up the question herself. I questioned that guy, Omoy, but there wasn't anything interesting there. Just like Karui, he had nothing but contempt for us and wanted to return to Kumo. He was here for a mission, nothing more. The third member though, Samui was it? She had been telling the truth. She was now under Yujito's care with some extra surveillance, just in case. Snorting and coming out of his doze, Naruto took over. Yeah, funny that. She apparently only took the mission to infiltrate us because she thought I had killed Yujito. Seeing her friend alive and well had changed her mind. Naruto shrugged and put the thought of Kumo blondes out of his mind. Whatever her reason, Yujito asked me to come and check on her tomorrow. So I'll ask why she stayed then, I guess. Hearing all of the women around him collectively groan, Naruto eyed them all. What did I miss? Tayuya shook her head and turned to Ino. Me and you will go and check out the Samui woman, yeah? Seeing Ino nod, Tayuya pointed a finger at her love. You keep your butt planted in that chair tomorrow, got it? No running off. Shrugging and deciding he probably didn't want to know, Naruto nodded along. Sure thing. I'll stay put. Returning to his light doze with Karen in his side while the rest of the girls returned to their chatter, Naruto decided that life was once again good. Reality could bother him in the morning. Hinata seemed to have other ideas as the doors opened and Kikyo led several of the Uzumaki women along to join them in the bath. Oh, darling, I have a bit of a update. Yeah, Hinata? Naruto didn't realize how tired he was, but a nap sounded great right about now. A small oops, but it seems we weren't as careful as we thought. Hinata's voice pierced right through the tired haze of Naruto's mind. He was wide awake in an instant. What? What happened? Who else got hurt? Was it something permanent? Eyes locking onto the suddenly bashful woman, Naruto was only slightly clued in as Anoka and Karen started to giggle. I'm missing something, aren't I? I meant you and I, darling. Seeing his continued confusion on his face, Hinata took pity on him. During our love-making, the dots started to line up. Wait, no way. His senses had been tingling lately, but he hadn't had a moment's rest to check. A blink, a thought, and yup. There it was, a small spark of life. Nope, two there. Oh boy. Going limp against the rocks as a suddenly awake Kotohime abandoned him to gush over the shorter woman, Naruto cursed his luck. Ino gave a triumphant shout and thrust a fist in the air. I was right. Pay up, suckers. Tayuya shook her head as Hinata was soon surrounded by the rest of the family offering her congratulations. Should have known. Kotohime nodded along. I had no doubts at all. Hinata was more of a lover than a fighter. If anyone was going to join the baby ranks next, it was going to be her. Of course, you'll probably be staying here on the island with me more from now on. Hinata sighed but took in the happy but focused look from Naruto and nodded along in the end, at least until these conflicts are over. I can't stay cooped up forever. Shaking his head in the negative, Naruto thumped his chest once. Don't worry, my rule still applies. Here, the mansion, or the academy. Nowhere else. He couldn't turn into a super controlling mess now. That was a one-way ticket to the doghouse. Karen was soon up and adjusting her glasses. Come on. This deserves a party. Let's celebrate another Uzumaki on the way. Yeah. The cheers that answered her set the rest of the night's mood well enough. The Uzumaki would share the news in the morning, but for now this was just for them. It had been a long night, A decided. Having not just one but two of his ninja dumped on top of his desk by a smiling whiskered blonde had already put him in a horrible mood. But now as they stood before his desk after giving their own reports on the situation in Yuzu, his mood if anything was downright horrible. Not that he could show it. So to sum it up, B stayed behind to fight Jiraiya of the Sannin. Your team never met up with our scouts and tried to press on, and now possibly after getting captured, Samui has either defected or more likely, has been captured for more questioning. Firm eyes took in the two remaining members of Team Samui. He had no doubts about Omoi's loyalty nor his decision-making. No, his concern lay with the Uzumaki blood. Karui had never given him concern for her loyalty in the past and her annual reviews had never shown concern neither. But a team leader left behind and a woman of Uzumaki blood returned from their very clan home? From a man known to be fanatical for saving Uzumaki? I was beginning to have questions. Not for now though, there were more important actions to take and the kids were starting to sweat. You're dismissed for now. Report to medical for inspections and debriefing. We'll be returning to Yuzu once B returns. Having listened to their reports, A had taken note of the ease with which Uzushio had handled their infiltration and extraction. Most likely his scouts, much like Samui's team, hadn't even made it to Wave. It was time to see the situation for himself. Omoi stood a bit straighter, saluting his Kage with some relief in his heart. Sir, does that mean we are fully at war with Uzushio then? Sighing and wishing for once the kid wasn't so sharp, A finally nodded his head. Iwa's Jinchuriki should be on Uzushio's doorstep soon. The prudent thing to do would be to introduce our own forces at the same time or close to it. There's more, but it's not for you to worry about for now. Attend to your duties. Karui and Omoi both saluted smartly. Yes sir. Turning away, Omoi led the way to the office door where the smartly dressed Mabui stood waiting. Behind them, A cleared his throat once. Karui. Seeing said girl turn back with a questioning look, A considered what he wanted to say before deciding it didn't matter. You're a good Kumo ninja. It's good to see you returned home. Best to give her the benefit of the doubt for now. Gratitude in her heart, Karui turned fully back to her Kage and bowed deeply at the waist. Thank you, sir. Rising to her full height again with a smile on her face, Karui turned to continue out into the hallway with Omoi. She'd show them. Kumo was her home, and no upstart Uzumaki clan head would touch it. Behind them and mind already forgetting about their failure of a mission, A leaned back in his chair as Mabui came towards him to address him with most likely more problems. Problems he didn't want to hear at the moment. I'm going. B and I will bloody the kid's nose a bit, take our property back, and then return. IWA could continue with whatever they desired on their own. Mabui knew to be careful with what she wanted to say, but with war on the horizon, caution was not on her mind much. Is that wise, sir? Yuzushio handled our scouts with little difficulty as far as we can gather. Sending another wave of forces her Kage slammed a hand down on his desk, silencing her as he turned a frustrated face towards her. The difference here will be that myself and B will be together. Not even that brat Minato would have fared well against us. His own brat? No chance. Ever the optimist, it was set in his mind that taking down the Uzumaki brat was going to happen at his hands. Take one of his best squad leaders, would he? I had something special planned for him. Mabui wanted to remind her Kage that not only had said Uzumaki brat literally waltz into this very office and done as he pleased, but had also stolen away every member of the Uzumaki breeding program short of Karui. The words never left her mouth this time. A was set and no words, not even hers, would be stopping him. As you wish, Lord Rakage. Instead she placed a folder on his desk and took 3 respectful steps backwards to maintain distance. A report from the science division. They've confirmed that Karui is viable. Humming and thumbing through the report lightly, A at least had some good news just in case they could not retrieve any of their other property. Good. Make sure she's put on standby for now. She won't be returning to Yuzushio. Always have something in holding for the future. He may not like the Uzumaki brat, but his blood held so many benefits. Mabui bowed and took the dismissal for what it was. As you wish, Lord Rakage. And then she was gone, turning and strutting away to her duties. The first of which was assigning a watcher to Karui and Omoi. B. The next morning in Yuzushio's main city did in fact find Naruto facing reality in a way he wasn't entirely upset about, but surely wasn't as fun as cuddling in bed with all of his wives after a well and truly deserved party. Across from him Jiraiya grumbled with his arms crossed over his broad chest, stop thinking about scantily clad fillies and focus brat. You're projecting, old man, that's your brain not mine. Shit, could Jiraiya read fellow perverts' minds now? No. He couldn't. No way. Gaara sighed and turned back to Naruto after having noted Sasuke and Sakura off to the side while 2 Naruto clones filled out reports and signed acquisition forms. To finish off our little report. Killer Bee turned tail and fled after I joined the battle, but I wouldn't be surprised if he returns with more numbers. Naruto ultimately agrees with Gaara, knowing that the other Jinchuriki would have to answer to A, who would be quick to send him back on his quest to teach Yuzu a lesson. Sucks, but guess we'll need to prepare for him then. Hopefully A doesn't decide he needs to make an appearance himself. Fighting one or the other wouldn't be so bad. Fighting both together would take a little bit of work if he didn't just vaporize the landscape right away. Jiraiya shivered at the dark chuckle that left the energetic blonde's throat. That's unnatural coming from you. He had to roll his eyes at the finger he received from the Kage. Love you too, brat. I could stay, offer my assistance and support when the time comes. Gaara was still getting used to having a full-time ally like this. It was nice, knowing that when someone said they would help you and your people, they would actually hold true to that. This was what friendship was. Naruto almost waved him off right away. Don't you have a village to worry about yourself? I'm sure they won't mind my time away when they hear the why. Seeing the truth of that, Naruto leaned back in his seat and decided to update the 2 on what had happened while he was away. I had to put the fear of God into IWA. Which ultimately meant I had to kill Inoki and make IWA a vassal state to us. Kuratsuchi is the new Tsuchikage, not that she wanted it. She hates my guts, but he was no longer a threat. For now at least. One crisis averted for now. He'd have to remember to return there and strike out a real deal between them. Maybe a path towards their independence one day? Maybe in 100 years. 200 if he was feeling vindictive. Jiraiya whistled low and grinned, proud of the kid for doing something not even the most ballsy of the Kage would have considered. That takes some serious guts, kid. Better yet that IWA wasn't a smoking crater. Naruto hadn't gone off the deep end yet, which gave the old sage hope. You don't know the half of it, pervy sage. Gaara felt something relax inside of him as well. One less thing to worry about. Maybe this means Suna can worry less about border skirmishes with IWA and more about modernizing our home. Underground rail and more airship stations would be welcomed. His council had fallen in love with air travel on site and had been pestering him non-stop to make sure Suna had continued access to the airships. So quickly they forget how much they used to fear him. Yuzu is here to help you however we can, Gaara, don't forget that. You wouldn't let me if I tried. Seeing the two Kage gearing up to take things a more official route, Jiraiya stood and stretched, his day nowhere close to done. Well, with that I should get up and get a move on. With the Kumo Jinchuriki sent packing for now, I'm headed east. That sent Naruto for a loop. Jiraiya of all people wasn't going to hang around and perv on women? In a city that was full of them? No way. What's out east? Jiraiya offered Naruto a grin, just some rumors involving Akatsuki. Nothing much. Naruto focuses on the older sage for a moment before shrugging and waving the older man off. You take it easy then. But you better not do anything rash. Tsunade will kill you if you do something stupid and get hurt, and I'll be there to hold you down. Got it? Yeah brat, I hear ya. Jiraiya was already turning away and heading for the door. We have a road trip to plan soon as well, don't you forget it. I can't kick the bucket till then. Naruto grins and nods as Jiraiya opens the door to leave. Better believe it, old man, it'll be a trip to remember. Waving as the elder left, Naruto couldn't help but feel odd about the other man leaving. Guess he had forgiven the sage after all. There was silence for a few moments short of the light din of activity that reached them from the street below. Until Gaara cleared his throat and regained Naruto's attention. Have you heard from my siblings yet? Shaking his head, Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck tingle. No, can't say that I have. Why? Temari say something about me? The Kazekage had to fight not to roll his eyes. When doesn't she say something about dash? Gaara was cut off as the very air around them seemed to vibrate. He wasn't much surprised as Naruto was on his feet in a blink. Something to be worried over? Naruto's senses were going haywire, before focusing on a fairly familiar chakra signature. One that had been on Hinata not even a few days before. Oh yeah. Someone I owe a very personal beating. Wanna come watch? Seeing Gaara already coming to stand, Naruto didn't even have to look as Sasuke and Sakura formed up at his shoulders. Keying his radio, Naruto's voice held firm, Mr. 9 to control. Someone special is at our door, I'm going to answer it. Best to keep the normal forces away from this. Fights between Biju did tend to reshape the landscape after all, and Naruto was not planning on being nice for this. Han nearly killed a woman he loved and unknown to him at the time two of his unborn children. Naruto was going to teach him what an error that was. Han knew that it would have been a miracle for his group to make it all the way to Yuzu without tripping a patrol. But to be caught even before he made it to Wave and their bridge? That was a bit of a sore spot, but it would have to do. This should be close enough to get that Uzumaki brat's attention. Though their numbers had dwindled after running into an advance group from Suna, there should still be enough of his barrier team to complete the plan. Worst case, Han would be going all out today to make sure the Kyuubi fell. Dropping the bound and gagged bundle in his hands to the dirt, Han crossed massive arms over his chest as he and 24 of his troops stared down two Uzushio patrols. They were an odd bunch, several wielding heavy-looking rifles of a design he had never seen before. But those eyes told him enough. Yuzu hated them, a feeling he returned with equal passion. Out of my way, small fry. I want your leader. I'll boil you alive if you think to step in my way. You won't set one foot on Uzushio soil, IWA scum. One of the patrol leaders called out, taking a cautious step forward though sweat built on his brow. Though he was worried about the Suna woman at the IWA ninja's feet, he had a duty to his home. If he could help their allies somehow he would, but he sure didn't see a way. Laughing and motioning for his group to fan out, Han turned his full attention to the 6 people before him. I'm going to enjoy liquefying your corpses. Yeah, let's not. Calm and collected, Naruto's voice called out as he stepped from behind his people. Flanked by Sakura and Sasuke who was pulling his bandages away from his eyes, Naruto stood tall before Han while Gaara came up quietly next to him. Both young men were still about a head shorter than the older man, but neither felt any fear of him. Someone ate their veggies. Chuckling darkly and nudging the bundle at his feet, Han held off on moving just for now. The vaunted Uzumaki finally shows himself. I thought you a coward after you sent your women the last time. Yeah, probably shouldn't bring that up. I'm still thinking about ripping your spine out of your throat. Naruto cracked his knuckles as a grin began to build on his face. I promise, this'll hurt. With a thought, Han kicked the bound and gagged woman up and caught her by the neck. Not so fast, boy. Unless you want something to happen to this little desert flower. Face now in full view, Naruto and Gaara were met with Temari's gagged and bleeding face. Half of her ponytails had come loose, and she surely looked like she had gone a few rounds with the bruiser. Do what I say, and maybe I'll let this one go. Rearing back and smashing her heel into Han's shin, Temari shook her head until the gag came loose. Kill this Sanuva bitch Naruto. Don't let him dash. A fist drove its way into her midsection, eliciting a coughing fit that silenced her. Gah, little bitch. Are all Suna women like this? How do you put up with it? Han grunted and turned his attention back to the group in front of him. Women should know their place, lest they end up steamed alive like the rest. With a twitch, Temari was in Naruto's arms, an emergency placed Hiration seal doing its job and saving her from further mistreatment. Yeah, we don't raise cowards here. Real men love a woman with some fire. Gently setting her down on her feet and handing her over to Gaara, Naruto focused fully on the threat ahead of him. Like I said, this is going to hurt. I promise. Oh, I've been looking forward to this fight, little boy. As the two began to leak chakra and face off, Temari began to shake in Gaara's arms. Gaara, he, Kankuro and the others, there. Without looking over his shoulder, Naruto hooked a thumb into the woods around them. Gaara, take my patrol teams and head north. Feels like your people are that way. Gaara twitched but stared at Naruto's back all the same. And leave you? No. He would not leave his fellow Kage and friend to fight an experienced Jinchuriki all alone. Naruto nodded. Yes. Go take care of your people. Naruto turned back and gave Gaara a grin that would have mirrored one of his own so many years ago. Me and Sasuke are more than enough for this asshole. Rotating an arm and walking forward, Sasuke sighed and stretched a bit. Guess I get to play around too this time? Gonna complain? Nope, just making sure. Gaara took in the sure way in which Naruto held himself, before sighing and nodding. As you wish. He turned to one of the teams and pointed to them. Take my sister to Uzushio, make sure she reaches the hospital. Naruto ignored everything else going on behind them as he and Sasuke closed within 2 meters of Han, who hadn't moved from his spot. And while murder was on his mind, he was reminded that he needed to play it smart. Yes, because offing him and releasing the Gobi would be a very bad idea. Ah, big buddy, don't want to fight a Biju head-on? This close to wave? Ah, point. Naruto shook himself as golden light sprung from his body. Next to him he could feel Sasuke's own purplish chakra rising as well. You ready for this? Always, brother. Sakura shook her head and pulled her gloves on tightly. Oh yes, just leave the cannon fodder to me. No big deal. Let the hack magical ninja have all the fun. Sakura rolled her eyes and turned to where she could feel the rest of the IWA ninja spreading out in an attempt to build a barrier. This'll be quick. She made note of Gaara and the others leaving, what looked like a tired and passed out Temari over the shoulders of one of the teams. Han couldn't wait anymore, racing forward with steam boiling out from his outstretched fist. You're taking this too lightly. I'm a fully realized Jinchuriki, you brat. You're no match for me. His fist came crashing down, only to be stopped by a palm that lightly struggled against his strength. What? Naruto held him back, a bloodthirsty smirk on his face. Oh, would you look at that? Naruto pushed Han back before jumping away from a wave of superheated steam. Everyone is so hung up on the fully realized Jinchuriki thing. Like I didn't learn a few tricks of my own. Steam gave way to white fire from Sasuke, and Naruto eyed up the nearly vibrating Han. By the way, Kuratsuchi knows I'm going to kill you, so you might as well forget ever seeing your village again. Diving under a grand fireball, Han thrust a fist into the ground. Around him a wall of heated steam and water erupted, giving him some breathing room. What do I care about that whelp? Honored granddaughter has her own duties. I answer to Lord Tsuchikide's will. Naruto chuckled, bursting through the wall of water with ease while Sasuke circled around. Oh, didn't I mention? Kubikirabocho made its appearance, singing for blood, and who was Naruto to deny it? Inoki is dead. And you're going to join him. B. Kisame had to admit to at least one guilty pleasure of his, one that didn't involve violence and death or women. Something he didn't have much time for these days, especially during his time with Akatsuki. The sea. His physical features weren't just for show. He and the rest of his kin felt much more at home within the sea and its waters than up on land. And here now in the waters surrounding Uzushio where life was burgeoning all around him? It was almost freeing. Sword in hand, there was nothing but him, his trusted weapon, and sea life. Sure, even the sharks gave him a wide berth, predators recognizing a true apex monster among them. Even so, it was a view he didn't have to share with anyone else. Something only someone like him could experience. Well, at least that used to be the case. Because some whelp of a woman in a blue swimsuit was pacing him through the waters. Were those scales? Her hands and feet were webbed too? And what was that behind her in the darkness of the deeper waters? A grin began to stretch across his face as his danger sense started to tingle. All signs pointed to a fight, and a good one at that. Deciding she must be some type of scout, Kisame rocketed up and out of the water. The spray that accompanied him was still falling all around him as he and his pursuer landed on the water's surface and stuck there with chakra. Samahata on his shoulder, Kisame leveled a grin towards her. So, guess Yuzu knows I'm coming then? Across from him Isaribi frowned and keyed her mic, attention all units. Queen Undertow is engaging Akatsuki member Hoshigaki Kisame. Advised to stay away. Grin widening and becoming more bloodthirsty, Kisame lowered himself a bit and readied for a charge. Oh? Guess you want to try me all on your own? Think you got the skills for that? Fear gripped her for a moment. Isaribi had never met Kisame before, but she had read the reports and had learned more than enough. Facing off against the man labeled a human biju was not high on her list of things to do in her life. Nor was it something she would have chosen to do normally. But this close to Yuzushio, the main island well within view, she had no choice. It was time to pay back her dues. Oh, I think I've got something for you, big guy. Chuckling, Kisame had a feeling this slip of a girl was terrified of him. Oh well. If she wanted to get in his way, so be it. Fine then, show me what you've got, little lady. Behind her the three-headed dragon golem built and perfected by Lady Karen and Lady Anoka breached the water's surface to stare down at the shark-featured man. Meet my Fuafuwa. And no, you shall not pass here. Isaribi would not let him get by her. Not so long as she breathed. Kisame's eyes went wide as a monster from myth stared down at him while chakra built up in its throat. Maybe this would be a good warm-up before he made it to the Uzumaki brat after all. Good. Omake. Guren had thought that she had gotten used to life in Yuzushio readily enough, but today was testing her a bit. She was not the type to be used to such a peaceful atmosphere, and yet, every day was a reminder that this land was not one that forced its people to be ready for battle at a moment's notice. This was a land allowed civilians to live and work peacefully, for ninja to have frequent time off and relaxed lifestyles. There was no backstabbing in the dark to a better position, no worries about having her throat slit in the middle of the night or worse. That said, she had to admit that it was good to see Yukimaru having such a relaxed and normal lifestyle now. Though, the antics he was getting up to were concerning. He was supposed to be attending a normal school now, and she was arriving at the yard to retrieve him at the end of his day. Well, that was initially her plan as she showed up to Yukimaru's school to pick him up along with the rest of the class's parents. However, they were all treated to the sight of the children having some type of competition, where Yukimaru was facing off against a pink-haired girl in the front yard. Had something happened? Was Yukimaru finally coming to blows with some bully or another? Much to Guren's confusion, it couldn't be that simple. On one side, the pink-haired girl commanded a giant crab to attack, while Yukimaru used his own giant turtle to defend itself and then return the attack. Just what in the world? Guren had no clue if this was normal for schools now. She certainly didn't get up to anything like this. Was this an Yuzushio thing? It had to be. This wasn't normal. Couldn't be. Next to her one of the parents, a healthy-looking young woman, sighed and checked her watch. Guess it'll be a while, should we come back in 15 minutes? Guren assumed it was her husband that nodded his head. Might as well, once the kids get going there's no stopping them. Guren turned to them both, she needed answers. Is this normal? Both parents took in her appearance and blinked quietly before the wife nodded her head resolutely. You're the new boy's mother, yes? Sorry, you must have missed the orientation. The golems are part of the school's security, but the kids figured out how to make them follow their commands. It's all completely safe and it gives them an outlet for some of their energy and lets them practice tactics. The husband seemed a bit surly as he was already turning away, at least that's what the teachers say. I still think they just can't figure out how the kids keep doing it. Turning away from the parents as they started to walk away and bicker, Guren took in the children cheering their friends on while the other parents watched on like this was a normal occurrence. Guren didn't really know how to feel about this, but seeing how happy Yukimaru was as his turtle flipped the enemy crab onto its back, she decided this was fine. Just another note in Yuzushio's weirdness. Yukimaru was quickly hoisted in the air on some of his classmates' shoulders, face wide in a smile. Yeah. Take that. Mr. Turtle rules. Naruto was grinning as he gave ground against Han. A flamethrower blast of fire was quickly dodged, the fire engulfing a line of bushes while Naruto took to the trees with Han in pursuit. Now it was water that blasted his way, stripping the bark from several trees while Naruto swung around and changed directions. With each near miss his grin grew, while Sasuke seemed to be getting more and more pissed off. Why do I get the feeling you're playing? A quickly made grand fireball was launched, which Han blocked with a wall of water. The resulting superheated steam was then sent back Sasuke's way, who was quick to evade while keeping an eye on the toothy blonde. You aren't you? Naruto shrugged as he lopped off a tree branch and sent it surging toward Han with a Shinra Tensei. How pissed would you be if I said I needed him alive? Naruto watched Han bash the branch away from himself with strength alone. Well then, guess the old man had some real power beyond just crazy chakra levels. Very. I would be very pissed off. Sasuke watched a tree literally explode from another superheated blast of steam. He made a note not to get hit by one of those. Is it important? Life hangs in the balance. Naruto dove in for close combat, Kubikiri trailing water vapor as Han just weaved away, saving one of his arms in the process. And no, it has nothing to do with explosions. Han could see Sasuke's eyes bleeding into the Sharingan and cursed. Damned Uchiha. You speak as if I'll just roll over and die for you. Retreating to the ground, Han's personal furnace turned up to full blast, blanketing the area in thick steam. Come and taste your death, boys. Naruto dove in after him without hesitation, eyes shining. I want to hear you scream. And then he was gone, leaving Sasuke to watch from above. Sasuke could just make out their forms moving about the vapors, Han dodging Naruto's even more ferocious sword strikes with ever-decreasing margins. But all of the chakra floating in the air was making it hard to get a lock on the older ninja. Of all the bullshit Naruto could pull now, he'd have to sick one of the girls on him later to get the information out of him. Maybe Tayuya, she was well and truly cranky lately. Jaya. A body flew overhead, disappearing well into the distance. Sasuke turned to see Sakura flitting about the undergrowth, most likely taking out the rest of the IWA Nin that had come along with Han. Good, kept her away from this monster. I could just Susanoo stomp this asshole into the dirt. He had to try and reason with the idiot at the least. Don't spoil my sport. He owes Hinata one of his arms. Naruto's accompanying cackle echoed through the forest, before a meaty thwack saw Han hurtling from the smoke with Naruto hot on his heels. You're too slow, old man. Chest expanding 3 times normal, Han twisted mid-air and belched a huge torrent of steam directly at Naruto. And you're reckless. He was only partially prepared for the glowing golden Naruto that buelled through his technique. What? Shit, the boy had come to terms with his Biju. That certainly complicated things. Naruto grunted as Han chucked his furnace at him, easily slashing the equipment apart and giving chase. Don't give up now. Both men alighting upon the trees and dancing among them for a bit, Han was blocked from another tree by a white-hot fireball from Sasuke, trapping him in close combat with Naruto. That's the way. Kubikiri arced down, and was caught on Han's chakra-augmented bracers. Grunting under the weight of the strike, but easily holding the boy at bay with his enhanced strength, Han chuckled, guess I better take you serious after all. Chakra began to boil from the older man and Naruto jumped away with a disgruntled look. Guess you should have killed me faster, huh boy? Naruto continued to jump back, leaking chakra as Sasuke did the same on the other side of the IWA Jinchuriki. How do you know you aren't playing into my hand? Barking out a laugh, Han began to rise as his chakra began to take a real physical shape. You just don't know when to shut up, do you, boy? Mentally he chuckled and switched with his partner. You're up, Kokuo, give the boy hell. The Biju may be a pacifist by nature, but he would follow Han's orders. He had no choice in the matter. As you wish. Naruto watched as Han's body exploded with chakra and was replaced with the full body of the 5 tails instead. Standing close to 100 meters tall with the body of a horse but the face of a dolphin, the Gobi was here with 5 angry tails crashing through the forest to uproot trees and the landscape. Upon his head 3 horns dipped as if to skewer them in a charge. Do I get to have some fun this time? Kurama was itching, it had been a while since he had gotten to fight one of his kin. Shikaku didn't count, Naruto got to have him. Naruto nodded, golden chakra exploding from him as he and Kurama connected. Have a blast, just remember we need him alive. Easy work then. Kurama cackled as Naruto settled within his chest. Kurama's golden form full of Biju and Sage chakra gained form and substance. Eventually he settled about a dozen meters taller than Kokuo with a wide grin full of rows of sharp teeth. Flush with power and a physical form once more, Kurama couldn't help but gloat a bit. Feast upon perfection and despair. Several tails crashed down at his statement, throwing up trees and sizable amounts of earth while a few more thrashed through the air. The 9-tailed fox was reborn. Opposite him and completing his own chakra construct, Sasuke blew a sharp breath out through his teeth. This is way past Tayuya. I'm telling Hinata. Less talking, more beating the snot out of a Biju. Naruto was grinning as the surprised Kokuo wasn't given time to contemplate just how out of its depth it was. Kurama was quick to sprint his way, tearing apart the forest to land a rising uppercut into the 5 tails face. A shockwave exploded from the impact, flattening trees and scattering a dust cloud that obscured them from view. From the cloud Kokuo burst free, still reeling and body twisting from the impact, only to come face to fist with Sasuke's Susanoo. What is this? Back and forth Kokuo went, bounced between the 2 massive constructs with no rest or time to formulate a plan or counterattack. Mind dazed and reeling, the normal pacifist turned inward to his host. You said he would be a pushover. He should be. Fight back already. How? I have no time to do anything at all. Naruto and Kurama were of the same thoughts even if they weren't privy to the conversation going on in the others' heads. I know you're a pacifist. But you could at least try to fight back. Another strike, this time from a pair of tails, send the 5 tails spinning into the raised shield of the Susanoo. Down below them and miles away now, Tsunami was assuring the citizens that everything was normal and okay. No evacuation order had been given, and even the ninja forces were keeping to their standard patrols. Even so, it was hard to explain away 300-meter-tall monsters duking it out in the countryside across from them. This is Lord Uzumaki's power? He tamed even the greatest of the Biju to his will. Someone was muttering in the crowd, and Tsunami was reminded that she most of all had something she could do. Turning to face the crowd that had formed at the end of the bridge, Naruto's bridge, she put on a wide smile and raised her hands to clap once. She had their attention at least, everyone. Lord Naruto is fighting to defend us so we can continue our lives as normal. We should abide by his wishes and do so. Even though she was met with some mutterings and confusion, her words did begin to sink in. Return to your normal lives and duties. If the situation changes, I'm sure Lord Naruto will be the first to warn us. With a relieved sigh, she watched the crowd begin to disperse, and with it she hoped that the news would spread to the rest of Wave. She'd have to make sure some of her helpers passed along the message. Turning back and watching that strange horse being bounced back and forth by the fox and the warrior, Tsunami nodded resolutely once. Naruto's job was out there, so it was their duty to keep things together here. Back on the land of fire side of the border, Naruto was beginning to lose interest in Kokuo. Even he could tell the Biju didn't want to fight at all. He needed Han to come back to the forefront. Spinning, Kurama's body swung all of its tails together, bashing Kokuo and sending it flying to crash and roll to a stop nearly a mile away. The part of him that was a sage cringed at the torn and destroyed forest, but he resolved to come back and fix it later. Ino would like that, they could make it a date. Focus, brat. On what? Drag Han back out so we can have a real fight. True, even I tire of beating on a dead horse. Naruto blinked slowly. Really? Wasn't my best. Sasuke stepped next to Naruto, Susanoo glowing but weaponless for the moment. Can we put this to rest already? Naruto shrugged as Kokuo trudged to its feet, mouth open and black chakra beginning to gather there. I'm up. Taking control back from Kurama, Naruto held up both of his monstrous hands and anchored himself with Kurama's tails. Not Uzumaki chains but good enough. Bidden by thought, seals began to line his hands, mirror by those of Kurama. You can't catch this boy. Move or you'll die. Naruto grinned and mentally gave Kokuo a point for effort, only one way to find out. Watching the Bijudama grow in size, he had only to moment to watch the sphere of dense chakra disappear inside Kokuo's mouth, before his word erupted into light and sound. Kokuo felt something in his heart grow heavy as he watched the other Jinchuriki vanish in his attack. Fighting wasn't going to solve anything, but he was bound to the will of his host. Just another corpse on the mountains of others. Wait. Naruto's form was glowing even brighter, hands tightly packed around the ball of unstable chakra and seals rapidly forming and breaking all around it. As they all watching on, Naruto pushed his hands closer and closer together, the black ball condensing and stabilizing until with a shout of triumph, Naruto crushed it down into nothing. Pulling his hands apart like a street magician, he revealed the attack was long gone and only the smoking chakra hands of Kurama remained. Ha! Knew I could do it. Turning his eyes to Kokuo, Naruto's flashed a bright purple. Give me back Han. I have a bone to pick with him. Kokuo didn't even think about it. 1 second the 5 tails was there, the next its chakra was receding and Han was left panting and exhausted in a devastated expanse of land. Standing and gasping for breath, he didn't even know his Biju could do that. Forcing itself back into the seal shouldn't be possible without his permission. There was no time to think on it as a golden fist crashed into his face. The world spun, sky was ground and ground was sky before a boulder interrupted his flight. Pain registered next, so much pain down to even his bones. Irk! Yet again he was pulled free by his ankle, a grinning and manic Naruto in a form-fitting golden cloak of chakra, his only clue that this was about to hurt, a lot. Heaving the older man above him, Naruto smashed him down into the ground by his leg. You do not touch my wives. Lifting Han again, Naruto brought him smashing down into the earth with all his might. Once, twice, 3 times. Again a 4th time for good measure. Letting go and watching the Iwa Jinchuriki wheeze and try to catch his breath within his own personal crater, Naruto's Kubikiri was re-summoned. And I said it, didn't I? The sword flashed out, blood arcing into the air as one of Han's arms was sent flying to flop onto the upturned earth. The scream that came from the man was music to Naruto's ears. You owe Hinata an arm. How? How had it all gone so wrong? Han rolled to his side, remaining hand clutching the wound where his shoulder used to be. This should have been a simple job. Trap the boy in a barrier so he couldn't teleport away, overpower him with his Biju state and drag him back to IWA so the QB could be transferred to someone else more worthy. But this. What was this? He needed time. Needed to regroup. Beginning to crawl, he cursed his forces. Where was everyone? Naruto strode forward, senses focused on everything that Han was feeling. Sage training came in handy so very often. A foot came down and pressed Han into the dirt to stop his crawling. Just where do you think you're going? Han grit his teeth, blood leaking from his mouth and even more pooling on the ground from his wound. Impossible. You shouldn't be this strong. No hesitation. Naruto brought his sword around to pierce one of Han's legs and lock him in place. Another scream tore free from the man, but Naruto couldn't bring himself to care. I have a family to protect. People who rely on me and a nation that nearly worships me. I have to be strong, for them. My precious people. You wouldn't understand that though, would you? Tired, worn out and chakra fading, Han would at least face his death. Twisting as much as he could with a sword pierced though his thigh, red eyes met ring purple, weak sentimentality. You'll fall soon enough. Tapping his fingers together on one hand, seals were born on his fingertips, maybe one day, sure. Said hand buried itself in Han's gut, and the man was unconscious within a breath. Won't be by your hands though. Naruto stood to his full height again, pulling his sword free and sealing it away as a bored-looking Sasuke and an irritated Sakura alighted on the ground behind him. Sasuke was the first to come to his side, so, gonna clue me in on why you need him alive? It's all part of a puzzle. It was a deft motion that saw one of his transport scrolls summoned, Han's body sealed away, and the scroll resealed back on his person. Welp, he only needed 2 more now. Sakura sighed and shook her head. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Turning to Sasuke and seeing some sort of understanding on his face, she turned back to Naruto and started to ball up a fist. Naruto. Oh, would you look at the time, we gotta get back. Turning with a grin to dash away, Naruto had to laugh as Sakura gave chase. You asshole. Stop running so I can beat some answers out of you. Pretty sure it doesn't work that way. I'm turning you into an answer-giving piñata, you bastard. Hold still. Sasuke watched on as the love of his life and his best friend made to return to wave. Sometimes he wondered if Naruto had it all figured out, and then moments like this had him considering that probably wasn't true. Naruto's brain had been rattled loose by one too many explosions. What is he up to? He'd have to find out, if only to irritate Sakura a little. Isaribi cursed her luck as she stood atop her Fuafuwa, the deep thrums of one of its heads charging a new blast of power already filling the air. Down she pointed, where she could see the human blender that was Kisame deftly evading a tail swipe from her dragon. Fire at will. There was light and heat, but Kisame had already blurred away, disappearing underneath the surf and into the depths of the sea. Heat and steam rose into the air from the mist blast and Isaribi again cursed that Kisame of all people was against her. The right head was spent, cutting its blast as the left head began to recharge and the center head did its best to locate their target. This was not her day. Kisame was having a blast and Samahata sung in his hands as he breached the surface at full speed. He was just slightly to the right of the beast, sword coming down for a blow against its neck. Ha 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 ha, I'm taking this one. And then Isaribi was there, scaled fist meeting scaled sword, nice try Sharky. She felt her chakra siphon away at the point of contact, but it was enough to deflect him and for Fuafua's tail to catch him in the chest, rocketing him away to bounce along to waves. Adhering herself with chakra to her beast, she idly looking about its neck. There was several large gouges already, some had come close to damaging her golem fatally. Never mind the chakra siphoning ability, that man just had too much raw power. Fire again. If she could just slow him down. Kisame cackled and caught himself, standing to his full height and whistling loudly, "You pack a punch, little lady." That beast was big and slow, but she was covering for that well enough on her own. And he had learned after the first blast of power that he couldn't block it with just Samahata. It wasn't just chakra, it was more than that. He didn't have time to figure out the trick though, so he'd just have to break her toy. I'm gonna get a little more serious now. He began a short sequence of hand seals. Isaribi hopped back to the middle head, eyes locked on him while her mind raced. How in the world was she supposed to bridge the gap between them? If she could just force him to pause for a moment or two. Lurching a bit, she frowned as a whirlpool began to form below them. Cheeky, but useless. Aim down. The center head complied, a faster and lower-powered chakra blast detonating in the center of the forming whirlpool and ceasing its creation. There was an eruption of water and steam that washed over her and blocked her vision for a moment, but in the next Kisame was there with his toothy grin still in place. Gotcha. Samahata swung down, scales rattling and rubbing against each other. Clang. Kisame's eyes went wide as Samahata was stopped, slowed really. Was that a trident? Isaribi spun, Samahata passing over her shoulder as she angled the prongs of her weapon towards Kisame's face. Her thrust was fueled by both skill and more than a little desperation, but even still it was a near miss. Kisame leaned away at the last second and the two began to trade blows. Kisame keeping up fast but powerful arcing swings that rattled her arms and defense with each hit, while Isaribi would twist and turn with a flexibility born from her augmentations and natural ability in order to slip strikes in wherever she could. As their fight continued, she realized that it wasn't enough. He healed nearly as fast as Lord Uzumaki did. You've got some skill. Laughing up a storm as they danced atop her beast, Kisame locked weapons with her and drew in close. But you've got no power, no strength. Where's your boss? He's who I want to fight right now anyway. Not you, small fry. A push to break their lock, and then a forward mule kick sent the smaller woman hurtling away. The golem, now free from having to stay still to protect its mistress, set about ready to kill Kisame. Both outer heads turned while the air thrummed with their gathering power. He wasn't having it, rearing up and smashing Samahata down into the center head with all his strength. Its skull cracked and caved, and with a monstrous whine the center head began to fall, while Kisame rocketed off after the scaly woman. I'm bored of these toys. The entire beast fell behind him like a puppet whose strings had finally been cut. Rolling several times before taking to the water, Isaribi could feel that her golem was hurt. Clenching her fists around her weapon, she wasn't surprised when Kisame caught up to her under the water. Their clash renewed, Isaribi with fast and increasingly accurate thrusts that each sought to skewer him, while Kisame did his level best to crush the smaller woman under his might. One of her trident's prongs finally slipped in, drawing blood from his neck, and Kisame's heart sung for more. Fine. I'll take you seriously then. Swimming away to make some room, Kisame discarded his Akatsuki cloak as he swam back at 3 times the speed. Isaribi was ill-prepared, and took a tackle to the midsection for it. Up they went, before Kisame added chakra to the mix and launched the reeling woman into the air, out of the water and free of defenses. And Kisame was right there, sword already in mid-swing. Finally he connected, blood and flesh filling the air as Isaribi only just got her trident between herself and him. It wasn't enough, her right side taking the brunt of it as she was tossed like a rag doll. Several bounces among the sea's surface and she came to a shuddering stop. Breathing labored, blood leaching into the water below her, Isaribi still forced herself to roll to her knees. Get up, Isaribi. Chakra low and unstable, just holding herself above the water was a monumental fight. Part of her wanted to call it quits. Wanted to say this was enough. She had fought hard, harder than she had ever in her life. No one would judge her if she just let herself slip under the waves. And yet, she was ascending. You have people to fight for, damn it. One foot was now under her, breath coming in gasps as she looked up through narrowed eyes. Kisame was already sprinting towards her. Great. One last clash then. You have to fight. Woman up, damn you. You have to fight. Kisame's eyes gleamed, yes. Fight me. Give me everything you've got. In one breath she was on her knees, blood pumping into the waves and looking for all estimations like a strong wave would pull her under. The next he was upon her, and her trident was rising to meet him. Glorious. Samahata met trident. The shock wave produced pushed all water away from them in a several 100-meter circle, not that it mattered to Kisame. Because this woman. She. Was. Still. Fighting. Leaning back and watching the scales of that dangerous weapon slide past her vision, Isaribi was back twirling the trident overhead and gaining some room as Kisame backpedaled. Again, another thrust that tore at his cheek, more teeth revealed in a grisly display of flesh and blood before the wound healed. Samahata came swinging down for her head, a strike that she barely avoided but responded with another thrust at his midsection that tore a thin line just below his ribs. Her vision was beginning to dim now, but she could still see him and that was enough. Just a little more. She was getting closer, closing the gaps. She just needed one shot. Kisame cackled as the shorter woman slipped past a thrust from him, only to trap his weapon between her arm and her uninjured side. Are you crazy? Laughing as her trident came for his chest, the one opening given to her from such a maneuver, his fist came up and stopped it just short of his heart. You really are. You're my kind of woman, you know that? The trident trembled in his grip, but edged forward a centimeter. Fascinating. A front kick launched her away again, more flesh shaved away in the moment. And yet, she refused to fall, already back on her feet and dashing towards him, eyes focused to pinpricks, all for him. Only on him. Cackling even more, Kisame traded blows with the increasingly deadly woman. Now if only you'd actually talk to me. This would be perfect. I have no words for you. Isaribi ducked and allowed the Samahata to swish over her back. Then she was back up trading blows. I'll fight and die for my people. On pure instinct, as his free hand flashed by her face in an attempt to punch her, she opted instead to bite him in turn. Sharp teeth closed on empty air, but the yelp from him as he retrieved his hand was worth it. Why not fight for yourself? Fight just for fighting's sake. Why put a useless cause to it? Another downward strike aimed at crushing her down into the water. And yet this time she held firm. Muscles bulging and straining. You can feel it, can't you? This glorious feeling surging in our hearts? There's nothing better than this. That grin on your face proves me right. Legendary sword met battered and dented trident, neither yielded. Yet for Isaribi she hadn't noticed when she had started to match grins with the larger man. Sharpened teeth gleaming in the sun. But it didn't matter. She could barely feel her hands, locked as they were on her weapon. Her chakra was all but gone, and if asked, she couldn't say how she was keeping on her feet. Her sides were slick with her own blood, and she could just make out schools of sharks below them. The fight continued on regardless. A sphere of death on the waves. Until with a shout, Kisame finally broke through, Samahata snapping the head off of Isaribi's trident to send it spinning into the watery depths, and now beginning to reverse his swing. I'll remember you, Queen Undertow. You're truly strong. Remember this asshole. Blindsided, Kisame's body was sent skipping along the waves. Whoever that was hit a hell of a lot harder than Little Miss Monster Tamer could. Body and mind spent, Isaribi collapsed. Her savior caught her, holding her gently by the shoulders. Was that blonde hair? Whiskered cheeks? Ah, Lord Naruto had come to see her off to the afterlife. She had done her duty proudly after all. The shaft of her trident slipped from numb fingers, and Isaribi wept. Duty done or not, she had regrets. She should have spent more time with Gosu. Maybe. Naruto snarled, smacking Isaribi once along the cheeks, waking her slightly. Don't you dare die on me, Isa. Tayuya and the others would cry buckets if you did. Sakura. We need you. A spray of water came from behind him, and the injured woman was gingerly taken from his hands. Sakura nodded to him as Sasuke kept an eye on the distant Kisame. I've got her, Naruto. I won't let her die. Hands already glowing green, Sakura took in the mangle mess that was the Uzushio specialist. She had her work cut out for her. Naruto nodded, idly noting the damaged but limping golem underneath the water. One battered head rose from under Sakura and the others to carry them off, while another eyed him. Take them back to Uzushio? I'll take care of Fishface. Sasuke eyed Naruto cautiously as the golem started back to Yuzu. You sure you want us to leave you alone? Naruto turned back with a smirk as he unsealed Kubikiri. Someone needs to be in the city right now. Something doesn't feel right, and I need to deal with this eyesore. Crashing back into range, Kisame's teeth shone in the sun. You've finally shown yourself, brat. Samahata bore down on Naruto's raised Kubura Kabocho, and yet neither budged. I've been looking forward to this. I sure hope you've improved since last time. Eyes going cold as Naruto could feel the others retreating with his injured subordinate, the Uzumaki leader pushed Kisame up and away. No chance I can convince you to knock this off and go away? Mwahahaha. You want me to stop? Kisame was back, another powerful swing coming for Naruto's head. The headhunter was there to meet him with a crash. Beat me, and I'll do whatever you want. Naruto went on the attack, golden cloak springing back into existence as he matched Kisame blow for blow. You nearly killed one of my ninja, I really should maim you for that. Boo, boring. Boring. Kisame spat a water bullet from his mouth, one which splashed harmlessly against Naruto's upturned palm. Swords it was then. A diagonal slash was just narrowly dodged. Where's the blonde menace that has been terrorizing the shadows for years now? Where's the battle maniac that stood up to me and Itachi? I want that Uzumaki. Not this simpering bleeding heart. Naruto spun, Kubikiri coming around faster than sound, edge trailing vapor and aimed right for Kisame's neck. You want that version of me? Then make it worth my time. Sucking his teeth as Kisame back flipped away to safety, Naruto gave chase. Kisame dove under the water, leaving Naruto to track him by sage senses alone. Within moments the water erupted with multiple shark clones that each were looking to take a bite out of him. Dodging and destroying the clones, Naruto kept his main focus on the real threat. Far underneath him, Kisame took control of the very water itself. A new whirlpool beginning to form with him at its eye. Naruto didn't care, tapping into the Rinnegan in order to float above the water's surface as more and more of it dipped down below its normal level. The whirlpool built and raged, rivaling those that naturally occurred around Uzushio and her waters. Finally there was Kisame, far below on the ocean floor and waiting for Naruto. Don't give me lofty ideals or motives. I fight because I want to. That's it. Battle just to battle, to prove I'm strong, that I exist on my own terms. Naruto rolled his eyes, both understanding where Kisame was coming from, and knowing there was always more to it. Even still, Kisame was a threat, one Naruto couldn't allow to remain. Reversing his polarity via magnet release, Naruto dropping like a meteor towards his prey. Let's test your might then, Hoshigaki. Kisame was already swinging Samehada up to intercept the blonde. Let's have it then, Uzumaki. B. Tayuya grunted from her place at the head of a specially made seal-laden table. From it rose a hologram of Uzushio and Wave, where she could see representations of their troops and incoming threats alike. Around her the border monitoring unit worked overtime to keep all patrol teams up to date and ninja moving. Walls of computer monitors alive and showing images from cameras all over Uzushio and from faux animal golems carefully spread out all along the border. But her attention was focused, a few kilometers out from Uzushio's main island where Naruto just made contact with Kisame. Already she could see the marker from Isaribi's golem returning to Uzushio, while Isaribi's radio signal accompanied it with Sakura and Sasuke. Putting a finger to her throat, she keyed her mic. I want medical on standby to receive Queen Undertow. Is there an update on our Suna visitor? Karen's voice answered her near instantly. I have Fangirl stabilized and will be ready for Undertow when she arrives. Nodding though she knew Karen could not see her, Tayuya's attention turned to the north, Silken Fist to Coastal Patrol Teams 1 and 2, anything from Lightning? There was a beat of silence in her ear, before one of the squad leaders keyed in, Team 2 to Silken Fist, that's a negative. All quiet here. Team 1 also confirms, no movement. Tayuya sighed with some relief. Okay, continue patrol and report in regularly every 15. Over. Roger. More silence, but Tayuya's attention was already moving. Next to her, Ino was watching movements as well. Good thing we were able to get a hold of Naruto and redirect him to Isaribi. Yeah. Tayuya would have had to march out there and rip Kisame's spine out of his throat if he had ended up killing Isaribi. Well, if she could get ahead of Gosu that was. She'll be alright. So will Naruto, once he stops playing around. Something was going on with him. Had to be. He could have flattened Kisame the moment he showed up. So why? This is Riptide Team 1 to control, should we move to assist Mr. 9? Yugo's voice called out over the airwaves, and Tayuya really considered that for a moment. Shaking her head, Tayuya keyed back in, negative Riptide. Continue your orbit. Naruto had placed them at the central island to protect the Uzumaki/Uchiha estate. Even in an emergency they were to protect the family first and foremost. She knew they were likely frustrated, but the family didn't want to risk outing the secret of their home just yet. Understood control, Riptide continuing patrol. Ino sighed as she nudged Tayuya, he sounds pissed. Tayuya nodded, considering he and Kin both were used by Orochimaru, hearing about one of their own getting injured so much has to be trying. She especially wanted to do nothing more than fly down and make sure Isaribi was okay. She kept reminding herself that there would be time for that later. They all had a bit of a soft spot for the woman it seemed. We're all a tight-knit bunch, aren't we? Grinning and slugging the pregnant woman in the shoulder, Ino agreed, bet your ass we are. We're all family. Gentle death to control, confirming Academy is fully secured and defenses are online. Hinata's voice was quiet but had an edge that Tayuya smirked at. Good to hear gentle, anything else? There was silence for a time and Tayuya thought maybe Hinata had nothing else to say, until the radio clicked again. Some news. Head count shows one missing from the valley. Shokiro. Oh. Right. Naruto had let him go do something. A mission, right? Tayuya was sure that was it. Don't worry, gentle. That operative is on a mission. Understood, gentle death returning to duties. Ino leaned against the table as the marker labeled for Naruto seemed to glow brighter for a moment. Naruto sent old man Shokiro out? Why? Ino hadn't spent much time with the elder Uzumaki man, but had gauged the man as quiet but kind. A soul who had been through and seen way too much of this life. Don't know, he didn't say. Didn't say, or don't want to repeat it. Ino's jade eyes bore into Tayuya's own, and it was Tayuya who turned away first. He didn't dash. Tayuya leaned in, voice a hushed whisper, don't. They made a pact. Naruto had to let him go. But still, he's a new dash. He's also a ninja. Determined to finish out one last mission. Tayuya and Ino stared at each other for a long moment as the room around them continued on. Until with an even heavier sigh Ino turned away and stared down at the holographic map. Should I say a prayer for Kyumo? We're well past that by now. Kyumo's made their bed, let them lay in it. From behind them, one of the technicians' voices rose, ma'am. I have a chakra spike. Tayuya turned to them with a pointed finger, put it on the map. Where are we looking? Directly under the tower, ma'am. Cell block. Moving towards medical. Tayuya and Ino both turned to each other. Tayuya shook her head as Ino's eyes gained a determined look. Don't. You can't go and Naruto is busy. Send Anoka my way. Ino was already waving over her shoulder as she raced to the elevators. I'll be smart. Uzumaki's honor. You better be. Tayuya watched as Ino disappeared behind closing doors, giving her a thumbs up and a grin. She better not do anything rash. She wasn't Naruto after all. A hand went to her radio again, silken fist to researcher, there's an emergency down in the cell block, Flower Garden is on the way now. Understood, on my way. Anoka's voice was quick and to the point, giving Tayuya hope that at least one of them would be cautious. Turning back to one of the technicians, Tayuya issued quick orders. Send 3 squads of samurai golem down to the cell block level. Hopefully they can slow him down even a little bit. Yes ma'am. Thoughts back on track, Tayuya brainstormed. Who could have broken through all of their defenses and gotten into their tower now? Of all times? That would have to take a real spy master with knowledge on Uzumaki seals to do so. Screw this. Silken fist to Mr. 9. We have company here at home. End your fun and come home, now. One sushi plate coming right up. Naruto's voice was jovial at least, and that gave her some hope. Now it was back to her main problem. The only major threat in the cell block was Haiden. How could he have gotten out with only a head? What was going on? Ma'am, we have the chakra spike on a hallway camera. Tayuya was already turning, put it on the big monitor. There was a flash as one of the larger monitors switched from a view of the city to a view from under the main tower. Sure enough, there was Haiden, but that was new. His body was all white now short of where his head met neck where it maintained its healthy fleshy coloring. Next to him was that unknown Akatsuki member, the plant man. Something in Tayuya stirred as she keyed the radio, Flower Garden, researcher. Haiden is free and he has an accomplice. The plant man who crashed the summit. Be on guard. Understood. Both women called out together, while Tayuya was left biting her thumbnail. Did this mean Akatsuki had turned on them? Was that pain guy somewhere around just waiting to strike? Too many questions, not enough answers. Below the main tower and grinning wide, Haiden flexed his new body. I'll have to thank you later Zetsu. You've given me a new lease on life to spread the word of Lord Jashin. We have so many heretics to sacrifice. His mind was locked on a certain glasses-wearing redhead. Torture him would she? Treat him like a dog? Oh, he had something for her. Oh, he had lots of plans just for her. We don't have much time. We need one other and then we depart. Quit your bitching little doggy and just follow orders. Haiden rounded on the plant-based man instantly. Wanna say that again? Though he was without his weapon, he could still make short work of the spying-oriented ninja next to him. Want me to leave you behind? That shut Haiden up nicely at least. To think it had all gone so wrong. Years, decades, centuries of planning. Nearly for moot. But there was a chance. One small chance. Come, we must hurry. Together they ran, Zetsu leading the way as Haiden followed along while grumbling. Time was short. Omake. Naruto had been on alert ever since Tayuya and Ino had returned from Yujito's. Sure they hadn't said anything other than he should go see her, but their eyes, they told a story that he wasn't sure he wanted to hear about. It wasn't his fault, damn it. They're the ones who encouraged the alley cat. Not him. And yet still, as the sea air filled his nose as he made it to Yujito's apartment, he had hopes that this would be a more normal meeting. That blonde from Kumo was with her as well now. What was her name again? Samui, that's right. Yeah. There was no way the older Jinchuriki would pull something tonight. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that, brat. If anything, she'll take you in the closet while the other woman waits in the living room. Not helping. Naruto fought down the flush on his face before knocking on the door and waiting. He just wanted to check up on her and verify just what Samui wanted here in Yuzu. That was it. And there was Yujito, opening the door and allow him in with a smile. A tasteful blue and green pajama set that looked very fluffy and comfortable was her attire for the night. Welcome Lord Naruto. How was your day? Naruto returned the smile, stepping inside to walk towards where he knew the living room was. Wasn't so bad. We have some good news to share soon and had a bit of a party. But now I just wanted to check in and make sure you were doing okay. Voice trailing off, was awaited him in the living room was not what he expected. He tried and failed to ignore the cackling from Kurama in his mind. Samui was lounged on the couch, a book in hand and looking all the world as comfortable and at home in this apartment as Yujito might. She might as well have lived here for years. Calm blue eyes looked up and shared a look with him, and he certainly didn't miss the sultry look that pulled at her lips. Did he mention there wasn't a stitch of clothing on her? Why of all the thousand did he feel like he had some warning about this that he neglected to pay attention to? Was he still that dense? Behind him the door locked, and Naruto turned back to see a smirking Yujito walking his way. Oh, is everything alright, Uzumaki-sama? Throat suddenly very dry, Naruto nodded and did his best to keep his eyes on her own, just peachy. Yup. Everything is a-okay. Yujito smiled, hands coming up to his shoulders to turn him back around to face the still lounging Samui. Yujito's breath was hot on his ear. So, you came by to check on us, yes? Yup, that was the plan. Just a checkup. And you know, since you both seemed so perky healthy, I should probably be on my way. Pressing herself more firmly into him, Yujito all but purred, we just have to make sure that the checkup is thorough. Wouldn't you agree? Naruto's eyes dipped below Samui's own as she shifted on the couch, one hand trailing down her chest as she continued to read her book without a care in the world. Yeah. Thorough is good. Yujito ran her tongue along the rim of his ear and enjoyed the shiver that worked through him. You're going to be very busy, Uzumaki-sama. Yeah, I guessed as much. Don't you think having such a delectable form screaming for you would be a great way to end the day? Again, Naruto drank in the woman on the couch. He wasn't about to lie and say no now, was he? Samui's eyes finally trailed back up to him, trailing up and down his frame before landing on something sound of the border. Oh my. It would be a busy night indeed. Listening to Yujito was a good idea after all. Life outside Kumo was going to be lots of fun. Come on. Show me the man who's earned the name of Maelstrom. Kisame's legs flexed, Samehada above him and blocking Naruto's downward strike. The force buckled the ground beneath him, the sea bed cratering and sending coral into the air around them as the whirlpool they fought within raged on. Naruto's eyes flashed into the Rinnegan, already flipping away before re-engaging in a fast-paced Kenjutsu battle. Sword flashing out against Kisame's own. Once, twice, and then a lock with both men grinning and pushing against the other with all their might. I told you, give me a reason, and I'll show you just what I am. They broke apart, Naruto having to idly duck from a water clone shark that leapt from the wall of water in an attempt to rip his arm off. It splashed harmlessly against the rocks, but Kisame was already there to take its place. You snotty brat. That sword suits you after all. A useless dreamer just like Zabuza. Memories rose to the surface, Kisame's own past hurtling through his mind in an instant before both legendary swords locked together again. Mind clear, shark teeth flashed in the sun. I'm gonna rip your arms off. Naruto spun, breaking the lock and allowing Samehada to crash into the earth. An opening made, Kubikiri howled through the air to cut a thin line across Kisame's chest. Blood gushed forth and Naruto could make out exposed ribs for a moment before healing assisted by Samehada kicked in and Kisame was soon whole again. Clever that. Your sword really does like you. It's the perfect partner. One that lives for the battle just as much as I do. A thrust caught Naruto in the chest to push him away, but the younger man was quick to take advantage of the distance and began molding chakra. Kisame frowned and chased after him, none of that. This is a test of our might. Samehada came crashing down even faster than before, and Naruto was there to catch it with Kubikiri. Naruto pushed up, unbalancing Kisame for a moment. Long enough for Naruto to drive a chakra-assisted fist into the larger man's solar plexus. Spit and blood flew from his mouth and then Kisame was launched up and away, high above where the water level would normally be as his connection to his technique was shut down. Already the whirlpool began to destabilize, and Naruto jumped after his target and to safety. Catching Kisame in midair, they exchanged blows and heavy strikes back and forth as the whirlpool filled in and collapsed underneath them. An explosion of water separated them, sending both to the water's surface for a moment's reprieve. One Kisame was quick to interrupt, body rushing through the wall of water with Samehada thrust forward. You get it, don't you? Of anyone on this planet, I know you do. Their blades clashed, and the sea responded around them, waves pushed away with the force of their combat. All sea life had long deserted the area, Kisame and Naruto's bloodlust and killing intent enough of a warning for even the largest of predators. Tayuya's voice entered Naruto's ear, a tone of worry in her voice that reminded Naruto that there was more going on than just his battle. Silken fist to Mr. 9. We have company here at home. End your fun and come home. Now. Face splitting into a grin as his gut feeling rung true, Naruto focused on Kisame fully while touching a finger to his throat radio, one sushi plate coming right up. In quick succession Naruto ducked under a horizontal swing from Kisame, responding with a thrust that Kisame retreated from. Normally, if things were different, I honestly would have loved to fight you for as long as you'd like. Naruto's blade dug a line down Kisame's left arm, though Naruto took a shaving thrust from Samehada to the left hip for his trouble. Both men healed near instantly, but Naruto knew it was time to put the older nin down. Sure I can't make you leave? In the world we're building, you and I can have all the time we want to fight at our leisure. We could continue this later, as many times as you'd like. Kisame chuckled as he began to sweat. The little shit had improved leaps and bounds over the snot-nosed punk he had first encountered in that hotel hallway with Itachi. But even he knew he wasn't going to leave this one alive this time. The kid was still holding back. Good. Admittedly, you're what I've been wanting all this time. This is it. What is? Both blades came together again and the very air shook, a good death. Kisame's grin was tinged with blood as his arms shook. Healing via Samahata was all well and good, but it was murder on his body and chakra. Breaking apart, Kisame manipulated the water around them, sending a horde of shark clones after the young Kage. I've hated this world for a long, long time. Death, betrayal, duty. I've killed friends and comrades, all for the glory of my home. And for what? He watched as Naruto deftly dodged and destroyed clones easily, inching ever closer to Kisame himself. I became strong, served my village well, and submerged myself in the guilt of knowing I had the blood of my comrades on my hands. There's no place for me in this new world. One that acknowledges that monsters are no longer needed. I'm a tool, one of those outdated monsters. And what do we do with monsters? Destroying the last clone and tossing the Kubiriki like a boomerang, Naruto watched it fly true to bash against Kisame's quickly made defense. And then he was upon him again, a Hiraition closing the gap so they could continue their conflict. Monsters are to be destroyed. That's right. I tried and failed to fix things. Zabuza tried and failed to fix things. But he passed on his hopes to you, and I'm going to do the same. Samahata's scales shifting and rattling against each other, Kisame brought a heavy overhead strike down on Naruto to crush him into the water. Chakra spread along the water surface and Naruto held firm while water rocketed into the air all around them. Smart move. So best me. Stop me from marching on your city alone and laying it to waste. Prove that you're the maelstrom they say you are. The S-Class Nin with a flee on sight order. Naruto pushed him off, Kubikiri arcing out faster than ever. Kisame was a tad slower to retreat this time, losing his pinking and ring finger on his left hand for his troubles. His healing was starting to slow, but he could still fight this way. Show me you can hold true to your ideal of making a world without the lies of the current ninja world. Naruto shook his head, catching on to what Kisame was all about. Two clones burst to life, each moving to flank the bigger man. You got taken in by Obito's plan. The Moon's Eye plan. You mean Madara? He recruited me himself. Continuing to shake his head as Kisame destroyed his clones, but giving Naruto another chance to race in, an opening created to draw more blood to stain the waters below them. Kisame still refused to go down, even with a new open wound along the left side of his chest. The man calling himself Madara was a fake. Obito Uchiha, a trash bag of a human being with no imagination. Grunting as he could tell the Kage wasn't lying, Kisame added it to the list of lies told to him in his life. Go figure, even now I'm still the loser. Naruto shrugs, both men breaking away from each other while sizing each other up. Sorry, I figured you'd want to know the truth at least. I can't promise this new world will be without lies or heartache. But I can promise it'll be more real than what's been allowed so far in the past. Something for the people, for men and women like you and me. Naruto tilted his head at that, a sigh escaping him. Well, what we used to be at least. Both men came back together one last time, swords flashing in the sunlight to crash together. Each strike sent the air rumbling like thunder while the water around them erupted and sprayed them in turn. One wishing he had had the strength to change things himself, the other wishing he had more time. Enough. Show me. Show me the strength necessary to change this world. Naruto's body snapped gold, his chakra cloak manifesting and imbuing him with Sage and Biju chakra in equal measure. His next horizontal slash was fast, a blink, and Kisame's dominant arm was sent flying. Not given a moment to rest, a combat boot crushed into Kisame's chest to send him rolling and bouncing along the sea, blood and visceral trailing him before he could catch himself. Sliding to a stop and actively feeling his ribs grind together, he knew most if not all of them were broken. Grunting but rising to his knees, Kisame searched for his weapon. Even one arm down he would continue to fight. Continue to rage. His eyes landed on Samahata, held aloft in Naruto's left hand while Kubikiribocho bounced on his right shoulder. Naruto strode towards his opponent, filing away the sentient nature of Samahata for later study. So, you want to see just what I really am, right? Struggling to his feet, Kisame grit bloody teeth and nodded with an eventual grin. Could you grant this idiot that one request? I want to see it before I die. Sighing, Naruto nodded, reaching deep inside of himself. Past Kurama, past the sage chakra he had accumulated, to his very core. And pulled. Kisame felt at first, a feeling of intense and inescapable dread that washed over him. This wasn't killing intent. No. This was something else. Not malice, not hatred. It was colder, uncaring. The gaze of a being that was so far above him he might as well not exist. What gripped Kisame's heart was a fear so primal it froze him on the spot, body refusing to even breath. Even as Naruto himself changed, cloak shifting and becoming more wild, eyes darkening into a more violet hue while the bar-shaped pupils changed into more canine slits. But more, something Kisame could just make out, behind the boy. No. What the boy would be. By the kami. Kisame's grin softened into a more genuine smile, even as Naruto walked by him. Thank you. Kubikiri flashed out, and Kisame's world faded. He sank beneath the waves, his head sinking before his body. This was good. Going to sleep among the sea was probably the best he could hope for. Maybe in the next life he could have something better. Naruto willing. Naruto was already walking away, chakra fading while he sealed away Kubiriki. Idly looking down to Samehada in his left hand, Naruto shrugged, while mastering you would be a lot of fun, I think it'd be better to find someone more suited to you, yeah? The sword rustled at him, a feeling of acceptance washing through him before Naruto nodded and sealed it away as well. Kurama sighed in his mind, you're pushing it. I know. You're strong, but what you're thinking? What you're planning? Kurama sighed as he couldn't fault his partner. Plus, he certainly didn't have a plan of his own. I'm working with what I've got. Let's go, I'm sure our guest is doing something stupid by now. A finger pressed to his throat, Mr. Nine to control, I'm on my way back. Not waiting for a response, Naruto homed in on where he could feel Tayuya's chakra and flashed away. B. Heiden's mad laughter filled the hallways of the lower levels of the Uzumaki Tower. His way was blocked by the fake samurai of the Uzumaki, but they mattered little to him at this point. Behind him, more than a dozen broken and destroyed bodies lay scattered, proving that though this body wasn't his, it certainly made for a great upgrade. One of the golem came forward, a sword coming down faster than what most low-level jonin could hope to see, and yet Heiden cackled, sidestepping the attack and shoving his arm through the thing's chest. The modified chakra armor from Spring held for all of a moment before with the sound of breaking glass Heiden was through. The automaton shuddered once before its chakra faded and Heiden pulled his arm free. The white flesh shifting and moving, changing from the spear he had wanted and returning back into a dexterous hand once more that he flexed and clinched. He'd have to thank Zetsu later. The plant man had faded into the floor, asking Heiden to catch up. Not a problem as far as the zealot was concerned. Where's a real challenge? I'm gonna waste all your toys at this rate, you heretics. Cackling as he destroyed yet more of the obstacles before him, Heiden continued to move confidently forward. That Uzumaki bitch had carted his head around more than once to her lab, he knew where to find her. Where he could have his revenge. I'm coming for you, you red-headed cow. The last silent guard blocking his way fell and he came to an intersection. Was it left or right from here? 3 Senbon dug into his back, leaving him blinking and whirling around in confusion. Well, what the hell is this supposed to do? Ripping the weapons free, he spied a hot little blonde and another redhead sprinting towards him. Finally! New blood to sacrifice to my Lord Jashin. Ino frowned, Senbon launchers running full tilt while Heiden's arms became a whirlwind, blocking the weapons from ever touching him. Well, the fact that he isn't down already is concerning. That was some of my strongest poison. That should have been enough to knock out even Naruto. She knew, they tried it. Stepping to the front, Anoka's chain sprung from her arms, guess I'm up then. We're killing him this time, yeah? Yup, don't need him anymore. Ino watched as Heiden's arms became barbed whips, arcing out to slash them for their complacency. Anoka intercepted them, chains blocking and striking against them in a whirl of destruction that was quickly tearing apart the hallway. Ino held up a hand, extending 2 fingers while pointing towards Heiden. Think you can hold him for a minute? I've got something for him. Anoka grunted as her chains rattled. Was Heiden always this strong? She'd have to give Tayuya credit for taking this guy down all by herself later. Yeah, take your time, not like this is life or death, you know? Heiden cackled, taking a step forward and pressing his attack, body responding and growing 2 more tentacle-like appendages. Ha 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 ha. Jashin blesses his most faithful. I'm a killing machine, and soon to be your death. His new arms raced to up his assault, chipping away at the redhead's barrier little by little. He'd get through, and then he'd tear them apart limb by screaming limb. A barrier coming to life between her chains, Anoka gave a bit of ground as Heiden hammered against her defenses. She was not a combat type. She was support and defense. Ino's eyes shone, electricity arcing off her extended arm and fingers as she focused on the monster before them. Drop your barrier. Heiden cackled, the light blue barrier fading even as multiple chains speared his arms into the 4 corners of the hallway. And yet he leapt, feet becoming blades as he aimed for the troublesome woman. I'll hack you apart and eat your heart. Ino made eye contact with him and grinned, Yamanaka secret technique, FLAY. Chakra burned down her arm and hand, light piercing Hayden's eye and dropping the man to the floor 2 meters from them. She and Anoka watched on as Hayden's body convulsed in increasingly powerful movements, legs thrashing against the floor and walls before with an audible crack both of his legs shattered. Anoka watched on, unable to take her eyes off of what was happening before her. Just, what did you do? His back arched tightly, lifting him off the ground supported only by his upturned head and spasming legs. Ino smirked, arm going limp at her side, induced a seizure. Well, several really. You can do that? I can do a lot of things. Anoka looked over her shoulder at the grinning blonde. You and Naruto are terrifying. You think I'm bad? Ask Hinata what she wants to do to Hayashi one day. Ino turned as Hayden's body became an uncontrolled mess. Arms split away from the main body as he lost more and more control, allowing him to flop back and forth limply as more muscles tore and bones crushed themselves under the pressure. Mouth open in a silent scream, Hayden bit his own tongue, mouth and throat filling with blood though he was still unable to die. Shaking her head, Anoka's chains formed a cage around Hayden's body, a cube barrier coming to life around him. Time for this trash to burn. Adding new seals to her chains as Hayden's body continued to pulse and moan, they both watched as the barriers faded from blue to red. With the change came Hayden's fate, body beginning to disintegrate within the cage as Anoka and Ino watched on. It wasn't long until there was nothing left of him and they were along once again. Ino sighed and turned back to return to the bank of elevators from whence they came. I don't like it. Hand coming up to her ear, she needed info. Flower garden to control. Hayden is dead but the plant wasn't here. Anoka formed up next to her as they lightly jogged their way back. Why would that guy break Hayden out, just to abandon him? That was a question that was churning Ino's stomach into knots. The easy answer came to her right away, as a distraction most likely. But for what? What are we missing? Ino's earpiece chirped, flower garden, head to medical. That was the path they were on before. Tayuya's voice was just as worried as before, and Ino nodded subconsciously. On it, we're on our way. Anoka followed Ino as they switched directions and headed deeper into the tower's depths. Ready for more craziness? Ino clenched a fist and nodded. Whatever that asshole is up to, we'll put him down. No one walks into our home to threaten us and lives. Both women fell into silence as they ran, the hallways empty of personnel as the emergency signal was given. Yet, as they rounded another corner, they spied the door to Karen's lab and within it the fastest way to reach the medical level. At least it would have been, if the door wasn't barred and glowing with a barrier seal. Coming to a slow jog and then stopping, both Ino and Anoka looked at it in confusion. As Anoka summoned a chain to analyze it and probe it, Ino again touched a hand to her ear. Hey Silken Fist, does barrier maid know we're coming? There's a barrier up. Ino waited, watching as Anoka's chains touched the barrier, only to arc electricity and hold steady. Worrying. Tayuya's voice again broke her thoughts. She hasn't been responding. Can you get through? Watching as Anoka turned to her and shrugged, Ino sighed, doesn't look like it. Naruto's voice derailed all of their thoughts. I'll handle it. Return to the control room. Flower garden, researcher. Left blinking and wondering what was going on, Ino turned to Anoka who was already pulling away from the doorway. Guess that's that then. Ino didn't like it, not one bit. Something is off. This isn't like Karen. Or Naruto for that matter. What was she missing? Iwa's Jinchuriki attacked, followed by an ill-timed Kisame. Now one of those Akatsuki goons snuck in to break out his other member, only to abandon him. And now Karen was radio silent. And Naruto, he seemed to know something. Someone is keeping secrets. Anoka came forward to place a gentle hand on Ino's shoulder. We don't know that. You know Naruto. He would tell us if something had been going on. Well, Ino wanted to agree, really. But his tone just then was not normal for him. That happy mood he had been in earlier was long gone. Still, best to trust him. This was the man who had promised to stay true to who and what he was. The man she loved and wanted to build a family with. Yeah, okay. Naruto's got this. Anoka smiled and nodded, already turning to lead the way back to the elevators. Of course, we can grill him about it later. She was pretty sure Karen knew how to set up that truth seal on the fly. Ino watched the redhead turn and leave, gait confident as her chains returned to her body. Of course, this has been a shitty day. We need pampering and a vacation when this is all over. Anxiety in her chest, Ino did her best to ignore it. At the minimum, Naruto wouldn't let something happen to any of them. She could trust that. We turned back the clock, several minutes to just after the announcement that Hayden had been broken free. Karen had a frown on her face, walking quickly without running away from the medical area and towards her lab. Behind her and just to her left, Kabuto followed in silence. Someone was in the tower, specifically in the basement. Of all the places, she needed to lock down her lab. You're in a hurry. Kabuto's voice on slightly distracting her as the lights hummed above them. In front of them a door opened silently, sliding into the wall and then closing behind them with a soft click. Karen's mind was still elsewhere. If you knew the sort of stuff I kept in my lab, you'd be a little worried yourself. Though she had been using him as an assistant, she hadn't brought him around her more sensitive projects. For now I need to set up my barrier, lock down some equipment, and seal away certain supplies. I'll watch over you then. The least I can do. Kabuto grinned and adjusted his glasses as the shorter girl turned back towards him with a glare. He knew she didn't fully believe in him still, but that was all right. He had given his word both to her and to Naruto. A chance, that was all he needed. Another door and they were inside a large and well-lit space. A far cry from Orochimaru's dark and dank laboratories, Karen made sure her workspaces were always warm and well lit. Though as she walked between rows of worktables full of equipment and supplies, and made way for a computer at the center of the 50-meter diameter room. Dropping into the waiting chair, with a few key presses a door at the opposite wall clanged and shuddered. Large metal bars falling from the ceiling to lock it closed from within. Next, a pale barrier sprung to life and Karen sighed with some relief as she spun in her chair and stood, a new goal on her mind. All right, computer is shuffling passwords and encrypting itself. Barrier is up. Next is dash. Next, you're going to come with me. Freezing in place, Karen's breath caught in her throat. Slowly she turned, coming face to face with the black and white face of the infiltration specialist of Akatsuki. Well, this was just perfect. How'd you get in here? Worm thinks they can keep me out? Funny. I've been around a long, long time. Uzumaki barriers are nothing to me. White half of Zetsu taking the lead again, he walked slowly between the tables, uncaring as Karen paced away from him to keep a constant distance between them. I can adjust and change my body and chakra however I desire. Mimicking Uzumaki chakra is child's play to me. A cold smile slipped free as he could see the realization on Karen's face. Anyway, I need you, and your shadow I suppose. Karen's eyes twitched towards where she could see Kabuto out of the corner of her vision. Great, just what she needed. Yeah, why's that? She didn't believe he was here just for her. No. There had to be something here he wanted. She had to buy time. Why else, your blood. Your body. Necessary sacrifices I'm afraid. Zetsu chuckled as he idly tipped over an empty beaker, shattering it upon the floor. You're much too weak to fight me, just relax. I don't want to kill you. But I can. Smirking Karen kept her eyes locked on the other man. You think so, huh? I think you'll have a harder time of that than you assume. Rolling his eyes, Zetsu paused, eyes glinting with malice. You Uzumaki. A thorn in my side for as long as those Senju. At least the Uchiha had the decency to be manipulated easily. Those betrayers ate themselves in the end, down to one, last, member. A cruel grin grew on his face, and the Senju were easy enough to either kill off or allow to fade into obscurity. The last of which a known drunk well past her prime. But not you Uzumaki. Here finally, some emotion. The table Zetsu placed a hand on collapsing under sudden pressure and sending its contents clattering to the floor. Your clan is full of nothing but cockroaches. Kill a few but you come crawling back. Scatter you and you find your way back together. That wretch Azura must be proud of his spawn. Gold eyes trained on the till now silent Kabuto. How about a change of tactics? Restrain her and I'll release you. You'll be free to go as you please. Fair trade, isn't it? The black half of Zetsu wanted this done and over with. They had blessed Haiden with a body, but even they knew he wouldn't last. Madness had taken that one long ago and now he was little more than a living machine. Don't you want to see? The truth of this world? The truth, huh? Oh, do tell. Karen froze as a hand came to rest of her shoulder. Kabuto? Would this snake really betray her? Now? He had to know she'd activate her seal and kill him, right? Kabuto was smirking as he pulled the smaller woman behind him, free hand coming up to adjust his glasses, tempting, but I'll have to pass. I have the feeling that anything you show me won't be the real truth. Comfortable maybe, but certainly not the real truth. Sucking his teeth, Zetsu surged over the tables as Kabuto forcefully tossed Karen back and away from them. Then I'll have to toss you away like the trash you are. Stupid humans. Kabuto's right hand came around, a chakra scalpel coming up to pierce Zetsu's throat with ease. Someone not used to combat shouldn't be so quick to start it. Zetsu grinned, white and black half splitting away with a wet sucking sound. The white half flowing over and latching onto Kabuto's body. Kukuku, was this meant to be your redemption? Sacrificing yourself for the Uzumaki woman? Feeling the silver-haired man try to fight against him, Zetsu forced his body to turn, so they could watch his black half advance on Karen. Why don't you watch as I drain you of your life force and capture the woman? No, you weren't even a pebble on my path. Kabuto struggled, fighting the tug on his chakra while half his face was covered in shifting formless white flesh. His eyes met Karen's, the young woman afraid, but seemed ready to jump in. Don't. Run. Flash away to Naruto. I'm useless at this point. Shaking her head, Karen's chains burst from her back with several aimed at the advancing Black Zetsu. I refuse. Uzumaki don't leave their friends or their allies to die. I won't give you the choice, you witch. Then why don't I take away yours? Black Zetsu froze in midair, a purple barrier springing up around it to hold it in place. Leaning around to give Karen a wink, Naruto gave her a carefree smile. Sorry. Got a little hung up. Hope I didn't miss anything. Karen sighed but didn't relax, instead motioning behind Naruto. That's just one half of it. Naruto nodded, looking over his shoulder at the white Zetsu enclosed Kabuto. With some respect, he nodded to the silver-haired man. Thanks, Kabuto, for keeping my wife safe. Yeah. Struggling and feeling weaker by the second, Kabuto tried to grin through the pain. Least I could do. White Zetsu began to shake in place, rage taking over his being. You. Me. Naruto tilted his head as his cloak slowly formed over his body. No offense, but I don't need you now. How quickly the tables shifted in their favor, though Naruto was starting to feel the strain. First Han, then Kisame, and now this? Screw today. He needed a nap. So just die. I'll harvest your insides, you whelp. I'll devour something inside Zetsu broke, a connection between his own core of chakra and Kabuto's forcibly severed. Moreover, his body was beginning to fade. What? Body beginning to slough off from Kabuto's. Naruto was there to glare down at him coldly. I've had a rough day and put up with a lot. Had a bit of fun all in all, but it's time to be a leader now. Which means I have no time for you. Sorry, not sorry. Eyes already turning away from the panting Kabuto and the puddle of soon-to-be plant matter, Rinnegan met gold as Naruto turned to the black half. And you? Can you guess why I need you? The black half of Zetsu was quiet, taking in the calm and collected Uzumaki as Karen moved around them to check on the weakened Kabuto. A complete chance mutation. You shouldn't have those eyes. I would have made more of an effort to retrieve you sooner. Naruto shrugged, barrier shrinking and solidifying more. Thank Kurama for that. He's the genius. Finally some recognition. Don't let it go to your head. Naruto shook his head before refocusing on Zetsu. Gonna give it up? I've got a lot of questions for you, and plenty of time to wait you out. I have an eternity. You have until my patience runs out, mama's boy. Behind them, Karen kneeled down to Kabuto's side, soft green chakra suffusing her hands. Idiot. Chuckling, Kabuto sighed heavily and relaxed on the floor. Think you can trust me a little more? Locking eyes with the former follower of Orochimaru, Karen shook her head slowly and focused on stabilizing his chakra. Guess so. You're no Naruto, but I have to admit giving you a chance was worth it. I was telling the truth. Like you said, you do that quite often. Watching the pair carefully, Naruto resolved to do something nice for Kabuto later, before turning back to Black Zetsu. Well, let's get to it. I'm gonna eat him. He'll probably give you indigestion. Naruto brought a hand to his throat to activate his radio. Intruder is down, control, you can lift the alert. Now came the hard part. Dragging answers out of a shade. B. Shokiro was a man of the old ways. Sure, chakra gave one great abilities and techniques to use. Manipulating the people and the very world around them as one could wish to. But chakra could be fickle, hard to control, thwarted even. The arms race of ever-increasing techniques and skills meant for every new ability, someone, somewhere, would eventually come up with a counter. In a world like this, returning to the basics could prove beneficial. That said, it had been a somber first night alone, a freshly sharpened blade and a river his company. Both to act as a mirror and to carry away his fading red hair. Head and face freshly shaven, he had retreated to the river's bank for a cold dinner. He could not return to Kumo with such a striking marker after all. Bright red hair was not a common feature. Nor would he be returning to his clan's home, a subject he'd be happy to not think about. Next came a fairly simple disguise to accompany his new look, thin but manageable robes that would place him as a member of many a temple across the elemental nations. Blues and greens denoting him from the land of water, while a simple shakujo of a sturdy oak wood and topped with brass rings completed his kit. Nothing else was needed for this, short of one last hidden addition. But today was another day on his journey, for the moment resting on a bench along the side of the road as he traveled near the border of the land of hot water as he made for lightning. There was a rest stop nearby, a middle-aged couple who ran a small restaurant for travelers and tourists. It was nice to watch the people come and go. Peaceful even. Thoughts trailed off, to a life broken and full of shame and regret. He wondered what Kikyo was up to. Were the girls safe? Was little Suda getting into trouble? No. That life was behind him. Best not to dwell on them. He had a duty. A distraction then came in the form of a young girl with short frizzy black hair carrying a bowl of soup in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. Wearing a blue and yellow yukata, Shokiro bowed his head lightly to her as she paused in front of him. Hiya. My dad says you can't speak, but we should offer you something for your journey. Here she decided to kneel before him, placing the bowl and cup next to him before standing with a smile. Mama says you're on a pilgrimage, that true? Smiling and planting his staff into the ground, Shokiro kept up the act and nodded his head once to her, enjoying the simple joy that entered the girl's eyes. He wouldn't deny some company right now, even if it was one-sided. My name's Tatsumaki. Dad says I talk a lot, but Mama says it's fine. Hey, you don't mind, do you? Tatsumaki flowed to sit down next to him, staring up into the blue sky as Shokiro shook his head in the negative. I thought so. Old people always seem so kind. I bet you have a lot of stories to tell. Here Tatsumaki paused, turning to watch Shokiro while her eyes switched between him and the food she brought him. Chuckling, he picked up the bowl and sipped from it carefully, and her smile returned full force. I won't bug you for them. I hear monks take a vow of silence. Instead, can you listen to me for a bit? Giving his assent, Shokiro had to give it to the proprietor. This was a good mix. Real hearty. Great. Tatsumaki went back to looking up into the sky, feet scuffing about in the dirt. Did you know, I'm trying to save up some money. I want to travel, see the world, you know. My parents are against it, but I want to go to Wave. I hear they have amazing seafood there and these massive ships come and go every single day. Here the girl becomes a bit somber, looking down into the dirt, and there's work. Lots of it. Someone could earn enough to change their life even. Maybe, help their parents out. Am I stupid for thinking like that? Shokiro shook his head. It was admirable that the girl wanted to care for her parents and help out. Though there must have been better prospects closer to home. Placing down his empty bowl, he instead picked up the tea. Something herbal, but unique. Their own blend then? Maybe. I know I could find work here in hot water like my dad wants, but for someone like me, who never went to school, well, you can guess the kind of work that I'd find in resorts and bathhouses. Going quiet, the young girl seemed to draw in on herself a bit more. Mind awash with worries and doubts. I want a chance. To do more, you know? I want to be more than just some serving girl. Or a bed warmer. Right. Just because Uzumaki-sama had rebuilt Uzushio and was squashing conflicts wherever he could, didn't mean the world was changing at the same pace. There were still children just like this girl. Yearning for more. For a world that could help them. Could reach them. Well, far be it from him to deny the work that Naruto had tasked himself with. His real work. He started to root around in his robes while the girl continued on. Oh, but you know, I hear the land of rivers has a forest with mushrooms that grow bigger than even some of Konoha's greatest trees. And in the land of water is home to giant whales that can swallow ships whole. And you know, I heard a rumor that in the deserts of the land of wind there live tanuki that trick you with mirages. Have you seen anything like that? Man. If only. Humming along and seeing that the monk was done, Tatsumaki jolted to her feet, ready to take the dishes away. I hope you make it to the end of your journey. Dad says sometimes they can take a lifetime. I hope yours doesn't take that long. Shokiro chuckled, handing the bowl and the empty cup back to the girl, before snagging her wrist gently. A finger to his lips, he calmly slipped a bag into her pocket. Young boys and girls should follow their dreams. The world is a big place, maybe you'll get the chance to see something new. Something even I haven't had a chance to encounter. Eyes going wide, Tatsumaki wanted to deny what he had given her right away, if not for the smile on his face. But, I'm an old man, I have no need of money. Take it. I have it on good authority that Wave is wonderful this time of year. Eyes twinkling, Shokiro felt some warmth enter his heart as the girl's eyes shimmered in the sun. Bowing deeply to the monk, Tatsumaki flashed a megawatt smile for him. Thanks, Mr. Monk. I owe you one. Shaking his head, he waved her off as she bounced back to her parents. He couldn't do much anymore, but a small donation for a girl with a simple dream? Something he could do that didn't require fighting or destruction. A worthy donation indeed. Standing with a groan and retrieving his staff, he continued on his way. He still had a few days to go yet. Best not linger. His fallen comrades called to him, and his old bones needed rest. Konohamaru sighed heavily and leaned back, crashing into the soft grass with his arms crossed behind his head. It had been a long day, full of training and learning. What better way to end it than to relax on the hills on the outskirts of Konoha? Panting and grunting reached his ears, but he did his best to ignore them. The sky was amazing right now, a picture of orange, yellows, and reds. Sunset was in full swing, painting the sky in enough colors to keep him occupied for a long while. At least, until the pale eyes of a snooty princess filled his vision. I know you heard me, you monkey. Why are you all the way out here? Hanabi was not one to be ignored, least of all by this uncultured simpleton. Though if anyone asked why she was out meeting with the Sandame's grandson this late in the day, she'd have to juken them in the temple. Oh, me? Nope, didn't hear a thing. Snickering as Hanabi swatted him in the shoulder, Konohamaru watched as she calmly sat next to him. There was a comfortable silence between them, one he knew better than to interrupt first. Hanabi usually was the one who wanted to start things off, and interrupting her could and often would devolve into a painful lesson in juken. Where are your friends, Udon and Moegi, correct? Though their first meeting had been rather chaotic, the Hyuga heir had gotten used to the Konohamaru core. Not that she'd admit it. It is unusual to see you out alone. Konohamaru could agree with that. Udon wasn't feeling well, and Miyogi ran off to, as she put it, observe older Kunoichi for specialized training or whatever the hell that means. He certainly wasn't about to interfere. Especially when the girl was headed towards the Inazuka grounds. Nope. He valued life. Holding in a snort that would have been very unladylike, Hanabi shook her head and turned her head up to gaze at the sky with the boy next to her. Well, that is fortunate then. Oh, why? You here to confess your love for me? He accepted the chakra strike to his thigh with ease. Feeling would return eventually. Maybe. Pulling a smoking finger away with care, Hanabi did finally snort aloud, idiot. No. Well. Drumming up her courage, she kept her eyes firmly up into the sky where the clouds floated by lazily. I cannot call my sister from my home. Father won't allow it. Instead I wanted to request, if maybe I could call from your home. Blinking in surprise, Konohamaru didn't immediately set about teasing the girl. So that was the issue then. Sure. You can come over anytime. You're welcome at my place. He knew she missed her older sister, Naruto's scary wife. If he could help, then power to him then. Wanna come over tonight? Yes. I mean. That would be acceptable. Slipping and showing just how eager she was, Hanabi's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Thank you, Konohamaru. Don't stress. Waving her concerns away, Konohamaru sat up and crossed his legs. I told you, didn't I? I'm your knight. I'm here to serve. Giggling despite herself, Hanabi finally nodded along with a smile. I'll hold you to that, my knight. Both children sat in a companionable silence for a time, watching the sun dip lower into the sky, only now beginning to touch the top of the trees. Night would be upon them soon. Konohamaru? Yeah? Do you think, will everything be okay? That threw Konohamaru for a loop. He turned to face the worried girl. What do you mean, Hanabi? Fingers coming together to press against each other, the Hyuga princess let her thoughts flow freely. This the only place she could allow such. My father is still so angry and my sister can only do so much. I want to help, but, what can I do? Konohamaru shrugged but was quick to voice his thoughts at the irritation that blossomed on the pretty girl's face. Look, we're kids, right? Is it really our job to worry about stuff like that now? Your dad, well, that's his business. Big bro Naruto and big sis can take care of themselves. And I'm sure sooner or later they'll work things out. But, what if they don't? Another shrug, then they figure something else out. The world isn't going to end over it, and your life is your own to figure out too. So don't stress about the stuff you can't do anything about. Hanabi considered his words, even if she wanted to refute portions of it. She was the Hyuga heir, a mountain of responsibilities awaited her. Father's expectations. The responsibility of leading the clan. The politics of the village and its council. Stress was all she had. Such a simple mindset, maybe I'll find a monkey summon contract for you. It'd fit. Rolling his eyes, Konohamaru rose to his feet, holding out a hand to help the girl to her own as well. Maybe simple is enough. Sure, you're clan heir and have load of responsibilities and crew to think on. But for now you're still a kid. Just like me. Remember, go with the flow, firecracker. Accepting his hand and letting him pull her to her feet, Hanabi sighed and nodded. If you weren't so infuriating, your advice would be more welcome. Konohamaru chuckled as he started to walk back to the village proper. See, that's the part where you're supposed to admit that you like me. Like a rash. Oh, but it's a start. You wish. Konohamaru looked back towards her, arms linked behind his head with a wide roguish grin. Yeah, and? Another flush, but thankfully the waning light of the day made it harder to spot. Rolling her eyes and brushing past him, Hanabi refused to make eye contact as she reached up and snagged his hand. Come, I have a phone call to make. Hey, slow down, there's no rush. You're too slow, and this princess is busy. So bossy, are you always going to be this way? It was Hanabi's turn to look back towards him, a more delicate smile on her face that lit up their quiet hill. For you? Forever. Heart skipping, Konohamaru let the girl lead him away. Huh. That was new. Now hurry up, I want to have time to talk with my sister before it gets too late. Hi, as you command. Well, he'd have to talk to Big Bro later too. He needed help. Beep beep beep. Groaning and slowly coming back to wakefulness, Temari took stock of herself as her mind slow-booted itself back to life. She still had all her fingers and toes, that annoying medical machine beeping in her ear let her know her heart was working just fine, and thankfully this time she wasn't submerged in what could be delightfully described as runny snot. Never again. Yuzushio was good for a lot of things, but keep her far away from their medical equipment. Eyes blinking open and she forced herself to sit up with a groan. She appreciates the window next to her that overlooked the city very little. All that light was hurting her eyes, but at least the soundproofing was good. Things certainly looked lively down there. Looking herself over, she took in the medical gown, thin sheets, and curtain drawn around her bed and gave thanks. The privacy was nice. Maybe now she could properly mourn the loss of her brother. Kankuro. The curtain opened some, derailing her thoughts as a chipper-looking Karen comes in with a clipboard in hand. Oh, you're finally awake. How you feelin'? Like a bead you just shat me out. Shaking her head and coming forward, Karen lays the clipboard down across Temari's legs and sighed. You took a good beating. No broken bones at least, but lots of bruising and a few ligament tears. Nothing a night in my tanks couldn't fix right up. Holding up a finger and waving it in the air, Temari gave Karen a deadpan look. Yay. Swatting the other woman's finger away, Karen held a glowing green hand to her forehead. Oh hush. Could have been a lot worse, and you should see what Naruto did to that IWA Jinchuriki. There was some silence between them as Karen ran her diagnostic, while Temari kept her gaze blankly straight ahead. She could hold it together for now. Just a little longer she supposed, like the good kunoichi she was. Karen finished soon, and took a step back. So, want a bit of an update from the battles a couple days back? Couple days? How long was I out? Karen shrugged, picking up her chart again and running a careful eye over it. 3 days, give or take a few hours. Seeing the surprise on Temari's face, Karen gave her a soft smile. We thought it best to let you rest as much as possible. Watching Temari's gaze fall down to her hands, each of which flexed open and closed slowly, Karen continued on. Well, easy stuff first. Naruto and Sasuke tore apart Han before capturing him. Word is Naruto needs his Biju, but Han is gonna suffer. A lot. Good, bastard deserves it. Temari interrupted the Uzumaki woman without thinking, but Karen's eyes held understanding all the same before continuing on. You weren't awake for it, but Kisame apparently made an appearance along our southern ocean. Isaribi intercepted him, put up a hell of a fight I heard, before Naruto had to get involved and put him down for good. Then we had an Akatsuki operative try and break out Haiden, with messy results for them. Ino and Anoka took out Haiden, while Naruto again took down Zetsu. After that, we regrouped, healed up everyone that we could recover from the patrol teams or the advanced Suna teams, and kept our patrols running round the clock. You were able to save some of my comrades? Thanks. Really. Temari gave Karen a fragile smile, before looking back out the window. Unbidden, tears began to fall, the dam breaking. It's odd. Knowing my brother is gone. Like, I know he was a little annoying. And he kept stealing my makeup just to piss me off. But, he was my brother. My family. And I dash. God damn it, Temari. It's war paint. Not makeup. Blinking, Temari turned to the closed curtain while Karen sighed and shook her head, pulling the curtain back to show off the other occupant of the 4-bedroom. Nestled in the opposite corner was the man himself, fully bandaged up, but grinning wide and pointing at her. Long time no see, Sleeping Beauty. Karen was still shaking her head as she walked over to Kankuro, hands fisted on her hips. And you. Settle down or I am going to dump you in a healing tank and leave you there until Gaara calls for your return to Suna. Ah come on, I'm a war hero. Shouldn't I get a little leeway here? I'm injured. Temari watched them banter, not fully believing it. Was this a genjutsu? Someone playing a cruel joke on her? She watched him get boiled alive. Saw the flesh melt off of him. That wasn't an image that left her so easily. What? How? The tears still fell, and Kankuro caught the tone in her voice right away, finally cowed into silence. Yeah. I got hit pretty good, but one of the other guys substituted me with another puppet and saved my bacon. I'm gonna look a little sunburnt for a few days, but I'll be as good as new before you know it. Here he held up an arm, flexing and flashing another grin. I'm all good, Mari. We're good. Shaking her head and finally relaxing back, Temari released a heavy sigh and decided Yuzu was a place of miracles. Yeah, we're good. So, what VE you been doing then since I was asleep? She'd have to thank the medical staff some way. Karen especially. This was where Karen jumped back in, righteous fury in her eyes. He has been harassing my nurses. Been a real menace at that. Here she rounded back on him, pointing a finger at his nose while a chakra chain rattled in the air. I swear to the kami, if I get one more complaint, it's the tank for you. I'm not that bad. Yes, you are. Jesus, at least keep it to the single girls would ya? Shizun is gonna have Kakashi pay you a visit if you keep it up. Wait. Here Kankuro paused, real worry finally working into his chest. Shizun and Sharingan Kakashi are a thing? Karen's smirk was cruel as she leaned in, glasses glinting in the light. Yup. Real serious, marriage talks apparently. Bet he would have loads to say to you. Nope. I'll be good. Scout's honor. Temari stared up into the ceiling as she laid back on her assigned bed. Ignoring the bickering of the Uzumaki medic and her brother, she decided she needed more rest. This was too much all at once. Life gave her brother another chance, it seemed, something not everyone had. She'd have to say a prayer later for their good fortune. And apologize to the nursing staff. Sighing audibly as she pulled away, Karen swept her gaze between the sweating Kankuro and the relaxed Temari. Good. I'll send Gaara and Naruto your way soon now that you're awake. I'm sure they both will want to see you. Have a talk. Kankuro nods, throwing his hands up and behind his head as he relaxed back. You know, staying in Uzushio doesn't sound so bad anymore. Temari snorted, a smile finally working on her face, and she cleaned her tears. I'm going to smash your face in once we're out of here, for scaring me. It wasn't my fault. Tough. Still deserve it. All was right with the world. One floor above the Suna siblings, Sakura was reading off of a chart while Gosu sat in the corner quietly and patiently. Nestled comfortably in the bed, Isaribi nodded her head appropriately as Sakura was winding down on everything that they found and what Isaribi's new routine would be. No heavy meals for a few days. Keep it light or you will regret it. You're going to make a full recovery, since we got you back right away, but even with my talent and Karen's tech there will be some scaring. Samahata is a terrifying weapon for a reason. Honestly, Isaribi was lucky to not be missing any organs. Sakura had to literally hold the girl together for most of the return trip, the damage had been so extensive. She'd be dreaming about that for a while, she just knew it. Isaribi shook her head, just happy to be alive in the first place. That's fine, you patching me up like you did was amazing enough. Hands running over the bed sheets at her sides, her body was still sore but at least she was in one piece again. Guess bikinis are out of the picture for me now, huh? Gosu grunted, arms crossed as both women turned to him. Even us men dig scars. Yours are proof that you fought and bled for our country. For our people. If anyone wants to give you grief for that, I've got a special move for M. He would happily use his clan's signature technique to force any assholes to bow and grovel before his woman. Giggling, Isaribi shook her head as Sakura backed away. You idiot, you're just saying that cause we're dating. I'm saying that because I believe you're beauty incarnate. Fighting down a blush and failing, Isaribi rolled her eyes and turned to Sakura. Maybe you can examine him, I think he's bumped his head at some point. Shaking her head, Sakura turned to leave, or maybe he's telling the truth. Here she smirked and leveled bored eyes towards the Chinoite co-head. And you, mister. She needs rest. Real rest. No funny business. Leaving through the door and closing it behind her, Sakura decided things were good and continued on with her rounds. She'd update Naruto later. Behind her, Isaribi smiled as Gosu finally moved his chair over to her, taking one of her hands gently into his own. You scared the shit out of me. He had read the report on her condition when they returned. She really would have died had Lady Uchiha not been there. Isaribi bowed her head. Sorry, well, it was Hoshigaki Kisame. That you survived at all is monumental. You've proven your skill and talent. Gosu wasn't supposed to say anything, but felt like his girlfriend needed some cheering up. Plus, I hear Lord Uzumaki wants to honor you for it. That got the woman's attention. Say what now? Gosu ran a thumb over her knuckles and smirked. Yeah. Apparently the Uzukage was impressed. Has a gift for you even after he saw that your trident was destroyed. Isaribi smiled, folding her hand into his neatly. Oh ho? Tell me more. She could enjoy this. A little vacation while she recovered. And more, her thoughts resurfaced, her regrets. Say. What do you think about kids? B. High above the hospital and in his office, Naruto is leaning back in his chair as Tayuya gave a report on the conflicts from a few days ago. Next to her Gaara sat and listened in, while off to the side Sasuke was penning a letter that he was meaning to send to Konoha. To who was unclear, but Sasuke was taking it serious. In short, Uzushio ninja suffered injuries but no loss of life, though unfortunately 2 Suna ninja were lost in action to Iwa's ambush. All of Iwa's ninja are dead, and no further scouts have been found. Finishing up, she closed up her folder and sighed, nothing from Kumo. Though our resident defectors are sure that A is returning. Naruto nods along, a finger dragging along his desk. I agree with them, A will return. Just a question of when and with how many troops. Turning his eyes to Gaara, Naruto nodded his head to the other Kage. Sorry about your people, Gaara. How are Kankuro and Temari doing? Gaara waved him off easily. My ninja did their duty and will be honored for it. But I appreciate the sentiment. Gaara turned his thoughts to his brother and snorted. Kankuro is apparently living his best life down in medical. He has high praise for your staff. Rolling his eyes, Naruto watched Tayuya come and sit down on the edge of his desk. He better be careful before he finds himself married off. Chuckling, Gaara has to agree, you're probably correct. And as for my sister, you should know how one of your wives is doing, should you not? A raised eyebrow met Naruto and his cringe. You haven't abandoned my big sister already, have you? I might have something interesting to say about that. Shaking his head, Naruto got the message loud and clear. I'll make sure to go down and see her as soon as we hear she's woken up. Promise. Gaara could be really scary when he wanted. Clearing her throat, Tayuya turned back to Naruto. So. Foes beaten back for now. Crisis averted. What comes next? Turning to look out of the window behind him, Naruto thought about that. He needed time to talk to Kokuo and potentially extract him, and then see about interrogating Zetsu. But he was sure those issues weren't what she was worried about. Kumo at large won't be much of a problem for long. But Killer B and A are a different story. If they leave for Uzushio before Shokiro makes it, then we'll have another fight on our hands. Gaara hummed, crossing his arms and thought, you're certainly confident that they will return. Why? 1. Yujito and Samui both relate that A has a certain sore point with me. If they're sure he won't let this go, then I'm sure he won't as well. 2. I've met the ass in person after the summit. Until A himself is beaten soundly or dead, he won't listen to a word I have to say. Tayuya nodded. I have to agree. The profile on A sets him as a very stubborn man. He set his sights on humbling us, and he won't stop until either it's deemed too foolish to do so, or impossible. The redhead adjusted herself, leaning a bit more on one hand while looking at her husband. You know, Ino's aware of what's going on. She's probably going to corner you about Shokiro, and soon. He should have expected that. Whoops. I'll weather it, I should have let everyone know. Lot more you should let them in on. Kurama's voice wasn't unkind, but certainly to the point. I will, when I have more information. Really? Sounds like an excuse. What am I supposed to say? Hey guys, we may or may not have to deal with a being capable of ending all life on our planet, and I have no idea how to fight against it. I should at least have something to tell them. You won't allow yourself to fail them. Life has a way of kicking us at the worst times though. Point. Seeing Naruto was distracted, Gaara sighed and stood, dusting himself off. I should get down there and visit Kankuro. Make sure he isn't making a mess of things. I'll send a message if Temari is awake. I'm sure her recovery would benefit from a visit. Eyeing the Yuzukage again, Gaara waved over his shoulder and was soon out the door. Left in silence, Naruto looks out over the city while Sasuke continues to write on the couch while Tayuya flips through a folder on his desk. Eventually it is Sasuke who breaks the silence. What are you going to do with Han? Han? Naruto thought about it for all of a second before shrugging. Melt him down to ash and scatter him in a cesspit somewhere, I suppose. I just need some time with Kokuo, that's it. Just time? You're not going to reseal it? Tayuya straightened up a bit as Naruto shook his head. Are you going to release it like you did the Sanbai? Maybe. If that's what it wants. I just need a favor from it. Humming at that, Tayuya started to frown. You really think it'll help you after you tore apart its current container? Naruto flashed her a grin. Something tells me there's no love lost between the two. Getting what I need from Kokuo is the least of my worries. From his intercom, Yujito's chipper voice called out, Ladies Ino and Anoka are here for you, Lord Uzumaki. Well, at least she was in a good mood. Ha. Better be. I'm free up here. Naruto had all of a second to wait before his door banged open, two more of his wives entering with complete confidence. Ino, Anoka, you're taking it easy, aren't you? Staying out of trouble. Anoka hooked a thumb at the slightly shorter blonde. Have you ever known this one to relax? I can relax, once I'm thoroughly satisfied. Ino wasn't above reminding Naruto that she was currently on timeout, so to speak. No nookie for her meant she was going to make it everyone else's problem. Believe it. Yujito's on the secretary roster now? It was a favor. Why was it suddenly so hot in here? Ino was smirking, coming up to stand next to Tayuya, who she hugged tightly. Oh really? I'm sure we're going to hear all about this favor, aren't we? Ah, there was the sweat. Did I mention I finally perfected that flay technique Daddy taught me? You know, I'd like to remind y'all that Yujito was your fault. Naruto leveled a look at all three suddenly bashful women. What happened to our deal? Ino could switch tactics, this was her arena, not his. Oh, I'm not worried about Yujito. She's fun. Now the pounce, not so much about that Samui woman. Ah, whoops. Somehow, I still blame you all for her. Since she's Yujito's. Anoka was smirking as she came up to lean against the other side of his desk from Tayuya and Ino. I feel like there's a story there. Not one I want to repeat. Ever. Rolling her eyes and giving it up, Ino steadied herself and took a deep breath. She was a woman on a mission after all. Love of her life he may be, but her husband was hiding something. So, care to explain some things? Seeing confusion work across his face, Ino pointed at him directly. You're hiding something. Ignoring a cackling know-it-all Biju in his gut, Naruto sighed and straightened up. Best calm her down before she worked herself up into a frenzy. If this is about Shokiro, just know he and I made a deal when dash. No. Cringing a bit as she didn't mean to cut him off, Ino sighed and shook her head. No, I get the situation with Shokiro. No, I'm talking about the rest. I'm not hiding anything. Nothing that I didn't already plan on talking to you all about once I had more information at the least. Naruto knew Ino was perceptive, but damn had he underestimated her this time. Finger jabbing the air, Ino's eyes sharpened. That's it. So you are hiding something. Why? Would you rather me talk about something I have no answers for? Or come to you with all the information at once? Ino shook her head, pulling away from Tayuya slightly to give her room. Aha. Don't shift blame. You promised we would all be open and honest about things. If you didn't have all the info you still could have told us something, anything. Not. Whatever the hell is going on with you recently. Hearing a snort from Sasuke, Naruto turned to the Uchiha and shared a knowing look with him as well. That of course set off all three of his wives at once. Tayuya the first to pick up on it. Wait a minute. He knows but we don't? What macho crap is that? Groaning and ignoring yet more cackling in his mind, Naruto shook his head and sighed. No getting around this then. Okay. Fine. I'll have to tell this story twice then. Seeing he had their attention, Naruto tented his hands in front of his face, eyes serious for the moment. I have memories now. Not my own, Obito's actually. Here he turned to Ino. You remember how I told you the human path works? Ino nodded, trying to keep up for now. Yeah, like my clan's techniques but on major steroids. Sakura is right, you boys have hack powers. Bingo. Naruto nodded once and spread his hands out wide. With those came problems and information. Some of it I'm not even sure Obito himself was fully aware that he knew about. His memory had been tampered with more than once. But well, the soul. It remembers. It remembers a lot. Tayuya pointed a finger at the lounging Uchiha, brows drawn in thought. And what does Sasuke bring to that conversation? Naruto again exchanged looks with the Uchiha, before he shrugged and Naruto was left on his own. Bastard. Sasuke and I have been tossing a theory back and forth. Uchiha historical texts and Uzumaki scrolls both show different information for certain ages. Things that contradict each other and sometimes just don't make sense. We figure that someone or something has been manipulating our clans for a long time. Naruto leans back and can feel the energy leaving him. Such a shitty conversation to be having. Someone has been making sure that our clans were either constantly fighting against each other, or getting killed off whenever possible. Ino was starting to see a picture, horror building in her chest. Was that? Did Obito do all of that? Obito wasn't nearly old enough for that. Unless he figured out time travel. No. Our culprit I'm pretty sure if Zetsu. The black half. That thing was about as far from human as the Biju or the Zero Tails, something else he had been thinking about lately. Such a disappointment. I expected a better fight out of it. I could always summon it back. Boo, I'd rather spin on a tree. Anoka steps in, her own mind racing to try and make sense of it all. Did you know Zetsu would show up when he did? Naruto had been rather calm at the time. Like he wasn't surprised. No. That was an honest surprise to me too. But it was better than me having to hunt him down myself. Naruto swept his gaze to all three women, nodding to each one in turn. I swear to you, Zetsu showing up here was a complete coincidence. I didn't plan for it, nor expect it. Ino could accept that, but she still wanted to make her point clear and stood up to her full height. I have to admit, I still don't like this. There's more, isn't there? Lie, or tell the full truth? Destroy the trust they had in him over a pretty lie that may or may not bring them comfort? Easy choice. There is, but I need you to trust me. I'll come to you when I have something concrete. Scoffing, Ino took the 3 steps she needed to loom over her man. Trust isn't the issue, Whiskers. It feels like you're taking on something all on your own that you shouldn't. If you're worried about trust, maybe you should work on trusting us to help you. Support you. That's part of what our family does, right? Eyes shining, Ino smirked at him. Don't leave us behind in some quest to keep us safe from the world. Even you can't keep that up for every hour of the day. Right, something Naruto had almost forgotten. No matter how strong he ended up being, his heart was still painfully human. Always would be. He needed them, just as much as they needed him. Smiling and pulling her into his lap with a yelp, he hugged her tightly. Sorry. I promise, I'll update all of you tonight when we get together back home. Relaxing into his grip while Anoka and Tayuya watched on, Ino nodded and looked at him over her shoulder. We're going to hold you to that. Taking a moment and just enjoying the closeness, Ino latched onto his hands that were around her middle, now having him right where she wanted him. So, we're never getting rid of that fangirl, are we? She's here for good. Rolling his eyes as Sasuke began to laugh, Naruto resisted the urge to toss Ino at Anoka. Blame the Suna Council. Ino shook her head. I blame your world-class dick dash. Yeah, this was going to take a while, Naruto decided. Maybe Tsunade had the right of it, this chair sucked. B. Keeping up a leisurely pace, Jiraiya had to hand it to Rain. It was true to its namesake. A waterlogged and soaked place, miserable to travel through. But, when the rain paused and you got a burst of sunlight once in a while, it did have some breathtaking views. The last time he had spent any real time here was probably during the last war, and this was a marked improvement. Stretching his arms above his head, Jiraiya wondered if this was even worth it at this point. That brat should be able to handle himself. Just in case though. Might as well see this through. He was already here and things had calmed down back in the land of fire. Iwa's movements had been halted. Kumo should leave things well enough alone. Plenty of time to snoop around. Akatsuki was the last real threat after all, so he needed to know. Would they leave well enough alone? Would they try to sneak in and cause trouble? Those were questions that needed to be answered, and Jiraiya was just the man to figure things out. Plus, returning to Tsunade empty-handed would have him in the doghouse for a long, long time. So he took a lazy route today, having made it to Rain's capital city. He wandered around, asked questions of civilians who looked open to talking, and generally made himself a forgettable tourist. Sure, the rain refused to let up throughout the day and he was well and properly soaked, but it would all be worth it eventually. First on the list was Naruto's information, this Pain fellow. People barely spoke of him in quiet whispers, and even then, not much. He was to be feared, yet respected. The obvious leader of this place and Akatsuki. But no one saw him. Apparently he never left his tower. Good to know. The other name he had been given stirred a memory in him. Naruto had mentioned a woman named Konan who had a talent for origami. Could she be that little girl he had trained way back when? Wasn't she with 2 other boys back then? Well, it had been wartime. There was no guarantee they survived along with her. Mentioning her instead got praises. The Angel of Rain, their goddess of protection. So she's made quite the name for herself then? He'd really have to check into her, but how to get a hold of her? Slipping into an alley between tall but rickety buildings, Jiraiya considered his currently gained information. No one spoke of Akatsuki the organization if they could help it, only barely whispering of its members when pressed, or outright ignoring him. Pain was the leader, but he already knew that. But that he never left his tower was interesting. The other known member, Konan, was a more public figure. Someone the people knew and respected. Someone that if his thoughts were right, he trained long ago. Great. Jiraiya had a feeling he wasn't going to like how this was going to continue. He had to hand it to the citizens of Rain, however. Even now, as he took refuge under creaky overhand, he could spy the bones of old and bombed-out foundations. The new built again upon the old. How many times had they done this? They were a hardy bunch, persevering even when others might have called it quits. No wonder Naruto wanted to give them a chance. They were his kind of people. You know, usually visitors announce themselves properly to those in charge. A woman's voice, a bit deeper in tone, but playful at least. Jiraiya turned, taking in the blue-haired beauty next to him. Was that a paper flower in her hair? Well, there was no mistaking that cloak. Akatsuki she was. Sorry miss, just wandering around is all. What has such a beauty as yourself out in this dreary rain? Shaking her head with a smile, Konan turned amber eyes towards the sensei that left them behind. Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin. It's been a long time. Eyes going wide, Jiraiya chuckled and relaxed back into the wall behind him. So, you really are that girl I trained. Konan, right? Kami. How are you? Those boys that were with you, what happened to them? Pausing to think about if she even wanted to talk about them. Konan eventually decided to fill him in. He was her last hope after all. Well. Things have been rough here in Rain, but improving after the fall of Hanzo. Nagato goes by Pain now, and Yahiko died. A plot by Hanzo forced Yuhiko to sacrifice himself for my life. Sighing and leaning against the wall with the older sage, Konan turned her eyes up into the overcast sky. Until recently, things had been so clear, so simple. Force the world to acknowledge its wrongs, force them to endure the pain they've unleashed on all of us here. Usher in a new world. Jiraiya took her pause and added his own thoughts, on the bones of countless dead, forced along by unimaginable shared suffering. Konan nodded, yes. I see you've obtained some idea of what we were doing. Naruto helped me along, but I didn't have specifics. Naga Pain was going to build a super weapon. Something so destructive and powerful that no village would want to see it used ever again. If it took sacrificing some lives to save the rest, we thought it was worth it. They stood there in silence for a time, Jiraiya crossing his arms as he thought it over. He knew things had been bad here in Amigakure. But for these kids to turn out like this? The world had failed them in so many ways. And now? You said he was going to, does that mean that's no longer the plan? Konan turned to him again, eyeing him quietly before sighing and turning away and motioning for him to follow her. Perhaps, you should hear it from the source. Walking and feeling him join her, Konan wondered if this was the best choice. Would Pain be furious with her? Would he not care? Nagato, he knows the rest of the Uzumaki clan has come back together, right? Has Naruto tried to convince him to join them yet? First, he goes by Pain now, best to use it lest you anger him. But no, Naruto didn't even attempt to convince him to go to Uzushio. Their ideals didn't mesh. Snorting, Jiraiya had a feeling he knew why. No surprise there if Pain's idea of peace was to give everyone shared suffering. Jiraiya turned his eyes up to the sky, the world seeming to lack the answers he needed. I'm guessing Pain has just been sitting back, waiting to see what Naruto can achieve. Since Pain himself can't envision a world at peace, I bet he figures eventually Naruto will come to the same conclusion as him. Astute observation, Lord Jiraiya, your years do well for you. Chuckling, Jiraiya took in the young woman next to him. You know, Konan, you really did blossom into a fine young woman. Should you really be keeping yourself here, it has to be dash. My duty is to Pain. That will not change. Jiraiya let it go. It was that word again. Duty. When he was her age he understood it well. Now? Well, Uzumaki men really are a handful, aren't they? A giggle finally, and Jiraiya smiled as Konan nodded. Yes, I suppose you are correct. Leading him along as passerby offered her deep bows and greetings, Konan let her mind slip as they neared the tower. I've been worried for Pain. Until Naruto came along, I was sure he was going to throw his life away on this cause. Now that he and Naruto have this wager, he's being patient. He wants to see Naruto fail. To join hands with the Uzukage in destroying this wretched world. Shaking his head, Jiraiya pulled free his book and took a few notes. Betting against Naruto of all people is just asking for trouble. Konan considered that. A rebuilt Uzushio. Deidara even defecting. Several of their members dead at Uzushio's hands, or Naruto's personally. He certainly has the devil's luck. Together they reached the entrance to Pain's tower, Konan letting them in and ushering Jiraiya forward and into an elevator. As they began to ascend, she turned to him quietly. What is it you hope to accomplish here, Lord Jiraiya? Simply? I want to help Naruto achieve his dream. I want peace. A real one that can last longer than a single generation. I want an end to this endless wars, all this suffering and death. Jiraiya shrugged as he put away his notebook. Call me a fool, but I still believe in the hearts of people. Watching the door open, Konan stepped out and led Jiraiya forward, taking her place next to Pain's desk where he sat waiting in Yuhiko's body. Lord Jiraiya, Pain. Jiraiya took in the orange-haired man sitting there. Memory clear now, he knew that this wasn't Nagato. But, Konan herself said Nagato was the only one alive. Ah, Rinnegan. Dreadful. I'm only here to talk, that's it. Pain nodded slowly, hands folding together on top of his desk. So you say, Lord Jiraiya. We'll see if your mood holds. Sighing, Jiraiya came to stand in front of his long-lost students. This was going to be the difficult part. Naruto better appreciate this later on. Hopefully this wouldn't devolve into a deadly situation like his gut told him it might. B. Rotating a stiff shoulder, B waved off one of the gate guards as he trudged through the gates of Kumo. Home. Finally. It had been a short journey, but full of stress. Most of all what his bro was going to decide to do next. Getting caught by Jiraiya of all people, and then having the One-Tails Jinchuriki join in? What were the odds? Well, at least he didn't have to sacrifice anything to make it back home. Oh, just that team you were escorting. And your dignity. Gyuki's voice was rather loud this morning and mentally B cringed. Just. Not now. Bro is going to be a terror to deal with already. No. You're going to suffer me as well. You've been ignoring me all this time. Right now you're going to listen. Shuffling off the main road and into a dark alley, Killer Bee slumped against a building wall and sighed. It certainly felt like the weight of the world was on his shoulders right now. Fine, say your piece. Say my you arrogant shit. Just how far gone are you? It's been a slow descent from the very beginning. Ignoring what the Raikage was doing with the Uzumaki. You shouldn't have taken that mission to hunt down that Gaki. You should have left it alone when they started planning this invasion nonsense, and you should have just returned to your cave and left that pig-headed idiot to burn his own village to the ground. But now look. You're stuck, they will brand you a traitor if you speak up now, and Naruto, he'll kill you next time you clash. And what's your plan? What are you going to do? I don't know. Physically panting as a fist crashed into the wall next to him, he ignored the spiderweb of cracks that formed there. I don't know. I can't change the past, but what can I do? I won't listen to me. But if we go back, you aren't wrong, little bro 9 is going to put us down for good. Then talk out of this. Make him see reason. Because at this rate there won't be much left of Kumo's forces. Pushing himself away from the wall, B had to agree with that. Uzushio pushed off the Land of Sky attack with ease and reached out to reduce their greatest weapon to rubble. They've sent IWA packing, and stopped Kumo from sneaking in. Next. Well, what did you do when someone seemed to refuse to learn? Taking to the rooftops, B made for the Raikage's office. I'll think of something. You better. I refuse to die for a completely preventable reason. B made good time, bounding through the front door of the tower and slowing to a more normal walk. Deep in thought, he still waved to the few operatives who reached out to him in greeting. His thoughts were stuck, how to convince the Raikage to quit this campaign. To reach out and find some common ground with the Uzukage? Was there any possibility of convincing A at this point? Mabui barred his way, a frown on her face. You've returned. B took in the tense woman and sighed. She most of all probably knew this was all folly, but also knew not to say anything outright. How is he? In a word? Angry. In a way I don't think even you can calm him down. Mabui turned to look at the closed doors of the Raikage's office. Looking for all the world like she had more to say. Instead she turned and started to walk away. He's waiting for you, I'm off to summon Darui. Good luck. Watching her leave, B shook himself and opened the doors with a bang. Best get this over with. Killer B is here where he needs to be. Rolling his eyes, A was already standing, about time. Don't get comfortable, we're leaving. That shouldn't have surprised him, and yet it still did. Leaving, already? I just got back. Any word on Samui's team? A walked around his desk, knowing B would have no choice but to follow him, captured. Karui and Omoi were returned, Samui was not. I don't want to imagine what they're doing to her, but we have to assume the worst. We're going to get her back. An excuse, but one necessary to get B moving. I doubted that Gaki would do anything to the blonde woman. Well, anything painful at the least, horny little shit. But B didn't know that. I've put a small but fast-moving team together to go along with us. This was moving too fast, B had no time to talk things out. Wait. A team, already? Who? Omoi, he has information about Uzushio. Atsui, he demanded to go once it came out that his sister was captured. And Motoi, you remember him right? How could he forget a former friend? Yeah. Good. They'll meet us at the gate. But, bro, don't you think we should talk this out? Maybe negotiate? Get on the phone with Naru Dash. I will not acknowledge that little shit. Either he'll show me he's got real power, or he'll prove that he's no different than the rest of us. I knew it in his heart, that boy would torture, exploit and kill just like A himself had. He just needed to push the boy. We're short on time. It had gone too far now. Either Kumo would crush Uzushio, or Yuzu would earn its place among them. Yeah. Okay. B had time. It was a long trip between Kumo and Uzushio. He could work on it, give it time to cool down. They could work this out. It didn't have to devolve into an open war. I could see Mabui coming back down the hallway, Darui walking along next to them while the pair seemed to be joking about something. Darui, you're in charge while I'm away. I will return in a week at most. Yes, Lord Raikage. A grinned as they descended the stairs to the front door. That brat snuck up on him last time. No. This time would be a fair fight, and A was going to smash him into the dirt and watch B destroy his city. B sighed as they were already back and under the sun. He had to turn this around, get A to see reason here. Lives were counting on it. A motioned around them, taking in the village square and its market. This is what we're fighting to protect B. These people. Our people. We can't let them down. From the most prosperous shopkeep, to the most humble of monks. Our job is to keep them safe. I can count on you? Can't I? B nodded, taking in the people around them that A pointed out. He could see where A was coming from, but still, the methods. Right, he had time. He could use this. As you say, A. Good, then let's get a move on. Time is short. Naruto knew he had put off more than a few things lately. Talking to the girls was coming up next, but right now, something just as important was necessary. Behind him, Hinata and Karen followed along, both curious about this task. He'd be pulling two duties at once here with some luck. Waving to a member of the Hataru clan, Naruto turned to Hinata with a grin. I just missed the call, how is your sister doing? Hinata giggled and leaned into him. Hanabi is well. Confused and feeling overwhelmed, but well. Apparently little Konohamaru is in a bit of trouble. That had Naruto raising his eyebrows. What, hi, is she giving him trouble? Do I need to make a sudden appearance? Hinata giggled again and shook her head. Oh no. He should worry much more about Hanabi herself. Ah, Naruto got it now. He'd say a prayer for Konohamaru later. Good luck to him. Hyuga women are scary. The jukin he took in the side was well earned. Rolling her eyes, Karen walking along with her hands in her jacket pockets. So what did we need to do at the Uzumaki shrine? Naruto spied the shrine coming into view. Paved road giving way to hard-packed dirt. One of the few places in Uzushio where modernization refused to touch. I need to relieve Mito-sama of her duty. That? Karen didn't know much about the elder Uzumaki, but to give a portion of yourself to watch over the shrine for decades? They ascended the steps in silence, Naruto leading the way with Hinata hanging off one arm while Karen followed along to his free left. They weren't met with anyone as they entered the first hallway. But it was noticeably cleaner and in better repair than before. Naruto could see the girls' looks and decided to explain. Anytime my clones got a free moment, they would always come here and clean up a bit. Then between the Hataru, Chinoike, and some dedicated citizens, the grounds have been well cared for. Crossing from the inner courtyard and into the main chamber which could lead to the basement, the trio were finally met with Mito, standing calmly before the black flame altar where the Uzumaki masks used to rest. Hey there Lady Mito. I'm back. And this is the last you will see of me. You've put this off much too long. Naruto agreed, extracting himself from Hinata and bowing deeply to the woman's shade. I apologize. I know you're right, but it's been chaotic. Smiling, Mito began to walk, behind the altar and to a set of stairs that dove down below the floor. Uzumaki men, all the same really. Chaos is in your blood. Naruto and the others followed along, quiet as they stepped down into the darkness. It was cool down here, seal-laden stones brightened with internal light as they walked along, giving them safe and heatless light. How long did it take for the Uzumaki to build this place? Centuries. With each new generation adding in their own portions and knowledge. A duty you will have as well. Mito didn't look back as she continued down the spiraling staircase. Down here, more than just the Uzumaki masks used to be stored. Here you will find a complete history of not just the Uzumaki, but of the world itself. Safely stored away so long as the seals hold. Seals I have maintained. Naruto understood her position now, and now seals my shade will be responsible for. Yes. It is an important duty. Being a keeper of history and knowledge. Here they came into a door that opened all on its own. Mito stepped through and the room beyond illuminated with even more bright white light. Naruto and the girls took in the rows upon rows of bookshelves and scrolls. It was a massive library. In here, you can find everything the Uzumaki have come across in all their time across the nations. Karen was rifling through the scrolls as they walked along. Anoka would love it down here. Sakura too. Naruto grinned. We'll have to bring them down here then. As they continued on, Mito leading them for another 100 meters at least, Naruto started to frown. Wait a minute. I call shenanigans. Chuckling, Mito nodded her head. I wondered how long it would take you to notice. Space and temporal manipulation seals. This whole space. It's. The moment we descended below the altar, we left your world. Mito's grin as the three gasped brightened just a bit. You still have a long way to go, young man. Hinata immediately turned to Naruto. Don't you dare. What? I haven't even said anything yet. Karen was on his opposite side. No. But. Look. He motioned wildly to the massive space around them. Hinata pinched him. No building separate worlds. Naruto began to chuckle, a hand coming up to scratch at his neck. Well, you see. Mito saved him, pausing before a pedestal in the middle of the large space with a smile as she motioned to it with a hand. The pedestal looked to be carved from obsidian, a square column about a meter in height that was topped with a golden sphere carved with more seals and runes than Naruto had ever seen. This is our destination. Place your hand upon the seal, and a portion of you will be added to the matrix. Naruto walked forward, eyes locked on the sphere, added. You mean, it's not just you in there? Mito nodded. Every protector of this shrine dwells here. Each of us fading over time as the latest master takes over. Karen leaned around Naruto, a question on her mind: can multiple people join at the same time? Again, Mito nodded. Of course, it was only tradition that held only one Uzumaki would add themselves at a time. But multiple can exist at once. Karen turned wide eyes to Naruto, almost begging. We can come back and add Anoka too, come on. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Rolling his eyes as he should have expected this, Naruto placed his hands upon the sphere. Yeah, I'm for it. You can bring Anoka back later. There was nothing at first, just the cool sensation of metal under his hand, before he felt a gentle pull on his chakra. Giving in, he began to circulate chakra before a feeling of vertigo took over him. It was like dropping into his mindscape, Naruto decided. Only instead of being greeted Kurama, Mito was there. So, anything special I need to worry about? Mito shook her head, already feeling herself begin to fade. No. This is a simple process. The Matrix will analyze your soul, make a small copy, and release you. I have but one last task. Naruto nodded, hands on his hips. Okay, lay it on me. Mito strode forward, standing before him before gently enveloping him in a soft embrace. Thank you, young Naruto, for abiding by mine and Kushina's wishes. I? She was warm. How? Don't question it. Like your mother explained, the Uzumaki hold life sacred above all things. Not bringing her back, not bringing me back even though you have the power to do so. It has taken massive restraint. I believe we can trust you with the future. Naruto let her pull away, unable to meet her eyes as he had to admit to something. Even with what I plan to do to Kumo? Yes. There is a balance to things. The scales tipped one way, and you are simply tipping them back. You have hope in your heart, but also, you understand reality. A quality needed in a good leader. Mito stepped back, and bowed before him. I entrust the will of the Uzumaki and the fallen to you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto returned her bow, a smile on his face. I will do my best to serve the clan proudly. Mito allowed herself to fade completely, leaving Naruto alone in the all-white space. So, what now? Now? Whatever you want. Naruto turned, to find his face looking back at him. Black cargo pants and boots on. Chest covered in his usual orange tank top and chainmail, but instead of Naruto's current black long jacket, instead his shade wore a red battle cloak with black flames along the bottom. While on this one's back was a massive scroll. Yo, you there? Naruto nodded. Yeah. It's weird. Just think of me like I'm one of your clones. Shrugging, Naruto guessed that was a close approximation, just, infinitely more important. The shade shrugged. Am I though? Your clones helped rebuild our home. Saved countless lives. One of them became their own person, extending your will. I'd consider them and you much more important than me. A keeper of history. Naruto could see that. Guess so. So this is it? Yes, only one thing. Now that I'm fully powered again. The shade turned, the space around them changing into a wide and open beach. The sound of the waves was authentic enough and reminded Naruto of home. There. All better. Naruto chuckled, preparing to leave. Guess I'll leave it to you then. Oh, also, give Kagaya a stern talking to, would ya? What? And then he was gone, forcibly shoved away and back into his body. Naruto stared down at the sphere, irritated to be stonewalled like that. Why could he feel a sense of mirth from the hunk of glowing metal? Stepping away and looking around, Karen and Hinata watched him while he noticed that Mito really was gone. Bastard. Karen walked forward, placing her own hand on the now glowing sphere. Odd way to talk about Mito-sama like that. Naruto shrugged as he looked around for his shade, and came up empty. Of course not. How long was I out? Hinata was back in his arms, hugging him tightly. Only a moment. Mito faded and you regained consciousness a moment later. Proving her right, Karen was already stepping away from the sphere, an odd smile on her face. Oh, Anoka's going to love this. Karen turned to join the pair. So, all done here. Naruto nodded, mind awash with ideas. Yup, time to go. Behind them as they all started to walk back the way they came, the shades of Naruto and Karen stood side by side, grinning at the flesh and blood counterparts. Karen was leaning against the pedestal. Should we warn them? Nope, much more fun this way. Plus he's got this. He'll live. You're such a bastard. I'm a collection of the intellects of dozens of Uzumaki leaders and scholars throughout history. Did we expect anything else? Also, technically, this is me talking to myself. One of many, many of one. Ascending the stairs, Naruto led the way as he considered things. How the hell was he going to admit that he'd already played around with dimensional spaces to the girls? Maybe a vacation? Yeah, probably not. But, next was a harder. Time to take apart Zetsu. Naruto always had a smile on his face as he wandered through the forest surrounding his clan's home. Having climbed a hill overlooking the compound, lake and transported Uchiha district, he took in the view as the sun was beginning to set. He didn't have a lot of spare time at the moment, but as the sky began to change colors he turned away to travel deeper into the wilds. The sea breeze wafted through the trees and stirred a few birds into flight, while his longer hair tickled his ears. It was peaceful here, perfection really. You're turning into a vagabond, you should cut it. I like it, maybe I'll pull it back into a ponytail soon. Gross, you'll look even more like a ronin. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kurama's grumbling. Ino and Tayuya liked his hair, and Kotohime liked to brush it and update him about her day while doing so was precious bonding time, so it was here to stay. Correction, they like having something to pull. That too, Naruto could admit. Stepping off of the small game trail he had found during his construction of the compound, he laid eyes on a small barely noticeable altar. It was new, built by his own hands. A simple pile of rocks formed with earth manipulation that was capped with a wide and flat bit of smooth marble. Placing his hand upon it, a matrix of seals sprung to life. Not worried someone followed you? Naruto shook his head. I checked. We're alone. Then let's get this over with. The baths call to me. Feeling a pull much like that of the Hiraishin, Naruto let the seal whisk him away. In a blink, instead of the sounds of birds and the ocean waves, he was met with a grayscale nothing. Touching down on a gray cube, not exactly stone or metal, Naruto sighed and pulled free a different scroll. Time to face the music, so to speak. Tossing the scroll ahead of him, there was a moment of smoke, before the black half of Zetsu was tossed on the floor, looking around in wonder and confusion. Hey there, welcome to nothing. A space in between. Your new home unless you want to start answering some questions. Standing and raising his guard, Zetsu eyed the Uzumaki cautiously. What have you done? Rolling his eyes, Naruto sat cross-legged in midair, floating and eyeing the entity before him. In the last few hours? Nothing I'd repeat to you. Anoka had been rather determined lately. And pregnant she may be, Kotohime was always quick to join in when available. As for the here and now? I just explained, here to get answers. From you specifically. That's so hard to understand? No, this isn't right. Turning and dashing away, Zetsu left the edge of the platform, only to fall into the abyss. What was this? Why couldn't he feel chakra here? Why couldn't he manipulate anything? It couldn't be a genjutsu, not one that worked on him. As he turned and watched the platform fall away, he considered if this was his fate. To fall away into nothingness until he faded? After all his hard work and dedication, this was to be his failure? And then with a groan and a wet smacking of flesh, Zetsu was once more before a bored-looking Naruto. Yeah, can you not? Time might not have any real meaning here, but it's still boring to watch you flail about. Already dashing off into a new direction, Zetsu ignored Naruto while trying to shift his chakra. I will escape, and rend the world in two for your insolence. Hit by an invisible force, Zetsu was sent barreling off high above Naruto, who was watching him with cold eyes and a hand outstretched. Yeah, none of that either. Villainy-esque threats get old after the first few. Naruto counted to 5, before yet again Zetsu was left smashing into the floor with no visible damage. That doesn't get old. Not thinking, Zetsu launched himself in yet another direction. Barely making it to the edge of the platform this time, he found himself slammed right back into the same spot he had been in before. With a slow groan and final acceptance that there was no leaving, he relented. Pulling himself to his feet again, Zetsu once more watched Naruto cautiously. You shouldn't be able to do this. And yet, here we are. It's part of the reason you've done your best to destroy the Uzumaki, isn't it? Our seals and research. Here Cold Eyes bored into Zetsu's own, not the world-ending stuff. Not the masks, barriers or bombs. No. It was this. The ability to create and cross worlds. That was what you were afraid of? Seeing Zetsu gearing up to scream something, Naruto waved a hand, sending Zetsu careening off into the void with a scream. Counting to 10, Naruto watched Zetsu again appear before him, smashing into the floor harder than before. First thing, I don't consider you important at all. Now that I've had a visit to the Uzumaki shrine, I have a better idea of just what you are. I have even less respect for you, impossible though that may be. Grunting and struggling to his knees, Zetsu glared at the floating Uzumaki, and just what am I? A useless shade. A remnant of something much greater. Barely a memory that's worth any effort or time to bother with. Naruto allows his body to float off a bit, wondering how to best rile up Zetsu. I wonder, at this point, is it even worth bringing back Kagaya? A gamble now. Naruto had no real information beyond that name and Zetsu's connection with it. But would Zetsu bite the bait? Blinking in surprise, Zetsu doesn't like the feeling that washes over him. The boy knew. He had to know what Zetsu had been trying to accomplish. It was the only way. Why else would the Uzumaki utter that name now? And Uzumaki who had learned how to bend reality to his will. What is it? What are you really after? If you know about our goddess, then surely you know more. Zetsu tried to force his hands to stop trembling, and failed. It was all beginning to make sense. No normal human could control reality itself to this degree. What is your plan for the Otsutsuki's return? You must be thinking of something. Yes. You have to be. Kagaya can help you. You'll need her power, her strength. Listening to Zetsu rant, Naruto mentally grinned. Give a few open-ended words, lead the shade on, and he sung easily enough with his own conclusions. Naruto hadn't known anything about the Otsutsuki, or who or what Kagaya really was. Heh. Everyone forgets he can be sneaky. Why would I need her? If she was so powerful, why am I here and she isn't? Those traitorous sons of hers. Anger peaking, Zetsu lost himself in memories. She gave them and humanity everything they asked for. She ended the countless wars, brought peace and stability to the world, all at the cost of cutting ties to her clan and becoming a god. And what thanks did she receive? Called a demon, betrayed, sealed away by her brats. Chuckling to himself, Zetsu was forever angry that Hamura ran away to the moon, his mother's dried-out husk, far outside of Zetsu's own reach. Hagoromo, however, but I saw to it. I am to be the instrument of her revival. So she can ascend to her rightful place as the god of this world. And yet, here you are. Yes. Zetsu came back to his senses, eyes locked onto the man he needed to see reason. To understand the bigger picture. But you don't fully understand yet. The Otsutsuki, they are beings that so far surpass humanity it can't be fully described. They are gods. They will rend your world to add to their power and then move on. More worlds to fuel themselves while this world is left an empty and barren waste. But you and I, Kagaya. We can stop them. Put an end to it. You only need to join hands with her and follow her will. Taking a deep breath and sighing, Naruto considered all that he had learned in the last few minutes. So, Kagaya was an alien then? More like her were coming? Just great. Do you know when? No. I am just her will, my memories are not complete. But she, yes, she can give you all the information you need. You'll see, reviving her is for the best. I can feel it. You only need the chakra of 3 of the beasts now. And her body. While Zetsu could not manipulate this world or himself, he still had his words. He could shift this boy to his way of thinking. Kagaya would be revived. All else was irrelevant. Naruto pointed lazily at the partial will of Kagaya, and you. Can't forget you'll need to be sacrificed as well. So be it, if it means our goddess is returned to this world. Yup, like I said, a mama's boy with a complex. But, I see your point. Really, the only thing Naruto saw was that if he wanted the full picture, he would need Kagaya. Question was how much was necessary to bring her back? Did she need the full power of the Biju, or just a small amount? Did she only need her body and Zetsu? These were where the gambles and questions came into real play. I'm putting 20 Ryo on her jumping your bones in the first 10 minutes. And risk the wrath of the girls? No dice. Never happening. She is a self-proclaimed goddess. You really want to pass that up? Ino and Hinata both alone are more a goddess than this Kagaya will ever be. Add in the rest of the girls and Kagaya has no chance. Rolling his eyes as Kurama returned to his grumbling, Naruto considered his options. The history had been clear. A being split apart, a world-ending calamity bearing 10 tails. One all-seeing eye. So, in short, if I get this right, I need either all or part of all of the Biju, the body of Kagaya, and you. Seeing hope enter Zetsu's eyes, Naruto allowed him to keep it. From there Kagaya will be reborn, and we can fight against the darkness together? Yes, yes. You understand. You see it. You crave for peace, don't you? Always have, always will. So has she. All she wants is peace for humanity. If that means standing against her people, she was committed to doing so. Zetsu could feel it, he was shifting the boy to his side. If this being could be convinced to work towards Kagaya's revival, then all of Zetsu's machinations were worth it. Sure, they all failed on their own, but Naruto would cement her resurrection. Naruto made a show of thinking about it, a hand to his chin as he hummed. And what should I expect from this partnership? Lady Kagaya will accept you with open arms. You've proven without a doubt in my eyes that you can stand by her side. More than power. Knowledge. You've surpassed everyone before you by leaps and bounds. Yes. She will accept you, a descendant of her own line. Zetsu made it to his feet, spreading his arms open wide with a mad smile. We can ensure that your people, Uzushio, stands for the next 1,000 years. None will stand against you. Why, we can tear down and remake the world as you see fit. Just consider the possibilities. Naruto did in fact consider everything, before tossing it all out of the window. Tear down the world? He had given up that thought ages ago. It was so boring. Better to allow the chaos of humanity to do its thing. Life was much more interesting that way. But, he needed Zetsu docile for now, so a little lie was needed. You know, I have a feeling that Kaguya once revived will ultimately betray me for her own goals. Can you assure me that won't happen? Zetsu nods enthusiastically, of course. I am her will after all. I assure you that if you revive her and pledge yourself to her, she will accept you and your people. A lie, but necessary. This boy was a reincarnation of Azura. Brother to Indra and children of one of the brothers that had sealed away the goddess. No. She would not bow before this whelp. Take your time, think on things. If you are set on this, I shall make myself useful to you in the meantime. Showing some surprise, Naruto floated down some. Oh, how so? I can tell you where the body of Uchiha Madara is. The real one. Zetsu knew Naruto would know what to do with this information. It was a necessary acquisition after all. Grinning internally, Naruto nodded and listened as Zetsu gave him the location with great detail. A gift for Sasuke then? Or maybe, an idea for later. Naruto began to float away, mind simmering with possibilities. I'll hold you to that. Like I said, time doesn't mean anything in here, so to you I should only be gone a moment. But I have duties to perform in the meantime. Naruto winked at the hopeful-looking shade, happy for now with this outcome, till Kaguya's revival. Yes. Till Kaguya's revival. And then Naruto was gone, standing before the stone altar with a frown on his face. Well shit. Well shit is right. What now? Know the first thing about fighting literal kami? Turning and walking away, Naruto stuffed his hands in his pockets. Does fighting you count? Not even close, and you know it. A being like Kaguya is leagues above me, loath I am to admit it. Cheer up buddy, I'm sure you've got a more winning personality than her. Trying to keep himself in a good mood, Naruto joked around a bit. Guess there's no chance a V4 would be enough for her, huh? If she is in fact a literal goddess by our definition, probably not. Grunting and loosing a hand to scrub at his head, Naruto cursed egomaniacs who refused to die. Guess the only way we're going to get the full picture at this point is to either revive Kaguya, or time travel. Messing with time is a bad idea. Such a bad idea in fact that I'm firmly against it. It could be fun. Think of the fights we could get into. And think about the bullshit you could stumble into. You want to end up your own grandfather or something? Maybe responsible for the fall of a nation capable of saving the world? I don't think I could mess up that badly. Wanna bet? Naruto paused as they reached the same overlook from earlier. He could just make out Kikyo and a few of the others in the garden with Ino. Further away, was that Sasuke, Sakura and Amaru at the lake? Sure looked like it. Not far from them Hinata, Anoka and Kotohime all were at the water's edge, chatting away about who knew what while a happy-looking Suda swam to his heart's content. A smile worked its way on his face. This was what life should be like. Yeah, maybe time travel is a bad idea. Finally. I thought I could never talk you out of a bad idea. I'd like to mention, the V4 is completely your idea, against my better judgment. It is a bomb dedicated to eradicating everything in existence within a certain radius. Complete and total destruction from reality itself. What can go wrong? Naruto sighed as he began to walk back down the pathway home. You just had to jinx it, didn't you? I regret nothing. Kurama had a grin on his face as Naruto continued down the hill back home. So, we revive Kaguya, beat the tar out of her, and get our answers. Part of me wants to veto the idea purely because it feels like you only want to revive her so you can have a good fight. I never said that. Silence stretched between the two as Naruto walked, and Kurama cracked first. I need excitement. Kami, why don't I just release you and the Matabi for a month and let you two go at it? You can do that? Why didn't you say that sooner? You're such a horn dog. Fox. I'm a fox. Both shared a laugh, before Kurama sobered. This is really happening, isn't it? You know it, buddy. You still with me? I gotta be the strongest, right? Just like we promised. Kurama nodded. That's right, and I'll help you along, just as I vowed. Naruto travels the distance quickly, descending the hill and coming from the tree line at the rear of the grounds. Kikyo was one of the first to see him, offering a wave that drew the others' attention towards him. We don't have much longer, huh? You'll need to come clean with them, remember that. Oh right, couldn't forget that. How many pieces do you think they'll leave me in? Oh, just in the one that matters. I'm more than just my dick, you know. News to me, you horny gaki. Oh fuck you, you ancient slacker. Fuck you, you hairless monkey. Fuck you. Fuck you. B. Night had fallen and the assault group from Kumo had made camp. Parked squarely in the land of hot water, they were making south to the border with the ocean. Y was only known to A, but B had a feeling and it certainly wasn't good. That said, as the support team hunkered down to rest, Ace sat and stared into the campfire looking for all purposes like his mind was 1,000 miles away. Seated across from him, be worried over how to start this conversation, before deciding winging it was best. That was what he did after all. Your funeral. More like yours and mine if we fail. No, just yours. I'll reform after some time, thank you very much. Grumbling about know-it-all Biju, B cleared his throat, knowing he had A's attention with the other man's twitch. Bro, you know, this is a drastic action. Konoha will get involved. Then Suna, and Kiri even. This is a big spark to light, are you sure this is alright? So too will IWA and many of the smaller nations. Unless they want a world war, they'll let Yuzu fall. Besides, this wasn't a true declaration of war. Just a retrieval of property. Beside, wanting to toss the rakeage into a hot spring by this point. Or maybe find the pent-up man a prostitute or 5. Why couldn't he see reason here? You really think they'll just abandon them? Why not? They did so before. Ah, that was a point, wasn't it? Konoha had allowed the previous Uzushio to fall with little complaint. The world had benefited after all. Even still, times had changed. Things are different, aren't they? The Uzushio of now has much more support and goodwill to their name. People believe in them, not just ninja or lords hoping to use them. Citizens far and wide have heard their story, and are looking to their own homes for change. A locked his gaze on B, eyes focused as he took in his partner. Was this an attempt to derail the mission? Subterfuge? Had B been compromised? He had let the boy go once before, hadn't he? Why are you so focused on this? Well, why indeed? B considered how to explain this without sounding like a coward or overly influenced by his Biju. Sure, he and Gyuki could see eye to eye. Barely these days. Sure, he and Gyuki could see eye to eye, but ultimately B was the one supposed to be in charge. If A had the feeling that B wasn't in control, well, things would change, quickly. You know me bro, just want to be in the know. More, loss of life isn't high on my list. I'd rather talk, wrap it out, leave no doubt. Relieved, A chuckled as indeed B had always been that way, but A couldn't back down. It wasn't his way. As a leader he needed to be firm, focused. There could be no doubt as to their mission and ideals. Strength of character and person. I hear you B, but this is the course we need to take. Sighing but feeling some hesitation there, B decided to try again tomorrow. Until then however, so what's the plan? A turned his eyes south, looking through the trees as if he could spy Uzushio from here with his eyesight alone. We'll hit the ocean. You'll transform and carry us to the closest Yuzu island. From there we'll sneak through, use the water to our advantage, and if caught, we'll make a mad dash for the main island. A sighed and tossed a broken twig into the fire, watching the sparks dance for a time. Once there we'll finish the mission I originally called for. Hit targets of interest, recover whatever property we can, and return home after beating the tar out of the QB boy. I'd like to drag him back and extract his Biju. But killing him will be worth it alone. Hirby did sigh, shaking his head as he stood. You really think we'll be able to kill him? You and I together? Yes. B turned to walk away, decided this was enough for tonight, if you say so. A watched B leave, letting the container go for now. The thought of killing one of his own must be a hard topic, so he'd forgive him the disrespect. Get some rest, we have another long day tomorrow. They had no choice. Kumo's future hung in the balance. He had to hit first. He hoped B could realize that soon. Kumo came before his status as a Jinchuriki. It was their way. Unknown to him, B was having another conversation of his own. Gyuki not giving up his perspective. He's going to get you killed. Best to leave and be on your own way. And abandon my people, my home? No chance. You'll die. Remember that. And like I told you before, I refuse to die for something completely preventable. I won't die. That a promise? Gyuki waited, sitting in silence as B jumped up and into the trees to take first watch. The moonlight just barely cut through the canopy above him, but it wasn't enough to lift his mood. Something Gyuki pounced on, you can't do that, can you? Hush, I need my rest. Dead men need their beauty sleep, that it? B could feel his Biju fade back into his mind, locking himself away where B couldn't force him out for now. No, he'd come around by morning. B had said he would keep trying. They hadn't reached worst-case scenario just yet. They still had time. Looking up as the tree cover swayed in the breeze and he could make out the half-moon above them, he sighed and anchored himself a bit better with chakra. They had two. B. Tayuya did her best not to giggle as she stood before Naruto's wall of weapons. Its newest addition, Samahata, sat dead center behind her, rustling and rubbing its scales together periodically. She had wondered at first, why every time the Chino Ike, the Zosensho, or the Spring Engineers came up with something Naruto asked for a version for himself. Over time and seeing him spend afternoons and evenings familiarizing himself with each and every one, she decided it made sense. Good to know what their tools were capable of. Though, there was also the guess that even now he was still a boy with his toys. Now however, her mirth came from the standing at attention Isaribi, bandaged lightly but cleared to leave the hospital. Dressed in dark blue capri pants over a lighter blue one-piece wetsuit, black ninja sandals and a black short jacket, the Uzumaki considered that the Undertow leader was looking well. Befitting her position once more. Tayuya swore if the woman stood any straighter though she might fall over. Naruto had a smirk on his face as he stood behind his desk, Gosu behind him at one shoulder while Niji stood at the other. In his hand was a new headband design, the plate bearing their whirlpool insignia but also radiating waves were etched into the background. This he came forward and held out to Isaribi. For holding out against known S-class criminal and nearly defeating him, Hoshigaki Kisame. For defending Uzushio from untold destruction and lost lives. For putting the lives of others before your own. I Uzumaki Naruto promote you to our Riptide ranks. Waiting for the shorter woman to bow sharply and accept the new headband, Naruto smirked as she affixed it to her right arm proudly before standing tall before him again. Nodding his head to her and taking a step back, he continued. I hope you continue to serve Uzushio and her people well, and you continue to advance as you wish. Isaribi bowed again, eyes to the floor as pride filled her. I hope to continue to make you proud, Lord Uzukage. Fighting the urge to roll his eyes and literally feeling the mirth rolling off of Tayuya, Naruto instead started to walk towards his wall. Your weapon was destroyed, yes? Isaribi stood once more, watching Naruto walk away and wondering if he was upset about that. Yes sir. My apologies. It was a fine weapon. She paused as her eyes flicked to Gosu whose face was carefully neutral. I haven't yet commissioned a new one from the Chino Ike, I'll make sure to do so after I've been cleared for duty. Sakura had told her no sooner than 2 weeks, but she was sure she could weasel out of it. The sea was calling her. Naruto nodded, passing by Tayuya with a hidden grin. A weapon like that is just a tool. You are much more valuable than that and I'd rather a mountain of destroyed tridents if it means you return to us. Missing the determined look that drew across Isaribi's face, he continued on as he made a show of considering the wall. Well, seeing as you haven't done that yet, I'd like to do something for you instead. Taking Samehada from the collection, he turned back and walked towards the woman with suddenly wide eyes. I made a promise, to find a worthy wielder for Samehada. It likes me well enough, but I think someone who made Kisame's blood boil so hotly would be more suited. Naruto was again standing before her, holding the weapon out to her with a calm smile on his face. You can refuse of course, but I think it has taken a liking to you. Staring down at the weapon of the man who nearly killed her, Isaribi was brought up short. This was one of the legendary weapons of the mist. There was no other like it in the world. It was unique even among those unique weapons in that it had a mind of its own. It could fight with you, or against you. To be considered worthy of it was, frankly humbling. I couldn't. Naruto held it out a bit more firmly, still smiling. I think you could. You deserve a weapon that can match your will. To fight against the worst of the worst. To pick yourself up even as you know you will die. To fight knowing it is for more than just yourself. You can refuse I suppose, but you might hurt its feelings. That and Kisame himself acknowledged you as strong. That is 3 for 3 on recommendations. Samehada rustled in his grasp, impatience rolling through his mind in response. Sir Tayuya finally came forward, leaning in a bit towards the conflicted Riptide member. Honestly, I'd rather you take it as well. If you don't, Naruto's going to try and wield it and Kubikiri both together. It's ridiculous and I'd rather avoid the insanity. Huffing, Naruto rolled his eyes towards his wife. Dual-wielding Samehada and Kubikiri would be awesome. You're overpowered as is. Let it go. Watching her lord and his wife laugh together, Isaribi really thought about it. If she had had a stronger weapon, could she have fought more evenly? Would she have won? More, was she really worthy of this? No. Kisame had acknowledged her. Lord Naruto acknowledged her. Apparently Samehada itself acknowledged her. What would it be like to fight with a weapon like that? Would she find that feeling again, that heat in her heart that pushed her well past her limits? She reached a hand out. Naruto nearly cursed as Samehada jumped out of his grasp, rustling almost happily as Isaribi caught it by the handle, almost surprised by its lightness. Naruto could see the confusion on her face and decided to explain, what I figure from my own sword, they have a bit of seal work in them. They'll be lighter than a feather to those they've chose to serve. You'll need to train with it, but you'll get used to it quickly. Isaribi stared at the massive weapon, almost in the trance and eyes shining before she seemed to come to. A determination entered her eyes as she turned back to Naruto. Placing the weapon on her back and feeling it adhere there with chakra, she smirked. I'll make you proud, Lord Naruto. You already have. Walking around and returning to his seat, Naruto relaxed a bit. Formalities done, go and relax. Recuperate. I don't want to see you anywhere near the mission floor or even the tower really for at least 2 weeks. No trying to talk your way out of it either. Naruto was already pulling free a folder as he held a hand up to Gosu behind him. Enjoy your vacation. You'll be under guard for the duration, call it, a perk of your promotion. Gosu blinked in surprise, his face matched by Isaribi. Sir? Oh, was that a refusal? Need I find someone else to guard our hero? Gosu was next to Isaribi in an instant. I shall guard our recovering Riptide member to the best of my abilities. Nodding and waving them off as Tayuya came over and sat on the edge of his desk, Naruto looked for all the world as too busy to care. You better. Now get going, I have work to do. Tayuya chuckled as the pair left, Isaribi bumping the doorway as they left. She needed time to adjust to the massive weapon she now owned. You meddler you. You're one to talk. Behind him, Neji chuckled into a fist. Think they'll finally tie the knot? Naruto sure as hell hoped so. Maybe that woman would stop taking so many patrols. They better. And you, do I need to lock you and that Kana woman in a closet somewhere? Shaking his head as he knew Naruto would do it, Neji sighed and gave up. I'll make a better effort. You better. Hinata keeps griping that she wants to be an aunt and Hanabi is way too young to even consider that yet. Things were good now. Sure, they still had problems on the horizon, but it was his duty to make sure Uzushio could weather them. One day without him. He couldn't be everywhere at once after all. Tayuya shifted a bit, picking up a paper Naruto was ignoring and scanning it. Request for construction of a grand arena. That could be fun, and they did need something like that. On the opposite side of Uzushio from the Uzumaki shrine, closer to the coast? Easy approval then. Picking up a pen she signed away while Naruto gave her a raised eyebrow. What? Naruto took the form from her. You're off duty yourself, you know. Are you not grateful for the help? Seeing Naruto grumble and put the form into his outbox, she smirked and leaned in. Oh, don't pout. I can make it up to you later. Here she wiggled her eyebrows at him, earning a chuckle from him. That aside, what's the plan for the rest of the day? No plan. I'll probably create some clones to finish up the rest and go visit Temari. She's been holed up with Kankuro and Gaara in the diplomat residence and I think she might be losing it by now. It was the least he could do. Plus the girls had been wanting to drag her off for something. He didn't need to know apparently and he was happy to let them handle it. Tayuya approved of that as well. Better to be away from this office when it was such a nice day out. I really need to get on learning that shadow clone technique. Oh, the uses she could get out of it. Leaning back with a groan, Naruto pushed away from his desk and stood, doing as he said and making 3 clones. You guys good? Aye, Captain. One clone saluted smartly while the other 2 facebombed. Already coming around his desk with Neji following, Naruto snaked a hand around Tayuya's middle. Be good, don't get up to trouble, and there'll be fun later. Tayuya was already leaning into him as they walked. How about a deep-fried pickle? I'm hungry. God, your cravings are weird. Naruto waved to a smirking Yujito as they walked by her desk. Was she eyeing his office? No. No, he didn't want to know. Behind them, Neji followed along in silence, idly adjusting his bundled rifle at his shoulder. Should I stick around, Lord Naruto? Naruto shook his head while looking over his shoulder at Neji. Nah. Go ahead and head home. Enjoy a day off. Bowing his head lightly, Neji instead turned to head deeper into the admin office, as you say. Naruto was curious, but Tayuya was already pulling him into the elevator. What did I miss? Nothing special. Neji has started taking on some clan head duties. Ah, yeah, I should know that already, shouldn't I? The way Tayuya was leering at him let him know that he was going to get an earful later. Time to deflect. Pulling her by the hand into his chest, he looked down on the slightly shorter woman who molded into him nearly perfectly. So, you've got me all to yourself, call it a date day? Humming and enjoying the closeness, Tayuya once more marveled that she was so comfortable in the embrace of another. A few years ago she couldn't have even dreamed of this. Much less the change in her life. We could, but something tells me we're going to gain a third before the day is over. She cuddled into his chest further, wrapping her arms around his waist as they descended down to the ground floor. Though I suppose a triple date wouldn't be a bad idea. Naruto accepted the warmth from her with a smile, idly running a hand through her longer hair. It looked to nearly reach her knees now. Should we consider someone else as a third in charge? You'll eventually be stuck at home. Rolling her eyes at his overprotectiveness, Tayuya pulled away as she felt the elevator slow. Normally I would have said Hinata, or maybe Kotoheim. But of course, you decided to knock up both of them as well. Pervert. Jumping a little as Naruto gave her a swat to the behind, Tayuya smirked at him from over her shoulder as she turned to face the doors. Didn't Kakashi migrate over? He's technically on loan. What about that teacher? Irika? He's taken to our academy with gusto. Plus, you'd have to convince Anko. Shuddering at what would be required to convince that woman of anything, Tayuya shook her head. Naruto actually seemed to consider that as the doors opened and they both stepped out into the hustle and bustle of the lower lobby. Possible. He's been around long enough. Though he'd probably reject it. Naruto chuckled as they weaved through traffic. How about Deidara? Mention him again, and no fun time for you for at least a month. Tayuya could admit that Deidara had become a bit of a celebrity in their ranks. His devotion to Naruto was astounding. Plus the utter destruction he had wreaked on the invading IWA ninja had been rather inspiring. However, he was and still is, a complete nutcase. The fact you found someone even more insane than you is impressive. Naruto grinned as they came to the front doors. Explosions are awesome. Tayuya shrugged as he held the main entrance doors open for her. He rejoined her as they passed the monument together, today surrounded by light blue and yellow flowers while the donated glass from Deidara seemed to sparkle extra bright. Wrapping an arm around her waist as they stepped into the flow of people traffic, Tayuya offered a silent prayer before refocusing on their task. Either way, Yuzu Ninja would prefer one of our own. It was weird to think about. Outside of the family, who of the normal forces could they turn to that had both the power and the prestige? Granted, if she pulled their forces they would probably all say some variation of one of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe we should just keep the seat as an Uzumaki placement. Our ninja wouldn't mind. I'd rather the seat be offered based on merit, not just blood. Tayuya understood that, but there were the people to consider. Guess we'll just have to make sure all our kids are worthy of it then. Naruto put it out of his mind. It was a conversation they had time to figure out after all. Thoughts trailing, he stepped out of the street and ducked into the entryway of the visitor's residence. Clean and cared for as always, it should currently only be occupied by the Sabaku siblings. Feeling the barrier seal sweep over them and let them pass, Naruto grinned as he came forward with Tayuya and knocked on the door. Both Tayuya and Naruto could hear shuffling and cursing inside, and quickly what sounded like fighting, before the door was quickly opened by a smiling and panting Temari. Dressed in her traditional battle kimono but now trimmed in orange, the four-ponytailed Suna ambassador was all smiles. Naruto. Tayuya, good to see you. Behind her there was a groan while Temari tucked a stray strand of hair behind an ear. Naruto leaned up a bit to spy Kankuro laid out on the floor. Do we want to know? Temari was already pushing them back out the door, smile still firmly in place. He'll be fine. Say, let's go tour the city. I have all this free time and nothing to do after all. Why waste the day inside? She was a woman on a mission. She finally had a chance to have Naruto to herself, well, almost. But she'd take what she could get. Tayuya rolled her eyes as she took one side of Naruto while Temari latched onto the other. Guess Iams is stop number one? Naruto shrugged, being led along and back out onto the street. He certainly wasn't going to complain about having two lovely women on his arms. Nope. Naruto was a smart man, and knew to keep his mouth shut. Temari giggled and pulled his arm a bit tighter, and later, you can show me what I've been missing out on. Yup, Naruto knew well enough to just keep his mouth shut. Pain stared up at the neutral face of Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Even now after all these years there was a small spark of reverence for the man. If not for him, Pain would not be the man he was today. Akatsuki would not exist. He, Konan and Yahiko would probably have died cold and alone in some ditch without achieving anything. But now, after having been left to their own devices, Pain had more than enough negative feelings for the man as well. Why hadn't he taken them along? They could have been in Konoha, life would have been different. None of them would have had to die. He wouldn't have had to. Breaking his own train of though, Pain sat up a bit straighter and considered what to do from here. I'm surprised you're here. Shrugging, Jiraiya kept his hands free and open. I was curious about what was going on in Rain. I've heard enough rumors about Akatsuki operating out of here and decided to come and see if it was true. Jiraiya gave them a smirk and relaxed a bit, glad to see I was right. Fortune was good to you then. A small dig, but enough as Jiraiya's good mood slowly evaporated. Pain allowed the silence to drag for a moment before folding his hands on his desk again. What is it you truly want here? If it's a fight you want, all you have to do is ask. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility that Konoha may finally be willing to wipe AIM off the map. Pain wouldn't let it happen, but Jiraiya of all people would be capable of the task normally. It would just be a surprise that they would give a heads up first for once. Jiraiya easily waved a hand to dispel that thought. Not here for a fight, no. Just wanna talk. Get a feel for what it is you really want. With most of your heavy hitters gone, I'm curious what you plan to do from here. It was no real secret that Akatsuki members had been dropping like flies lately. Even still, he was curious. They were irrelevant. I'm waiting for judgment. Judgment? This was new. Pain nodded as Conan turned a concerned eye towards him. Correct. We both know by now who really is moving to shape this new world. Naruto Uzumaki. A member of my own clan, though I have renounced that connection. What will he determine is the best course of action from here on? Whatever he decides, I will follow it. Pain allowed a grin to stretch his face. Personally, I believe he will see my point of view as the truth. And he will come to me and help me complete my own dreams. Jiraiya sighed, hands on his hips as he worried a bit over how this was going to continue. And what was that again? Oh right. Shared destruction. Death and destruction to outstrip everything ninja have ever perpetrated on each other in all the wars before now. With someone like Naruto, you could achieve that easily enough. Hell, by now you could probably do so yourself. The leader of Akatsuki did have to nod at that observation. He was capable of village levels of destruction on his own. But it wasn't enough. He was but one man. Becoming a threat all his own was nice, but he needed something that entire nations would fear. A fear so deep that even at a person's core, just the mention of it would send them into a terrified catatonia. I appreciate the flattery, but it isn't enough. What I seek is more grand, more final. I alone cannot achieve that. At least not yet. Sighing and turning his view to the large windows and out over the city before them, Jiraiya considered that. So, Pain knew he needed Naruto then, but also knew destruction wasn't the end goal. It was a reprogramming of humanity itself. A system shock away from violence and death. The sage could understand the ideal, even if he couldn't agree with the method. Fear only lasts so long. A generation, maybe two. But under your plan people will return to the old ways. Conflicts will begin again, lives sacrificed for all manner of reasons. Food, land, possessions. Prestige, honor, duty. Humans can make up as many reasons as there are stars in the sky to kill one another if pressed. There was silence between them all again as Pain had to agree with the sage. He wasn't wrong. Humans would find any and all reasons to kill one another. Even he knew, blasting a crater into humanity's psyche so deep that they averted themselves from blood and violence may just take more effort than possible. It was a fundamental change in just who and what they were. But, Pain was to become a god. He believed he could manage it. He had to. If Naruto fails, I will save humanity in the only way possible. I can't be stopped. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Jiraiya could hope, but reality wasn't as nice. Well, for all our sake, I hope you're wrong. I think Naruto can find a better balance than you. Pausing to really think about it, Pain does nod and give Jiraiya that point. I agree in some way. It would be nice if young Naruto found a better way. But then, he had to lay bare the truth. He won't. And I'll be here to guide him on the true path. The world must know Pain. And we will introduce them all to it. Rinnegan eyes boring into Jiraiya's own, Pain did have to give his old teacher credit. He was standing there, listening. Not yelling about false hopes or offering platitudes of what could have been. He was listening, openly. At the least, he could answer Jiraiya's real question of the day. However, until such time that Naruto admits defeat. Until Naruto deems the world irredeemable. I will not move. I will focus on Amigakure and our people. We have suffered too much in the proxy wars of the major villages. So long as those cease, we will focus on our own. Pain did smirk here for a moment. Thanks to Naruto, we have no concern of conflicts between Suna and IWA. So that does allow us to relax a great deal. While Pain was of the mind that the complete destruction of IWA would have been the better option, he still applauded Naruto for accomplishing what he did. Neutralizing a major village in a day was beyond noteworthy. Even now, a new data entry into the bingo book was making the rounds. Of course, word of what Naruto accomplished in IWA had already spread. For good or ill had yet to be seen just yet. Ticking off his major question of the day, Jiraiya considered what to do from here. He could leave, give the news to Tsunade and then Naruto and leave it at that. But what would that help? What would that solve? What about a helping hand? Time to offer something that wasn't his to offer. That had Pain raising his eyebrows a touch. An offer? Interesting. And what, pray tell, would this helping hand be? And what type of dagger does it hide? They were ninja. Stealth, secrecy, betrayal. It was all they knew. Jiraiya was already shaking his head, nothing beyond help if you want it. Konoha is, well, I won't say responsible for everything that happened here, but we had more than a large hand in the destruction that took place here over the years. I give my word, Konoha can offer assistance. Help. Rebuilding efforts, relief aid. Supplies. Whatever you need, Konoha will be the first to offer a hand, no strings attached. You'll forgive me for not believing this at face value. I can understand your hesitation. Here Jiraiya finally smirked, some of himself finally poking through as he got more comfortable. But, I have it on good authority that the latest Hokage has a mindset much like Naruto's own. Tsunade wants peace. She abhors needless death and destruction. Just think. Konoha and Uzushio offering assistance to AIM. And who knows who else will come next? Suna? Kiri? A collection of smaller villages? Grunting and leaning back in his seat, the leader of Akatsuki looked up to stare at his number 2. Was this your doing, Konan? This has your sentimentalism all over it. Konan shook her head, no. I only guided Lord Jiraiya here, nothing more. At the least, Pain knew that Konan wasn't going to lie to him. That allowed him to consider the possibility. What guarantee do we have that Konoha won't attempt to use us as yet another scapegoat in the future? Much like they did with Uzushio. That Pain would trust Uzushio's word without question was not itself seen an oddity. Naruto would help if asked and they all knew it. Here Jiraiya laid out his gamble, hands spreading wide, trust. Brought up short, Pain blinked in astonishment. Did Jiraiya really believe that was enough? He couldn't be that foolhardy. Trust? Between AIM and Konoha? There are a mountain of dead I'd like to introduce you to. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, grin still in place. And yet it is all we can offer. All our words, all our deeds, whether we follow through with our aid or not. One day or another, you'll have to trust us. So, that's what we offer. Trust. Trust that we want a new and better world much like you. Trust that we do not wish to see you stab us in the back, and we don't want to do the same. Trust that when we pass, the next generation will have a better world to build upon. A new and better world? Pain would consider it, out of respect for his teacher that finally returned to see them. Peacefully at that. I will ponder on this. You are free to leave. You won't be hindered. Well, it was a start, Jiraiya decided. Better than he could have hoped for. Well, I'm sure you know how to reach Naruto. So reach us through him, and we can begin aid operations whenever you are ready. Konan stepped forward, ready to lead Jiraiya away with a smile on her face. This had gone much better than she could have ever hoped for. Maybe there was a chance. I'll see you out, Lord Jiraiya. Pain watched Jiraiya turn to leave for a moment before clearing his throat. Seeing Konan and Jiraiya pause, Pain stood slowly. One last question. If peace is meant to happen, do you think the world will still have a place for men and women like myself? Like yourself? Like Naruto? All three of them, while idealists, were also monsters in their own right. That blood was not so easily washed away. In many ways, it would never fade completely. Jiraiya didn't even hesitate, already coming to a conclusion for that a long time ago. Here he pulled free one of his books, tossing it to land precisely on Nagato's desk. More than a world-renowned ninja and sage, I'm also an author. We all have to face one day that we must trade in our blades for tools of labor. Be it the till or the pen. Will this new world have a place for us? Certainly. The question is, can we let go of our own outdated pasts? I can. I believe Naruto can. Can you? There was a long silence that stretched on between them as Pain considered that. What would he do, without the threat of battles and war on the horizon? What else could he accomplish that could benefit his people? I will, consider this as well. Do so. That's a signed copy as well, better appreciate it. With a laugh Jiraiya let himself be guided away. He had done what he had hoped to while here in AIM. Now to return home and give Tsunade the news. And hopefully not get the snot kicked out of him. Pain watched them leave, the elevator doors closing with a sigh of quiet electronics. Reaching down to pick up his teacher's book, he read the cover aloud, Ika Tactics. Some things never change. Perhaps, there was another answer out there. Something meaningful. Time would tell, he supposed. Muhahaha, I am a queen. Bow before my might and beg for mercy you shall not receive. An explosion rocked the area, and a woman's cackling echoed in the air. Fu did her best to ignore the nonsense being spouted by Naruto. The group had left Haruna and her retainers recently in the land of vegetables, secure in her position as daimyo and a tentative agreement of trade and a potential alliance with the Yuzu group in the works. That was a good thing and a new foothold on the eastern continent. Plus it allowed them to move on to their next target, the land of birds. Though, getting swarmed by a group of bandits was not on their list of things to do today. But Naruto had been happy to dissuade them. Another explosion rocked the carriage holding Koyuki, Cheyenne, and Fu. Scream. Cry. Beg. I'll grant you mercy when I decide you're done. Koyuki sighed and turned to Fu. Can't you, I don't know, control her? This is actually tame, all things considered. Cheyenne sighed and decided the Uzumaki siblings were a special breed. How do you think things are going back home? She wondered what Naruto was up to right now. Did he miss her? Koyuki had a smile on her face as she relaxed back, no work to be done until they reached the daimyo's palace. Knowing Naruto? Either something has been blown apart or things are as chaotic as usual. No in-between. Cheyenne giggled and nodded. I haven't been with you all long, but I can agree. Fu sighed, leaning out of the door to see Naruto with several black chakra chains holding beaten and broken bandits aloft. Were those dragon heads on the ends of the chains? Nope. Not her problem. Absolutely not something she wanted to dive into. Wrap it up. We have places to be. Ah. I was having fun. Be a good kitty. Yes, ma'am. Koyuki rolled her eyes as Fu pulled herself back inside the carriage and closed the door. You two are a menace. Fu shrugged, we enjoy life. It was still such a treat for both of them. Cheyenne seemed to think on things, eyes trailing up to the roof before snapping her fingers. Couldn't we send Naruto back to check on things and then return? Get an update on how things are in Uzushio? Fu thought about that as well, guess that shouldn't be too much of an issue. She has the chakra to spare. There was a final cackle and something that sounded like bones breaking and snapping, before with a short break a grinning and panting Naruto rejoined them inside the coach. Ah, that was good stress relief. Koyuki rolled her eyes as Fu cuddled into her girlfriend. Think that'll tide you over until we reach the land of birds. Guess it depends if anyone else feels like giving me a fight. Are we expecting anything when we get there? Koyuki goes over the file again as Cheyenne relaxes a bit on her side of the seat. Some mention of a ghost warrior causing some trouble, probably a hoax of some sort. A ghost? Everyone else in the carriage paused as they turned wide eyes to the suddenly nervous Naruto. Was this real? Was the battle maniac actually shaking in her seat? Fu was the first to lean into the girl. Naruto? Are you afraid of ghosts? Me? Afraid of ghosts? No, of course not. Ghosts aren't real anyway. Ha 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 ha, not me. Nope. Koyuki shook her head, so something else the Uzumaki twins shared was it, the woman who used to be able to turn into a literal monster, afraid of ghosts. Now I've seen it all. But I was real. Ghosts are, well, I don't know what they are. But you can't fight him, or make him go away. There's something impossible. It's freaky. Koyuki turned to Cheyenne with a sigh. Have you ever seen a ghost? Ever? I mean, I am a priestess. I've dealt with a few irregularities. Naruto pointed a rough finger at the woman. See. That's all I need. Proof. Rolling her eyes as Fu consoled the frantic Naruto, Koyuki went back to reading over the mission request. They had been away from Uzushio for a long time now, and she was starting to get homesick. Perhaps she should put together a diplomatic team to handle these sort of issues from now on. So she could stay home and relax. She wondered how the rest of the girls were doing. Was Naruto up to trouble again? Most likely. Cheyenne said her thoughts aloud, leaning against the wall with a sigh. When we return I'll have Lord Naruto pamper me for a week, no, 2 weeks straight. Koyuki could agree. Yes, 2 weeks of pampering and love. Just what the doctor ordered. Tayuya was of all things sure that nothing crazy could be going within Uzushio as tremors rocked the city from time to time. Naruto had bugged off to take care of some idea of his or another, but had promised to keep a radio on him if an emergency had arisen. 3 clones sat in his office, dutifully take care of the desk in his stead, a point in his favor. But as the day wore on and the tremors seemed to increase in strength, she decided that hunting down her husband was a good idea. Her search for him eventually reached the city limits, joined now by Ino and Hinata. She began to get curious. It had been a while since he had been at his training ground. Their ninja had almost considered using it for their own training again. Woe was them. As the trio reached the tree line and picked up a tired-looking Anoka and Kotoheim, both soaked in water, Tayuya's curiosity was really piqued. How long had he been out here? Just what was he up to? The group was together as they made it free of the tree line, stopped by a bored-looking Kakashi and a frazzled-looking Sakura, both also soaked in water. It was this woman who turned to them all and looked almost ready to beg. You have to stop them. Tayuya was in the lead, surprised to suddenly have an armload of petite pinkette. Stop who? Had Naruto come back just for a spar? It would fit the girl. Naruto and Deidara. They keep one-upping one another. And they won't stop. Even as she said that there was another explosion that rocked the area, the ground under their feet rumbling as a geyser of water shot high into the air. Unprepared, the entire group was soaked in sea water. Well, that explained the state of the others. All eyes turned to the coast, where a bare-chested Naruto and a matching Deidara stood knee-deep in the waters and each continued to rant at one another. Naruto was currently holding a blue scroll over his head, looking ready to toss it into the distance. How about an explosion based on the consumption of hydrogen? It separates the element from water, compresses it, and then boom. No more anything within a few miles. Even works with water vapor in the air itself. Deidara was already holding up a hand, a work of clay spewing forth from the mouth within before a giant albatross analog floated above him. Child's play. I imbued my clay and chakra with a portion of nitroglycerin and packed several hundred seals worth of the stuff within its layers. It can be used anywhere and everywhere. Tayuya sighed, already trudging forward while wiping her wet hair away from her eyes. God, how could we let them be friends? Anyone know how to get Deidara to shut up? Ino was already poking at her radio. I have Celia on speed dial. Apparently her and Deidara have been paling around recently. Good for him. Better start working out and beefing up. Celia looked like a sturdy woman. Tayuya nodded, already on the move. Good, call her. We're done with this idiocy. She learned her lesson, never let these two get within spitting distance of each other. Ever. Naruto was grinning, already winding up to throw his scroll. This one also shows I am special ramen in the explosion. Keep a good eye on it. Deidara nodded and saluted his lord. Will do, Lord Naruto. This was the greatest day of his life.